can hear us now. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Welcome in. Before we begin our podcast this week, I have one important thing that I wanted to... I looked down at you guys and saw the stupid orange beanie. I just lost my composure. I wanted to discuss something that we talked about yesterday on my stream while I was playing Rocket League. A couple of people wanted me to do some research on and give my opinion on the Kojima thing. So, if you are unaware, it was announced by Xbox that actually, hold on, I have this pulled up. I can just do this. Here we go. Xbox Game Studios and Kojima Productions are partnering to create a video game for Xbox like no one has ever experienced before, leveraging the cloud. Hideo Kojima is one of the most innovative minds in energy, blah, blah, blah. Basically, a bunch of people were very, very upset over the past couple of days because Kojima is making an Xbox exclusive, and all of the PlayStation players are very, very angry about that. That tends to be the thing. This person's just upset about the word cloud. But a lot of people are mad that Kojima's making an Xbox game. So to be extremely brief and get us onto our actual subject, I looked up this article from 2016 in which it shows Hideo Kojima to host the first game from his new independent studio on PlayStation 4. That was the only agreement. It was just the first game. So there's no reason to be mad other than the fact that no one has an Xbox and no one's going to get to play his new game. All right, anyway, we can move on to the actual topic unless you guys want to chime in on that.
Fuck the regime.
I'm surprised you didn't comment back at Tom.
I want to know why the guy's mad at clouds.
Well, the guy's mad at clouds? Okay, he said, I was excited for this until I heard the word cloud. That means won't be playable offline, impossible to preserve for when the servers are shut down. I love Kojima, but this cloud crap needs to just stop.
Okay, so is that just me, or is that a boomer mentality? Like, I genuinely don't care if I have a physical disc of something anymore.
No,
like 100%.
Sorry, boomer.
Is it? Fuck, you guys are making
Absolutely.
me feel like, okay, so here's my thing. I'm not upset about a game that's always online. However, I understand where people are coming from when they're upset by it, because let's think back to like Halo 2, right? People still love the shit out of Halo 2, but you can't play it anymore until they made the Master Chief Collection.
But
so like I get it.
Wait, why can't you play it anymore?
They shut the servers down until they remade the Master Chief Collection.
There's a whole online, there's a whole like campaign.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, that makes it even better than this option, in which case even the campaign is only online if this person is to be believed.
I'm gonna say this, dude. That's like being like, oh my god, I can't play World of Warcraft online without an internet connection. Like, yeah,
That's valid.
Correct.
But
valid,
like,
yeah.
It's an online game. Go buy another game. There's so many other games.
you may have enjoyed the
mean?
fuck out of 5th grade, but you can't go back to a grade school and just sit in on the class, you know? If it's gone, it's gone. It's a part of your past.
This is
Like,
the definition
first of all,
of
don't
old man
challenge me.
yells at clouds. This is the literal definition of old man yells at clouds.
like true, actually. I just don't understand the mentality of how people get so upset with like media or things not being able to be like, imagine making a pizza and then eating it and being like, fucking, I shouldn't have made that pizza, it's gone now, there's nothing I can do about it, the experiences I had with it were useless. Like,
see, Brandy has the same
is that?
opinion though. Brandy's got the same opinion though. Brandylicious says, buy this thing that I decide when you can and can't use.
What do you mean when they decide when you can and can't use?
Well, they
Like,
can
what?
flip a switch and then the game becomes unplayable if it's all only online and there's no
not
offline.
how that works. That is
In
not
theory.
how that. In theory, what you think that tomorrow they're gonna
It's
be like,
not what's going to
today-
happen, but in theory it could happen.
Then tomorrow they're gonna be like, now they can't play it today. We'll turn it back on tomorrow. Fucking funny prank on them. That's not how that works.
Well, no, but
It'll be
like if the
years and
service
years
itself
down the line.
crashes,
It'll be years and years down the line.
I also think that there's still examples of like NBA 2K, which is literally unplayable whenever it's like not online.
True.
Because it literally like crashes everything, and like all the like currency and stuff, even for like offline play, is tied to online. So you can't get the thing to upgrade your guy unless you're online. So if it's off, then you're just fucked. You can't do anything.
I think
But that's
more
only
of
one
the-
example in like an ocean of like things that's not a problem.
I agree that it's fucked, but like you're kind of buying into that. Like as a, like
Agreed.
I complain about it all the time. The game The Cycle, which actually I think just yesterday got re-released as like a full release as The Cycle: The New Frontier or something like that.
I hate
Again?
it.
the old game, like the way it used to be, I think like 4 years ago at this point, was my favorite version of the game, and I fucking adored the shit out of it. However, the game from the very beginning was free, and I'm still pissed that they got rid of it. But it's like, you know, what can you do? It's free, so you can't really complain. So I get the complaint of like that whole situation happening, but you're paying for it. But if you're buying into it with a situation like 2K, I think it's a little more okay. Like, you know what you're getting with 2K. Or like
I agree. It's
FIFA
not
or
like they're
something.
hiding anything here. Just if you don't like it, just don't buy it. Like, cry me a river. Like, I like legitimately, cry me a river. Like, just don't buy the game.
You know, as much as I respect that opinion, I think crying a river is a bit above the expectations of an average. I don't think a person could. That's a bit. That's a lot of water.
I bet you
I could
could
piss
cry
you
a
a
river.
river.
Coward. No, like seriously, it kind of annoys me. All these people that are like, if I buy this game, they can just turn it off at any moment and don't buy it.
Tom, we are discussing the unannounced game that Xbox has announced that Kojima and them will probably make someday.
Now, I will say, go ahead, Bobby.
I was just gonna say, like, you have Kojima's not got a gun to your back, right? You have the option to not buy it. Now, if you would like to experience the game for the time it lives, right, and experience it in that moment, you can. They're not going to shut the servers down after 3 months. It's probably going to have servers for as long as these consoles exist, and I bet it probably even gets ported onto the next one. Knowing,
let's be real, if Anthem servers are still online, Kojima's got nothing to worry about.
Bro. Are they really
They
still
have
online?
Anthem series? They still have online?
Yeah,
Anthem's
that's
on
what I
Game
was about to
Pass.
Bro,
say.
they can't even keep a movie on Netflix
Dude,
for longer than a
I finally
month.
tried Anthem because I've got thousands of hours in Warframe, so it's on Game Pass. So I downloaded Anthem and started playing it. It's like, okay, I see what they were going for here. The movement's very satisfying. The characters seem cool, but like, it just felt so half-baked. They made
It feels
look
like a
pretty.
prototype for an Iron Man game.
Actually, holy shit, you're so right. What the fuck?
Yeah, I enjoyed that aspect of it quite deeply, and I would love to play an Iron Man game with a similar system of like flight and
I think I
control
would
and
too.
combat.
Yeah,
Be sick.
that'd be like Marvel's, the Marvel Spider-Man version of the Marvel Iron Man.
You really feel like Iron
You
Man.
really feel like Iron Man.
Yeah, that's my whole thing. Is get over it. Stop being a boomer. Cry me a
Oh,
river.
The only
for-
thing
Buy
I
it,
can,
don't buy it, whatever.
Go ahead, Chunk.
I was just gonna say, the only reason I can even like think to like complain about this to any extent is that there is, like, you know, it's not even video game wise, so I don't know why people were complaining about this specifically, but like for things like Amazon Prime Video, if you buy things on there, there are certain like TV shows and movies and stuff that have been edited over time. Things especially that I've noticed, like watching stuff like Scrubs, that I've noticed that there are certain like song changes, scenes that were completely edited out and like removed from like the show. So it's like, I'm not saying it's likely or even possible, but like, I understand people's like mindset of theorizing this stuff, but I still think it's nothing to be worried about.
That's
That's
fair.
just my take.
I can't really think of
main-
too many big games that had their servers taken down and made a lot of people mad. Like, I know Halo 2 is the first one that came to mind, and it's still the only one coming to mind. But I remember
It's also-
there was like a holiday that everyone like would not let the servers shut down. They all stayed in one game to prevent the servers from shutting
It's
down.
also how old is that game? Like, it's like the fact that servers are up for that long. And you know what the funny part is? I bet like half those people like hadn't put that game in their Xbox for years.
Yeah.
I bet
the
it's
fact
just
that
been
they
sitting there.
So when, like, two-part question: what is a fair assessed life cycle of a game, for one, and two, like, when does it stop to be okay for exclusivity? Because like, you see, you know, like one Kanye album they released that only could be played on his device, like the special Kanye MP3 player he had, like that's a
Really?
fucked up level of exclusivity. But also like Metro, you know, like it's not on Switch, so is it exclusive to PC and Xbox? Like, when does the word exclusive really just stop? You know, like, oh, it's exclusive to mobile and PC and PS4 for Genshin.
Can
It's like,
someone explain this cloud shit to me? Is it only does Sony not have access to this?
The cloud?
Well, no, not the cloud in general, but this particular version that they seem to
Oh.
be bragging about.
I have
Oh
no
no,
idea.
so it's just it's the reason Sony doesn't have access is just because Xbox is partnering with Kojima to make this specific game an Xbox exclusive. Whereas that's why PlayStation gamers are mad, but Kojima has also come out and said that he's working on 2 games right now. So one of them, yeah, it's going to be an Xbox exclusive and most likely within a year make it to PC. And then the next one is also going to be a PlayStation exclusive most likely.
Is it not? I thought it was reverse. I thought it was a PlayStation exclusive. Was it not?
No.
Oh, okay.
His
But,
partnership.
can you go back to the tweet?
Yeah. Here's the tweet. Let me pull it up for stream.
Oh, leveraging the cloud. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't care. Exclusives or whatever.
Yeah.
There's always going to be exclusives as long as there's more than one type of console, and there should always be more than one type of console because monopolies are a bad thing.
Yep.
So again, cry me a river. Go get the other console if you don't like it. Like,
No, I'm in the same like weird subcategory of like, there's too many games. There's too much shit to do to really like be that
Yeah.
passionately upset about. Because there's nothing wrong with being upset about a game, but like having it ruin everything, like I don't know, like that happened with what was that one PS4 or PS5 exclusive that came out within the last like year and a half? It might have been like it was like a Last of Us 2 type thing. Regardless, it was like a huge deal, and people were like, "Why? Like, just why care that much about a game that like you can only buy a certain console for? It's like just play another game."
I can't think of one other than maybe like Demon Souls. Like I can't think of a big deal game that came out on PlayStation 5. Maybe the new Spider-Man.
No, what was that that zombie motorbike game?
Oh, Days
that one?
Gone?
Was that Days Gone that was Sony exclusive?
I don't think so.
Doesn't sound right. I'm trying
Anyway,
to find it now. Yeah, continue.
Really quick, before we actually get to our subject for today, I pointed this out to Airvan before stream. On the previous podcast, chat may have noticed that the cameras would occasionally freeze. I've found out that only happens when I tab out and click on Discord. If I click on regular Discord for any reason, it freezes cameras until I refocus on the camera page. So Chunk Poppy and Airvan, I'm trusting you guys to take the highlighted comments for me, since tabbing out to put those in that chat would freeze the cams.
I got you.
Because I saw one really good question from Arbiter already popped up.
I'll go back and grab them. But I was talking about Horizon Forbidden West.
Wait, that
So
was a
that-
PlayStation exclusive? Yeah,
That was a
it is.
PS4 and PS5 exclusive, and a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, you know, it didn't sell so well because it came out the same week Elden Ring came out." It's like, no, that's not even close to true. It's like, I mean,
It's copium.
half true.
It's copium
Yeah,
for
it's
the devs.
copium. It's half true for the devs.
What game was it?
Horizon Forbidden West, the new Horizon, like Horizon
Didn't
Zero
sell well
Dawn.
because Elden Ring came out.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And not
There
because
is-
it's on
there is
PS4
a
and
hint
PS5.
there's a hint of truth to that.
But I'm saying they were saying that's the only reason.
Yeah,
That's
the
like that's
not
it.
the only reason.
Yeah. And I
Well,
was
there
like,
have been examples of that in the past. Like Alan Wake got absolutely murdered because they tried to compete with Red Dead, the original Red Dead's release.
God,
Yeah.
That game got buried and murdered. just
Horizon
because-
is so unlucky.
Twice in a row now.
Yeah.
Yep.
The first Horizon game came out a week before Breath of the Wild, and then
Yeah.
Horizon
Yep.
2 came out a week before Elden Ring. Like, how
And they're
bad?
both like the same
how unlucky can you
open
get?
world type.
Yeah.
that's
it-
pretty-
How
yeah.
unlucky can you get? And they're not
Well,
bad
I mean,
games.
You say that. They knew when those releases are going to be. They chose to compete with them.
God, that's
like-
bold. They think maybe
Yeah.
they could beat them out by a week and get some early
Well, that
week
happens.
sales.
So
and then-
basically, the idea
Hubris.
is that you, if you really back a game, you try and compete for the, there are release times. There's a guy with a spreadsheet somewhere in the back of a studio, and the spreadsheet says release game during these days for most money. And so everyone tries to release their games during those days for the most money. However, if your game cannot compete with the other games, your game will not make the most money. It'll make less money because all the other people are buying the other games. So if you try to compete with those games, you better be damn sure that your game is the best one. And unfortunately, twice in a row, they weren't. And then they baby raged on Twitter about it. So
Twice in a row. remember
Twice in a row.
the same shit happened with Lawbreakers and Cliff Blazinski when Overwatch first came out?
No.
Yeah, like you could look it up to show on stream, Debbie, but in the beginning, Cliff like flopped out his Cliffy B dick to try to convince people that like Lawbreakers is the new hero shooter. And it's like it's going to be better than Overwatch, it's going to trump Team Fortress 2, everyone's gonna play it. And then you know what happened to Lawbreakers. I mean, if you don't know what happened to Lawbreakers, it's dead.
Fucking
It
hold on.
absolutely died within a year of it being released.
Wow. And
It was-
I don't even know what
unblocker
Lawbreakers is.
Debbie,
I can't believe it. I use an ad blocker. So cringed. Oh, I
You're
wonder
basically
why
a
I use
criminal.
an ad blocker. Why? Maybe because their ad covers half the screen.
Wow, what the fuck? Oh,
Jesus.
fuckballs.
You're like fucking. Let me see the. Let me see the article.
Okay. Instead of the story being this game looks neat, it became this is the game with the woke bro trying to push his hacky politics on us with gender neutral bathrooms. Instead of these characters seem fun, it was this is the studio with the CEO who refuses to make his female characters sexier. Instead of who am I going to choose, it became dude who shoehorns diversity in his game, then smells his own smug farts in interviews. What the fuck?
He ruined the game by talking baby rage on Twitter.
I don't know what you're talking about. He seems to have taken that loss well. I don't know what you guys. I for one love smelling my own farts.
Okay. All right, let's actually get on to the subject for this week. Before we begin talking about characters, chat, I know we've just been chilling out, shooting the shit, which was fun, actually, but we are discussing the best and the worst video game characters. I wanted to make it abundantly clear, and you guys can correct me on this if you think I'm wrong. I don't think any of us are going to try to stake a claim or like confidently say this is the best character. This is all going to be extremely opinionated. I don't think anyone's trying to correct you on your... Oh, okay, well... All right, anyway, with that out of the way... Jamie, I wanted to start the podcast with a question for you.
Oh, sure.
Who is the best video game character in all of existence, and why is it the faceless character from Weed Shop 3?
I was going to bring it up. Yes,
Fucking
yes, but it's not.
can't
It's
believe
not.
this.
It's not. I actually think it might be Diaper Dan from Weed Shop 3.
Oh my
The reason for it being is the mere fact that you can rename him to be Basic B. That's the only reason that I think that Diaper Dan actually beats it out. But other than that, I agree. I think the idea of a silent protagonist who you can play as you will, you make the decisions for the character, very Fallout-esque, I would say. You know, very Fallout-esque. Probably does better than Fallout. Because once again, he can grow weed and sell it. So
It's pretty bug.
I'd say that's my stake.
Yeah, I think I agree with Giz. I think that's the winner. We can end the stream now. So,
Yep.
it was a good time, guys.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much
Fun.
Do we want to
That's
just
why I was-
begin with our legitimate favorite and least favorite characters? Did you guys all pick one? I'm sure over a couple days,
Yes.
yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do we want to start with someone specific or just round table at just everyone at once?
Oh.
So Weed Shop 3.
Okay, let's actually start with Jamie.
It's a
Jamie,
nightmare I can't wake up
who
from.
is genuinely your first, your favorite and your least favorite characters?
Okay, I've got a tied winner here.
A tied winner, okay.
Are we gonna separate this into like? Okay, so when we're talking characters, right? Obviously, there's naturally a vast chasm of things we can talk about here.
It's vague.
Are we talking main
subject, yeah.
characters? Are we talking side characters? What are we talking about right off the bat?
If
Literally
it's
anything,
a...
I
So
suppose I can
I actually was going to object when we started because I have an idea. I think there should be 3 categories. I think there should be our favorite character in a game, our favorite character we play as, who's like a main character, and our like what we think traditionally is the best example of a character.
So
Okay.
favorite PC player character, favorite NPC, and
Yes.
then favorite... I don't
Like
know that I understand
what
the
a
third one so much.
reviewer would give. Like what is a traditional perfect example of a character?
Okay.
Like even though you may love playing Junkrat from Overwatch, it may be your favorite character. You may think Joel from The Last of Us is a objectively better and more well done character you can give to the masses.
I'm okay with all.
Alright.
I have some questions posed for later that would kind of go against that, but for now, I'm definitely down for going in with that.
Well, if
Okay, time out before anyone says anything. For all you guys saying Sonic and then Kappa, you can eat my ass and bring Sonic up, and you can absolutely go
no.
fuck yourselves.
Sonic is
I
the
continue.
Sonic is the shittest, but that's okay. Okay, so I have a couple of minds about this. I'm gonna throw up the idea of Fallout 3's silent protagonist.
Okay.
One of the reasons I really like did I say Silent Hill or Fallout 3?
You said Fallout 3.
Fallout 3.
Fallout 3. Fuck, I'm so drunk. I was drunk yesterday. So Fallout 3 is like silent protagonist. Fallout New Vegas in the same sense. As an RPG system, I really think having that character that can be completely malleable into whatever you really want him to be, to a degree. I mean, obviously, bound by code, there's only so much you can do. There's not infinite possibilities. But having a silent protagonist that can be whatever you want them to be, make whatever decision you want them to make, I really rate that as a main character. I think as far as RPG gaming goes, there's two types of RPG gaming. You either have an incredibly fleshed out character who has a defined role in the universe that you know as well as your own granddad, or you can have a silent protagonist whose character is essentially what you want it to be. And as far as Fallout 3 goes, like I think they do that incredibly well, where it's you get to decide what the character's going to be. You're going to be like a mega arsehole only to annoying fucking bratty children, and then everyone else you treat like it's yeah, I think that kind of thing is right.
Like on that same note, I think that have you ever played Divinity: Original Sin?
Yes.
I think that is like the
same
perfect
thing,
example
yeah.
of like you being able to choose an already established character, like the Crimson Prince and whatnot, and then being able to start from zero. So like I've never played Fallout 3 in its entirety. I played the first hour and I was 12, so I was pissed. I set the game at the GameStop. I think it was like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the time.
Nice.
But I like didn't really like the game that much, so I couldn't finish it. But if it's like Divinity, like where you can choose from the ground up, no, it's not.
So
What's
Divinity,
it
you already have established characters, right?
No.
So
Right.
the Crimson Prince will talk a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Well, you
Even
can
if
make
you
a
choose
custom
the-
character in Divinity.
Or you can make
you
a
don't have to
full,
play
like-
as a pre-made.
You can, yeah, you can,
Yeah.
you can. But even that custom character kind of has a personality kind of attached to it.
Yeah, you
The,
pick between, I think,
guess,
you
yeah,
can
you
take
have
2
dialogue
tags
options.
out of like 8 tags to kind of
Yeah.
create a personality. My question, though,
Whereas-
is why Fallout 3 over like New Vegas or 4 or
Well,
something
no,
like
I
that?
said New Vegas as well.
Oh, okay.
Fallout
Kind of
Fallout
like
New
mixed it
Vegas, kind of the same thing in my opinion.
Okay.
Fallout 4 obviously
Not quite the
doesn't
same.
fit that tag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
Fallout
they're silent
4,
protect.
they for some reason, this is a clear case of Bethesda really not understanding their audience, really not understanding what was good about their game and what was not good about their game. So for anyone who doesn't know, basically what happened is Bethesda made Fallout. So Obsidian made Fallout 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then Bethesda was like, fuck you, we don't need you. We're making Fallout 3. People were like, that was good. Now they're like, oh, we're working on these other games. So we're going to get Obsidian back and they're going to make New Vegas. And then they made New Vegas and everyone's like, yeah, this is the best. This is super good.
Yeah.
We really like this. And so Bethesda's like, you don't need them. We can do that ourselves. And in classic Bethesda style, they have no idea what people do and don't like about their game. And they gave the main character a voice. And what happens when you give the main character a voice is it's no longer the type of RPG that we wanted, which is where we can interject our own selves into the character, and we're the character in the wasteland. No, now we're playing this fucking this goody two shoes. Because like when you give him a voice, right, like
There's
he is a
pre-recorded voice
character.
lines
Yeah.
as well, so
He
like
is-
you're way more limited. Yeah.
Yep. So if you choose the mean option, you're not really being mean. You're just kind of being a nice guy that's saying a mean thing.
A little rude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just being a little bit rude at that point in time. Whereas in the older games, you could be like, aha, I'm gonna blow up an entire city and commit genocide for fun.
You could
And
be
in this
evil.
in this game, in Fallout 4, it just wasn't that. So yeah, I think Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas is silent pro tag worked absolutely perfectly for the games that they had.
My comment on that is the only reason I specified New Vegas and asked why you started out with Fallout 3 is just because in New Vegas you also get unique dialogue options based on your stat allocation. So if you like put nothing in intelligence, is it smarts? I think it's smarts in that one. Yeah.
Yes,
if you put nothing in smarts, then your character's dialogue options could go from I'm not really sure how this thing works to me no really sure how work. And I just love that that's an option.
Dude, honest to God, Obsidian really knew what they were doing. Yeah. Obviously, those who haven't played Fallout 1 and 2, one of the reasons a lot of people don't talk about it is because after Fallout 3 came out, they are old, and they're a top-down isometric survival game, which is genuinely a relic of the past. Think Wasteland 3, but a lot more open and free to do whatever you want. These games were like the definition of like as close to D&D as you could probably get. There was really like very little you couldn't do. It was pretty impressive. Obsidian really like when they came back, they were like, okay, let's take the formula of Fallout 3 and let's really fucking spice it up. And they started adding some of that really great Obsidian based, you know, like RPG elements, and it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. But then obviously Fallout 4 came out and Bethesda showed that they're not in touch with that, which is why I'm excited for Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds 2.
Dude, that is genuinely one of the best trailers I've seen for a video game in a long time.
Yeah,
I loved that trailer.
Outer Worlds 1 gets a little bit of a harsh run because it was their first time as independents, right? They had never worked independent before. And I think they did a pretty good job. I don't think they killed it. I think they made an adequate game. I think it was good. I think it was a little short. Yeah. But yeah. It was a little short. Yeah. And some of the choices were a little limited, especially for you to, expect from Obsidian. But I think the fact that they're cocky enough to come for a number 2, I really reckon this next game is going to be schmeek.
Cocky enough to come for a number 2. You have a way with words, Jamie.
I am an artiste.
Looks like Aravan Peepo left. Do we want to go around and do everyone's favorite first and then loop back for least favorites, or do we just want to do it all in one?
Yeah, no, everyone's. I reckon everyone's first.
All right, what about you, Chunk?
A favorite character, I would probably go the opposite way that Poppy went for like a fleshed out character, which is just Joel. I think Joel from Last of Us is just like one of the best characters we've seen as far as like perfect integration of like perfect setup of like what the character is and how their lifestyle is in this world, and the transition of like a story playing out that's not necessarily a story that's more plot related, if that makes sense. Like they have a generic like end goal that they're going for, but it's not about that. It's about the journey along the way. I know as often as we like use that as a meme, it's literally about like the journey and how he like his character development over time and connecting with Ellie and like all this stuff being fleshed out, him getting used to being around someone like that as well, and like the complications that came with the feelings of like, his daughter's death and stuff like that. So I think that as far as even though it's not like a more malleable character like Jamie's talking about, I think it's a good example of the other direction, which especially with the ending of it, where he basically just is like, we talk about the ending of like The Last of Us a lot on this already.
Yeah, if you don't want spoilers for The Last of Us Part 1, if you have somehow managed to avoid one of the best games ever made for like 10 years now, cover your ears for a minute, I guess.
Good news, it's getting remade.
True.
Yeah, let's go. I don't know how to go about it yet. We'll see.
It's going to be a tower defense game this time.
Oh, But like literally at the very end, where he like basically like goes out of his way and like kills all those people and saves Ellie, it's such a good moment of being like, this is what in my head would be a realistic like thing to happen. It may not be like a good guy ending or a good ending necessarily, but it's a relatable ending of being like, I can see why he came to this conclusion to make this decision.
Do you think you're swayed a bit because you kind of agree with him? Like, do you feel like if you felt the opposite, where he made the absolute wrong decision, you would dislike him as a character instead?
I don't think I would dislike him, because I think it would still be one of those things. It's like, you could still logically see the steps in his brain of like how he got to that point of making the decision. And even if you think it's wrong, because my thing is that like, I think I would have potentially done the same thing, but I still think it's the wrong choice. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
I can logically say this is for the worst overall.
I'm gonna bring up
I would
Abby.
have probably been pushing.
I'm gonna bring up Abby.
I mean, I knew you were gonna do it eventually, so like, let's just fucking dive into it, you know? Let's fucking get fucking
I think Abby's exactly the same.
It's amicable, Chunk. It's
No, dude,
amicable.
Joel made a bunch of bad decisions.
Fuck all you Sonic haters, anyway.
Joel made a bunch of bad decisions, and that's the reason. Like, but we followed along with him through his whole journey, and that's the reason that we could like break down and understand why he made those decisions. But Abby made probably less bad decisions, but we only got to see the bad for a long time, which is the reason everyone just hates her. And it's already too late by that point that you like understand her character to like flip your opinion on her, and people just don't. People hate Abby.
This is why after our discussion about it is that I feel like Abby's not a bad character. I just felt like because of the way that it was played out that people became like hateful
bad
towards it.
writing.
And, like, just like even just set up.
Easy to
I
be
still think it was
angry
on
at writing.
purpose. I think they wanted you to hate her. I think they just failed to redeem her in the end. Like they didn't do as good.
I think you're right. I think the reason they made her look so masculine is because they felt it was easier to hate a female who looked tough.
Hard
Maybe
agree.
you're right. Holy shit! I didn't
Absolutely
think
hard
about that.
agree because they think about everything. You don't accidentally make a 3D model. You know, like you like put everything in there. And so in the first podcast, we actually talked about. I think I brought up that would the game be better or would it be taken differently if they continue to do that thing they did where they only let people play the Joel and Ellie part of the game for reviews, and then on launch the Abby part is the first part you play. It's the first part of the game.
I think it definitely plays different. I think for them, because all that is like the reviewers.
Yeah.
And like a good majority of the people aren't going to care what the viewers are. It's going to be the experience that they have whenever they actually crack open the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I still think they should have made Abby New Game Plus. Like I think the game you should have been able to play the whole way through Joel and Ellie, and then there was like, oh, there's another game option. Let's try this out, and then you had that whole other perspective, which would have made it intriguing.
I might be the only person who agrees with the story choice to kill off Joel that early.
Oh, I totally agree with it.
No, we all came to the conclusion that it was like understandable for the story, because it was you were supposed to be fucking pissed. Like people were pissed at it. Good,
Well,
that means it worked.
Yes and no. I also think it's not Joel's story. It's just not Joel's
that's my
story
thing.
at that point. It's like
It's a transition over.
Even the first game wasn't Joel's story. It was all about Ellie. You just played as Joel.
Yeah.
Well, I think that makes it like that's like saying like Final Fantasy VII isn't Cloud's story. It's about Sephiroth's clinging to the promised land or whatever.
I think Cloud's
Like,
much more of the main character than Joel was, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think Joel is definitely the main character. I think the relationship that he forms with Ellie makes her as important as what she is. And without that relationship, we wouldn't view Ellie as the character that she is. I really think that Joel's character is really quite important, and that's what makes him a great main character, and that's why people got attached. I think there's a lot of people in this world that probably looked at like Joel as a father figure to not only the character, but they probably embedded a bit of themselves in that. There's a lot of shitty dads out there. It's nice to see a character. It's actually something you don't see a lot of in gaming, which is
Dads.
well, no, good adoptive daughter-father relations.
That is a very specific scenario.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, because a lot of the time, when you're looking at like adoptive or step parents, the father is often put in view as the bad guy.
I think that like
because it's easier to. Sorry.
I was gonna say I think Step's weird there. I just think stoic fathers in general, because the first thing I thought of to compare to Joel and Ellie is Kratos and his son.
It's a very good parallel.
Like the amount of times that you use like and this isn't just in video games. This is in all theater and storytelling in general. Is abusive father-daughter relationships, right? And so I think one of the few times that it's done really well, where it's not an abusive relationship, instead it's one of like utter care, especially coming from someone who didn't want to care for another daughter after a loss of his own. I think it was really, really well handled and really tactful. And I think that's what made Joel such a great character, is because you could place yourself there and be like, what would happen if my parents weren't there and someone like Joel had to look after me, and I'd be like, all right, yeah, that's a pretty cozy relationship. So I think that's what makes him such a powerful character.
You just made me think of something. Like, I wonder if originally Joel and Ellie were just supposed to be a duo to begin with, and then they wanted to make Joel more relatable, so that's why they killed his daughter. Because they were like, well, if he was just like, you know, suddenly okay with his child, then he would be kind of weird. But now that he's sort of filling that void, he's more relatable.
Yep. And then fixing up the writing to further push that forward and really make him use Ellie as a surrogate daughter to not only cover his own feelings, but then help her with hers. I don't know. I think it's really, really good.
Agreed. And I think it is like the weird like climax of like whenever I knew that I loved Joel as a character overall was actually in the beginning of the second game.
You had a climax of Joel?
Dude, I fucking I fucking loved in the second game whenever he started playing guitar for Ellie, because it was like an offhanded promise he made while on the road, like in the first game. So that coming full circle felt like a good point, and that's why I agree with them killing him off that early. Was that felt like a good ending, like finale, like gift wrapping that entire situation up and transitioning the story over to someone else.
Also, man, it really pissed me off when everyone was complaining that, oh my god, they killed off Joel so early, now we don't get him. Dude, he's in like half the game.
Yeah,
anyway,
you still got so many flashbacks.
There's so many flashbacks and stuff.
And new flashback shit that we hadn't seen before. And oh man, I never like. And once again, as a testament to how powerful Joel's character is, he dies within the first hour of the second game, right? And you still feel the remnants of his fatherhood all the way at the end of the game when Ellie picks up the guitar and she can't play it, and you realize how much he meant to her. Like, how can you claim anything other than he's a great character when his character's strength is still that prevalent? Fucking 30 hours into a game that he is not a part of.
Yep.
Like, I don't know how else to say it. Anyone who thinks...
You said it's 30 hours long?
Yeah, it's pretty long.
It's a pretty long game.
I've never even fucking touched this game, and I know so much about it. Holy shit. We've discussed it so much.
It might not be 30 hours. It might be like more 20,
it's a good
24.
topic for like
I just think,
in-depth discussion. It's a very well-made game.
Anyone who claims that the character writing of Last of Us is the issue is so fucking moronic.
I disagree with one character, and it's Tommy in the second game.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah.
We went really deep into that one for our first week.
Look, I'll just say this. I'll preface it. I don't like, Debbie knows this, I don't like Last of Us 2. I didn't think it was a strong game because of what's it called?
Ludonarrative dissonance.
Ludonarrative dissonance. I always forget the fucking name of it. There's some choices that they make and some points that they try to push across to me that I don't agree that they handled well enough to be able to high road. As a moral. However, that's my issue with the game. It's definitely not character or writing. I think the writing and stuff is obviously, I think we can all agree that doing the Abby shit halfway through after they made her so hateable was a bad choice.
Yep.
Definitely could have been handled better. And I really, if they made her look muscly to further make people dislike her, I'm not a fan of that choice. If that is...
Yeah, we can't assume that, but if that were the choice, then yeah, it's kind of a scummy choice.
Yeah, I don't think that does a lot for being female body issues or anything like that. But
I'm not going to. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You go.
I was just gonna say, I'm worried about us moving on from this subject because I wanted Aravan to say his character next, but mine's Ellie, so. I figured I would just throw that in here while we're still on the Last of Us conversation. We're
still on the best characters right now, right?
Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's fair. No, state your argument.
Okay. Well, okay. So I at first I wanted to claim that it was just Ellie from the first game. But the more I thought about it, I still think Ellie in the second game is just as good of a character. I think the people who think otherwise are just, they didn't pay close enough attention. because Ellie was exactly the same person in the first game as she was in the second game, except she was a kid, so it was kind of cute instead of her being an adult with a knife and trying to kill people, where it was kind of scary. But realistically, I think she acted exactly the same way in both games, and I still think, while I don't agree with all of her choices, I think as far as the in-depth, like, how deeply understood the character is from the writer's perspective and how well represented the character was within the universe, I think that is, in my opinion, my favorite character. And I also gave Ellie massive bonus points for being in a generation where for some reason so many fucking story games came out, where every single story game you needed some sort of a companion NPC. Ellie was the first one that didn't constantly piss me off.
Right?
So that was huge bonus points for that. But yeah, Ellie's always been my favorite video game character, flat out.
Imagine if it was like an escort mission like RE4 or like Resident Evil 4, and it was just the most annoying piece of shit you had to deal with for like 30 plus hours, and you're just like, fuck this, dude. It would be an awful experience.
Did you ever hear Michael Rage Quit Jones rant about that whole thing?
No.
He has a great rant about the RE4 NPC where he would be like, she was the best NPC ever. You just put her in a fucking dumpster, finish the level, come back and grab her, and then you're done. Like, it's that fucking easy. And I was like, yeah, I mean,
Is that Michael Jones?
Yeah, Michael Rage Quit
Yeah.
Jones.
I know.
I'm glad you know that right
Exactly.
away. But fucking yeah. But no, like it's funny you said, because I was trying to think of the first time I played with an NPC that I actually enjoyed, and it's 100% Elizabeth from BioShock Infinite. Like,
That's a good one.
free ammo, like just being able to build shit on the spot. Like, she was fucking solid. So if I played,
It was actually
Well, I
like
think
a
we
useful.
her into the combat as well was really clever.
Yeah. So I was actually going to bring her up. I was going to say, prior to The Last of Us, BioShock Infinite Elizabeth was my favorite video game companion, because every other companion gets in the way and fucks shit up. And then Elizabeth's like, here's ammo, here's money, here's all the shit you want. And then Ellie does all of that as well. And then we'll just occasionally show up and stab a man in the throat. It was very nice.
I have a question.
Also, hearing a 14-year-old girl from across the room going, fuck you, asshole, was just a very enjoyable time for me.
I have a question. Do you think that
Yes.
Elizabeth is a strong character because of her, just her combat, like the help she applies in combat, or do you think she's a great character for what she brings to the story as well?
so I am very, very deep in BioShock lore.
Yeah,
I-
me too.
I-
I'm
like-
ready to go here.
Have you seen everything?
I'm
have
the
you
opposite.
seen like?
Yeah.
I'm
Have
way
you
out of
watched the
BioShock.
12-hour video about like
I've
the
watched,
whole thing?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm very deep in the lore.
I'm a huge fan.
She's a little bitch compared to how powerful she is in the lore. Like, gameplay wise, she's a pussy compared to how cool she is in the lore. It's like what you call it, the Scarlet Witch level of power.
Yeah, they had to nerf her because otherwise her power just
It's
would
crazy.
make the game unfair.
I'm so glad someone else likes BioShock lore, because it's so good. It's like,
I'm
it's
sitting
so
here waiting for
amazing.
number 4.
Maybe
Yeah.
I should set some time aside, just power through them all, because I tried to play them. I just didn't really care for them. They didn't hook me.
Dude, you gotta play through number 1. Give number 1 the time.
Yeah.
Give
They're
number
on
1
Game
the
Pass. I
time.
absolutely can. Yeah. I
I'll
just
come
have 2
back
other
to
games I
streaming and
promised
raid
chat
you
that I
if you
played
play
first.
BioShock
Oh, Airman will come back to streaming if I play BioShock. You heard it here.
I seriously mean it, Devi.
Okay.
Give number 1 the time. At first, it feels like it's one type of game before you realize what it's actually doing to you. And then you'll be like, okay, I see.
I do already have a
see
lot
why
of
this is-
spoilers, but
Even with the spoilers, I'm gonna guess you know the big one.
yeah. Would you
the-
kindly?
Would you kindly? Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the coolest twists in gaming. I really rate how awesome that was. Give it the time. Even knowing that, you would still have an immense amount of fun. And then number 2 is just, I don't think story-wise it's as good, but combat-wise, it just amps it up to a level fucking.
I liked the
should-
atmosphere a
shouldn't-
lot
It's
more in
slept on.
Infinite.
BioShock 2 was more about Rapture than the story itself.
Yes, it was. It wasn't. Number 1's about Andrew Ryan. Number 2's about Rapture.
Like,
Alright,
you
hold
playing
on, really
BioShock
quick.
2 makes you appreciate BioShock 1 more. What's
If
up?
I stream BioShock 1, Aravand will come back to streaming and raid me, and Cornelius would have me tattooed in the BioShock font on his forearm.
I know Cornelius. I know Cornelius is like us, Aravind. Absolutely fucking adores Bioshock.
Yeah, let's fucking go,
He has a
dude.
tattoo that I want to get, which is he has "Would you kindly" tattooed on his arm.
Dude, that's so
I
crazy.
misunderstood. I thought you said you would have me tattooed on you.
That'd be
I
funny.
was like, how does that make sense?
So I have a few tattoos planned, Jamie. You know the chains on the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting that tattooed as one of my
fucking sick.
first 5. Yeah, I love Booker. I love the BioShock series in general.
It
Is
pisses me off when
my
people
favorite.
shit on number 3.
Like Infinite,
Yeah.
you mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like,
I
"It's
love
not
the
in Rapture."
aesthetic.
Mm.
Yeah, the
It is
aesthetic
in
was just so
Rapture.
cool, though.
I know.
It is
People
in
don't
Rapture.
get.
People don't understand. They don't
No, I know.
think. But like okay, so
They don't want to think, man. They don't want to think.
I had one
this
problem.
is one of the reasons why fucking Michael Bay's still a director, dude.
True.
I like watching Thing blowy uppy, honestly.
Yeah,
But,
they
I have
wanna
one
do something,
problem
man.
with BioShock Infinite that every game that has this is my problem with the game, and that's they remove the weapon wheel and you can only hold 2 guns. Give me
Yeah.
my weapon wheel. I fucking love a weapon wheel. I don't care if I'm pulling an RPG out of my ass. Let me
Yeah.
do it.
I think at some point you've got to just put aside reality and realize it's a fucking video game.
Yeah.
Let us have some fun.
You can only have 2 guns. You have a shotgun and a pistol.
I kind of ride the very middle of the line with that because I'm a person who really enjoys the let's just have a fun video game, but then I'm also the kind of person that enjoys the most realistic experience I can too. I
you
find
can have
appreciation
both.
in both, yeah. So like with that specifically, like a weapon wheel, I don't know. I could go either way with it. I could go either way with that. Also, what up?
I
Brew?
think for
Thank you the raid. Welcome
BioShock,
in.
it's extremely Okay, imagine this, Debbie, because it's the closest game you've played to BioShock. Imagine Prey without a weapon wheel.
Oh God,
That's how BioShock feels without a
Yeah,
weapon
there
wheel.
you go. Yeah, it's great.
that
Yeah.
is a good reference. Yeah.
Or Dishonored.
Yeah,
As well.
Ugh.
without a weapon wheel.
I didn't play Dishonored with weapons. I just used the knife and teleported around stabbing people.
Okay, well you played it correctly then. You played Dishonored correctly. That's the.
You honored it. You honored it.
I honored Dishonored.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 100% honest. If you did,
I was thinking
anything
of
other than
Doom,
stealth-
like Cornelius. I was thinking of Doom's weapon
If
wheel.
you
Like,
did anything other than stealth and Dishonored, you were fucking wasting your experience.
yeah, that game. That's such a good stealth game.
Yeah.
Do we want to
Anyway.
do our least favorite characters now?
Why didn't you do my good characters?
Oh,
My
I thought
favorite
you said
characters.
yours was Elizabeth.
No, that
No,
was my
that
favorite.
was just an example.
My favorite
okay,
co-op,
okay.
like my favorite what you call
Yeah.
it, and
I
helping
just
NPC.
want to point out as well. I think this was a point that I was going to bring up. Then we went on a tangent. One of the reasons I think again she works so well as a side character is the relationship that she had. I'm talking about her actress. That her actress had with Troy Baker. I think there's something about Troy Baker that gives such an honest performance as a main character. I really think he manages to get the best out of his co-workers, and likewise she got the best out of him. And I think that their relationship on set is what made them have such a great relationship in game.
I went to Fan Expo 2021 recently. I think about 2 months ago, and I'm currently working on a video of me going around with like a GoPro on my chest and my head, just like of the random stuff I did. And I actually got the chance to meet Troy Baker face to face. And I actually
Nice.
asked him about his relationship with Elizabeth on set. So it's crazy you brought that up because it's going to be in my video coming up.
It's such an important dynamic.
I have some great footage of him just like geeking out about how much fun they had in the booth, and I'm excited to get that out.
Tell. You know the Easter egg where you find the guitar?
Yeah.
That was an improv recording session that they did. Just
Really? I did
Yeah.
not know that.
that they decided to put into the game. Well, like they obviously recorded a proper version for it, for the game. But he was sitting around playing guitar, and she came along and started singing.
Dang.
And they really liked that, so they stuck it into the game when you find that guitar. That's actually a moment between the actors, not the characters. And I think that
I love that.
portrays what makes Elizabeth such a great side character. And it's not. I don't think sometimes a great side character isn't expressly just the character itself. I think it's the relationship that that character has with the lead actor. I think that's super important. Not to say she's not a great actor on her own. That's not what I'm saying. But
It's just
I think-
enhanced by.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
enhanced. It's twofold, and same with Booker, is his performance is twofold because of the relationship they had. Yeah, dude, it's not the 2006. I don't know why Fox brought that up.
2007. So it's funny that he brings that up because, like, well, I mean, I guess I brought it up originally because it's constantly on my mind. But my favorite character, like, example of a character, NPC in a video game. Not like example of like the other one I was talking about. My favorite side character is Alex Yu from Prey, which is the brother of Morgan Yu, main character.
Is this your choice for favorite character this time? Because now I'm confused.
Favorite NPC. So
Okay,
favorite playable character is Doomslayer, like Doom guy. Like,
Yeah.
without a doubt, in the slightest, he is the perfect surrogate for what I want to be in a video game. And that is rip and tear. Like, that's all I want when I pull up that game, and he is the perfect representation of rip and tear. There's never any hesitation in the way his character is mounted, except for in Doom Eternal when they gave him the unicorn skin. But that's just a skin, it's not his character. But
Is Doom guy a silent pro tag?
he is, yes. Except for Doom 3,
Yeah.
we don't talk about Doom 3.
Yeah.
But my
Doom 3 is
favorite,
like an okay game though, but like.
no, it's fucking awful. Go watch my
Really?
Doom video about it, yeah.
Okay.
But my favorite character overall, like perfect example of like Academy Award winning character, is the world from Divinity Original Sin. Like, just the world in general. I think it's the perfect character in
Wow.
every capacity.
2 specifically, right?
Yes, 2. Sorry,
Yeah.
not original.
Fucking deep,
I-
bro.
I-
Fucking deep.
For those who don't know, when I very first started streaming, it was only a couple months in. Also, my webcams just started flickering like an hour in. I don't know. It didn't do it all day until now. I don't know what's going
It's
on.
tired.
It's tired. When I very first started streaming, Aravand, Baldy, Brainylicious, and myself started a playthrough of Divinity Original Sin 2, which took 96 hours of Twitch stream content.
Yeah.
And 4 months.
And
to
4
finish.
months.
Yeah, which
And
is
I thought
literally wild
Aravand
because
was gonna
I
hate
bet
it.
y'all were still playing it.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right, so with that, then, I mean, that game is like a whole other thing in itself. That shit's ridiculous. Divinity Original Sin 2 is an absolutely fantastic game. If you haven't checked out Divinity Original Sin 2 chat, you absolutely should. It's incredible. You need like 3 people to play it with, and also you'll probably need to hire someone to handle scheduling for you to play it consistently and properly. But it's a really good time. So, do we want to do least favorites now then? Or do we want to come back to that? We want to stick to best and then go to worst?
Does anyone else have to say anything else about their best?
Well, I think it's
gonna
about
go
like
main
best
character.
NPCs. Yeah.
I'm gonna try something
but-
weird too.
I'm good. The only other like I would like to say honorable mention best like main character would be like Lee from Walking Dead. Like the Walking Dead Telltale series. I think it's like such a good character and just in
I really
general.
like his portrayal of Lee. I think he's very human.
All right,
Agreed.
I'm
And
gonna
I
try
really
something.
like when story games like that do a really natural character, not someone that's trying to be more than what they are. It's just Lee is a guy. He makes mistakes.
Yep.
Like he ain't a perfect dude. I like when they do that. What are we trying here?
I'm just gonna use my webcam in OBS and see if that doesn't flicker, because I don't know why my camera is just deciding to flicker on and off at random whenever we do the podcast only.
Yeah, weird.
Also, I thought of something else yesterday that I didn't know how to bring up, so I'm just gonna bring it up now.
Jeez.
How do we talk about our favorite characters that aren't part of a story?
It moved Aravand.
For instance, mine would be Reinhardt, and yours might be fucking Wukong or Master Yi or some shit. I don't know what characters you play in League, honestly. But like, how do we talk about our favorite characters that don't exist in a story, technically? Even though, you know, there's a story.
Come on.
Malphite, big rock
There we
man. Big mountain man, that's all it is.
I would just want to be Reinhardt. Like, I want to be him. Like, in real life. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cosplay.
I think that was
Heavy.
kind of like one of the questions originally when we were like debating how we were gonna go about talking this was like characters who aren't necessarily part of the like a story necessarily, but are also still just like really good characters. I think a lot of that has to do with like design wise, like how they look,
This broke
and like
everything.
I think that's kind of what you have to go based on.
Yeah.
I
So,
think
yeah.
Reinhardt's a solid choice.
I mean, we're both Reinhardt mains, so I guess we're a bit
Yeah.
biased, but for the most part.
Big beefy hammer man.
And while we're having technical difficulties and
Yep.
Reinhardt's on the topic, huge gigantic Overwatch news. For those of you who haven't heard, Overwatch is getting released in like an early beta type thing, free to play October 4th, 2022.
True.
Overwatch is going to be free to play, and that's like the small thing. They're talking about the new healer Fox character and the new Junkertown Queen DPS character, and that's great and everything, but no one's talking about how huge of a deal Overwatch going free to play is.
Absolutely free to play as well, except for the story mode, which I feel like most of the people who play Overwatch don't really care about unless you're like extremely into the game already.
And I very am, so I don't care how much it costs. If it's $100 campaign, I'm buying it. I don't care if I'm a cuck to Blizzard. I fucking love Overwatch. But
Look,
I'm excited for
sometimes,
that.
again, I've said this multiple times on this podcast. I'm a big like separate art from artists type person. There is a limit to that, obviously.
Yeah,
when someone does
absolutely.
something so atrocious that you can never forgive them. But like, Blizzard's pretty fucking close. I'm gonna be real, and I'm already at the point where I didn't plan on buying Overwatch 2's like single player anyway. But now, if someone asks me to buy it, I'm gonna be pretty hesitant on that.
Yeah. I just like how clear the future of Overwatch is now, because so many people were like, what is it? You know, because
It
there's
seemed
like
like
the
even the
Overwatch 2
devs
title and
didn't know.
everything. I mean, when you have the, what are they called? Activision. When you have Activision looming over you, you just have to make decisions. Like snap. So that kind of sucks.
I don't know if
The
I'd
future
use,
is cheaters.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd use the word clear. I think the MOBA shooter. I just don't think it works well.
MOBA shooter?
Yeah, well, that's essentially what I know people call it a hero shooter,
Mhm.
right? But now with the 5v5 like aspect of it, and it's like tank, healer, DPS, right? That pretty much is like a MOBA. It's like League of Legends, right? And it was already kind of, the Overwatch was already kind of a MOBA in itself. I don't know. I feel like this is patchwork. I think in a year's time, Overwatch will be back where it was.
You think so? Like back to 6v6, or what do you mean by back where it was?
No. Back where it was is in like a struggling player base. Because I think that the player bases that they're competing with, namely like other MOBAs and other shooters, they ride the middle ground, and I don't think they'll ever be as successful as like your Fortnites or your League of Legends or your Dotas or your Warzones. It's just my opinion. I'm not omniscient. But just based off how other games of the similar genre have gone, I think if Team Fortress 2 can't stand up at this point, I don't think Overwatch has much of a shot.
Well, Team Fortress 2 stopped getting updates, right?
Yeah,
Because the only real competitor with Team Fortress 2, realistically, is Valorant, because it's the only one that's new. It's the only one that's promoted by a AAA studio, and it's the only one that's constantly updated. And I feel like Valorant's done really well for itself. Well, Overwatch wasn't updated for 2.5 years, so it was stagnant. Inherently, I mean, literally stagnant. So we were just kind of waiting for that. So I think that, of course, it's just an opinion.
What
But
do you mean by
I think we have to
updated?
wait.
Like, do you mean like, guessing you're not counting new characters as updated?
Well, characters are the entire game, so that is an update. Like every character you add changes the game.
They were adding new characters, weren't they?
Overwatch
The last
has
2.5
had
years,
no. The
2.5
last
years
character
since they
they
had
added
Sigma.
was
Really?
Echo,
Yeah.
and it's been a long time since.
Oh yeah,
then.
Echo. My bad, not Sigma.
Okay.
All right, I'm very sorry. I've been extremely distracted getting things fixed
Yeah, like-
up for a minute.
Take your
The
time.
reason Overwatch wasn't being updated was because they were working on Overwatch 2, and everyone was like so confused of why that was happening. And then all of a sudden, Activision Blizzard merger happens. You go, oh, okay, that makes sense. All this
Yeah.
behind the scenes shit was happening because money, basically. And it wasn't because the Overwatch devs gave up or because they lost passion or something. It's just they were halted by the iron fist that is Activision. So right now I'm holding and I'm waiting with bated breath on what they're going to be able to do, because I've seen what Overwatch was in the past. And I kind of see what it was recently. I don't know if you played the Overwatch 2 beta, but it felt like Overwatch was in the beginning. Like it felt alive and breathing, and they were not afraid to change
I had a lot of people complaining about it.
about
Overwatch
like
2?
the beta.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I heard a lot of people saying that they really like. There was a lot of like Overwatch purists that didn't like the 5v5.
Yeah, I can see boomers like having that mentality, but like for the most
Yeah.
part, 5v5 is so much more balanced, objectively. Like not even.
It is
Personally.
objectively an easier game to balance.
I've been
Yeah.
telling everybody, okay, so I hit a point of spiraling depression back in like 2016, 2017, and just basically buried myself in Overwatch for like 6 months until I hit Master, and then I quit like the day I hit Master. And as someone who has, I would say that's a decent amount of Overwatch experience. I feel like I have some pull in my opinion in Overwatch.
Yep.
When I played the Overwatch 2 beta, I was like, I literally cannot play Overwatch 1 again. Like, it's so much better than Overwatch 1 in every way, I feel, that I
I'm
cannot
so glad
enjoy
I'm not alone.
Overwatch 1 again.
I have opened the Blizzard launcher, stared at the Overwatch launch button, and I go, I can't. It's not Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
I'd like right now, Overwatch doesn't exist for me. I'm waiting for October 4th for the release of Overwatch to come back.
Shame I didn't get top 500, huh, Cornelius? It's just an absolute shame. That probably would have been it. That would have cured my depression, I bet.
Yeah.
No, that's only if you get rank 1. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
That's the pill. That's the pill to cure depression. You have to hit rank 1 in any game, any video game.
I think that's the opposite. I think that's the pill you take when you realize.
Yeah, true. Because Baldy was rank 1 in Cookie Clicker for like a day. So
That is true. It was a couple weeks. It was a couple weeks. Let's be fair.
yeah, true.
Rank
Maybe it was a
one
choice of
cookie
gamer.
clicker.
He had
It
the
was.
number
He had the
one.
world record.
That is the most baldy shit I've ever fucking heard.
There we go. Yeah, he had
It
the world
was-
record cookie clicker.
If Baldy was ever gonna have a world record on anything, of course it was fucking cookie. Should we get back onto the topic
Yeah.
while Debbie's fixing shit?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
done, I'm done. I think I've got it all
okay.
fixed up.
Did you
If,
want to
if I have
continue
anything
with?
else, it's just going to be some weird thing that pops up in our Yeah, here we go. I've got it pulled up. Look.
Oh yeah, he's number 2 now still.
Yeah.
F.
Wow.
Baldy TTV. Number
No.
2 on the
by
the
half
one
hour.
heavenly
Someone beat
chip
him by
speed
half
run.
an hour?
Yeah, donuts are great as fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
What is this ad?
Seven runners.
Oh, SoundCloud. Okay. I saw some shirtless dude and was like, what the fuck does Google think I'm looking up?
You know, they only serve those ads to people who look things that are similar. So
Yeah,
I'm
true.
very-
Yeah,
Debbie
Shirtless
likes
dude.
hot,
Look
naked,
at,
oily
look, at,
men.
look at recent runs down there with boy with depression.
Boy with
Why are you
Depression's got
playing-
3 recent runs in the past week.
Why are
Yeah,
you
what a
playing Cookie
beast.
Clicker?
That's
Look at
how
my
you know.
name.
All right, let's
Click
loop
the
back
name, bro.
around. We're gonna do our least favorite characters, the worst characters. Now let's try to make this one a bit
Yeah.
quicker because I think we have a lot of topics we can cover with
No way.
characters.
I have too many.
Oh, go, well, you got to pick one. You're second. Jamie's first.
So is this NPCs?
I still say just any character. Period. Played, not
Okay.
played. Your least favorite.
Is
What
this
you think is the
least
worst?
favorite?
For whatever reason, we didn't
Okay.
we didn't create some sort of a stringent the worst writing or the worst acting or anything. It's just however you want to quantify it.
Oh,
What is your
man,
least favorite video game
there's
character?
a lot of choices.
I know
here.
mine without a doubt. Like
Yeah,
no
if you need a
hesitation.
second, we can go to Aravan.
Okay, so no. I like. Aravan, you go. I need to quantify my answer and make sure like.
Paimon.
Oh, from Genshin
Fucking
Impact?
Paimon.
I don't know
They
anything
just-
about Genshin.
They decide. Let me spin you a tale. They decided
Have you ever heard of
that
fork scraping against a chalkboard? Because that's Paimon's voice actor.
imagine
Oh
for an
my.
unlimited hour game. Literally, there's infinite content in this game, and they're constantly updating it nonstop. And the only way you get lore. The only way you understand the story is a little squeaking baby constantly telling you every single thing that's happening over and over again, repeating it. It's like the Na'vi of 2022.
I was about to say, it sounds like fucking Zelda.
Na'vi is my least
awful.
favorite. For the
Na'vi
same
was
reason.
on my list.
For the same reason, yeah. I don't even need to
Yeah.
go into detail
Cornelius
for
started
mine.
on that same shit too.
I don't even need to go into mine. Navi's my least favorite. We can move on. We've got Paimon.
Navi was okay, if you're explaining it in a more talkative Navi,
Yeah.
Constantly.
It's a
bad.
Na'vi
And, like-
that sounds just as annoying, says more words, but you'd wish they didn't.
Devi, can you look up the English voice actor of Paimon real quick? I need
can.
Poppy to hear. I need Jamie to hear this
yeah,
because the
Oh,
Japanese,
God.
the Korean, and the Chinese voice actor for Paimon are not that bad. Honestly, I mean they're
Paimon,
bad, but they're
English
not that
Paimon.
bad. The English voice actor for Paimon is fucking insufferable. It's horrible. They just they're like,
just
hey,
gonna
can
pick
you
a
go
random-
higher pitch? And they
This is
say that
just-
for 9 hours until they get the right take.
This is just
Yeah.
a random moment of them talking to. This wasn't like hand-picked for this character being annoying.
Let's try it.
stress that out. Yeah.
Okay, this is Jiang Ling's story. So far, no talking
Potentially
at all.
minor spoilers.
No, this is the first hour of the game.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna skip forward. Okay, never mind. Paimon shows up like right here.
Alright, cool.
Shh, keep it down. I'm hunting. I've
That's
always
Jiang Ling.
heard about the wide range of ingredients you
Jiang
can
Ling
find
again.
in Mondstadt.
I couldn't stand
and it
any of
looks
the
like
English
it's
voices in
true.
this game.
Same, it's pretty bad.
No, I'm
We gotta wait
This
for
isn't,
Paimon.
this
Hold on,
isn't
hold on.
a chef
any
on a
Paimon
mission
talking.
Hold on,
to
hold
find
on.
rare and exotic ingredients
I didn't
from
cherry
all
pick
corners of the
this.
world.
I'm just
My
yelling at the
name's
person with the
Jiang
video.
Ling. I'm from Liyue Harbor. And you?
Oh my god.
Hello, my name's Paimon.
That voice. Just the whole game.
Paimon.
I guess it.
Why are you looking at me like that? What
So
an
this is the
exotic
old voice actor they
creature.
had?
Oh,
Is it
they changed
edible?
voice actors?
They changed voice actor. The old voice actress
No,
got
the
into like
last
a
time
bit of hot
Paimon
water.
is not emergency food.
Why don't you get out?
You seem like good friends.
Oh,
I have a
I'm
good
sorry.
friend too called
Sorry.
Gulba.
Okay, but you got to hear the voice. Yeah, this one doesn't sound as bad as I remember.
That's because that's the
I
old
was wondering. I
Paimon.
was like, that doesn't sound
Type
that
in
annoying to me.
new. Just put in, yeah.
Paimon new English voice. Yeah. Let's see.
There you go. It's a
no,
direct comparison.
I got
There you go.
you. I got you.
There's a
Debbie.
comparison. Where?
Yeah,
I
oh,
put
yeah.
it
The very top.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go with that. That's perfect.
Okay, I didn't. Okay.
We're off to a
Sure.
statue of the seven. Oh,
Ugh.
wow.
Old Paimon's
As
not
we
that
all
bad.
know,
Like, when I first started the
poetry
game,
and
it's bad, but
language
not that
flow
bad.
like the wind. There'll definitely be someone there who knows about your brother. Wow, what is that? It's headed towards the heart of the forest. We must proceed with caution. We're not looking
She
for
wasn't very
trouble.
skilled.
That sounded so fake.
I just can't
These
stand her
creatures don't seem like the type
constantly
to set up
talking.
camp so close
Yeah,
to cities
and it's like
this.
the main character talks maybe.
Hi, kid.
Okay, this
Oh,
Paimon learned it from Chief Mate Juza. Time to pull out all the stops. Show
Yeah.
everyone why you're the best. This is an adventurer we befriended in Mondstadt. Yeah, take it as a compliment. Paimon
what
kinda
in
expected
the
it to be
fuck?
snazzier.
This is like the main character that with
Why
the
does it look
most
like
voice
he's got
lines in the
freaking
game.
Diaper on?
Everyone says she's wearing a diaper, dude. Everyone thinks she's wearing a. She's totally wearing a.
Definitely wearing a fucking diaper.
It's an actual poop-filled diaper, bro. What the fuck? I can say for a fact that I will never play Genshin.
Understandable.
Fox, it's because of waifus. People play this game because of waifus. There's literally no other reason.
No, it's
Yeah,
because it's
Everything,
really fucking
every
fun.
single thing that Genshin does, another game does better, but Genshin has good waifus.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Wait, so what games? What games have swap out combos, like swap out combat like that?
I mean, I can think of
Devil May Cry.
yeah, Devil May Cry perfectly. Yeah, Devil May Cry
Yeah.
5, amazing.
You
I
can
hate
swap
Devil
out
May
like
Cry.
different characters that do different
Not
things.
different characters, but what happens is you have okay, to put it so you have Team Ninja's version of the Devil May Cry, right?
Right.
Team Ninja's version of Devil May Cry. Every single so you have your your 4 shoulder buttons.
Mhm.
Each of those 4 shoulder buttons is attached to a different weapon, and by pushing down left bumper, you use one weapon. By pushing down right bumper, you use a different weapon. By pushing down left trigger, so you can perfectly swap between all these weapons that you have mid combo, and it essentially functions similarly as what Genshin would do with its character switching. So you're switching between weapons and fighting styles in the middle of combat. It does it flawlessly to perfection, dude, and it is one of the best.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah, that's why I play Genshin. I like from the very beginning. I've loved that quick swap gameplay to the point where I like want to develop a game around it. The problem is there's none with like lives. There's no live service games that have that.
You should play Team Ninja's Devil May Cry.
I've never played Devil May Cry. I'll try it out.
Right?
Play them all. If you've never played Devil May Cry, play them all.
Team Ninjas is the one that's DMC Devil May Cry, right? That's the one with the little short black-haired Dante? Okay.
The one that gets the worst rap in video game history. I do not get it.
Honestly, 5's good. 5's not bad. I just hate V. There's just one character that I just hate V, dude.
Yeah, V was... Yeah. Look, V's...
All right.
Dragon.
We talked about Navi. We talked about we talked about Paimon.
Can I get mine in?
Yeah, let's go.
I have a character that literally ruins the game they're in. I think the game is objectively worse for the fact that they're in it, and because of that, it's looked at as one of the less good of the entire like series of games, and there's like nearly 60 games.
Okay.
And that's Final Fantasy 12. And that's both of the main characters, which is Vaughn and Penelo. They are, for all intents and purposes, not characters. They should not exist. They were put in the game to basically, what I think happened here, Vaughn and Penelo. So, okay,
spell those names.
Vaan.
And
they're both right there already on your thing, on your screen.
Are they? I didn't play 12.
Yeah, these two.
These two, okay.
So what happens with Vaughn and Penelo, right?
Jesus, they're so big.
Yeah. So they made Final Fantasy 12, right? And the idea of Final Fantasy 12 is it's pretty much Star Wars, right? You have an empirical like, what do you call it?
Government.
Armies. Yeah, government is taking over like land after land after land, and they're in war with another continent, right? And in the middle, you have a place called Damascus, and Damascus was the war center for one of like the major conflicts that was inevitably taken over by the Empire. You have these two. These two are just these fucking like slum rat kids that, like, you know, they thieve and pickpocket, and they're orphans because of the war and shit. But I think what happened here is they were a last minute decision to make the game more appealing to a younger audience. When I think the main character was originally meant to be this guy called Balthier. And Balthier is basically Han Solo, right? He's a super charismatic sky captain. Really fucking, all of his dialogue's great. Voice acting is perfect. He's super fucking cool, right? But I think what happened was, because this game is aimed at teenagers, I think they felt as though not having teenage characters made it less appealing to a teenage demographic. And so they shoehorned in these fucking two. Now, you should check out their voice acting in English.
Sure. These two characters?
Yeah. So Vaughn and Penelo voice acting is just fucking miserable.
Well, here's a 2-hour video about whether or not they belong in the story.
Yeah, there you go.
I think further proving his point there a little bit, maybe.
All right, let's see. God, Final Fantasy has such good music, though.
This game is no exception.
Hating the
All
Empire,
the characters in this
getting
game, by the way,
revenge, that's all I ever thought about.
Except for these two.
But I never did anything about it. I mean,
And they're the main
I realized there was
characters?
nothing I could do.
They are the main characters by name.
It made me feel hollow.
By
Oh, well.
name alone.
And then I'd miss my brother.
Sounds
If you
so
play
like
Final Fantasy
the
12,
gain is so
Dude,
high on the
Why
microphone.
is he so
What the
muffled?
fuck?
They're like this close to the mic, but it's crazy high gain, so they're just whispering.
They learned the Marquis trafficked with the likes of you.
this is
Agents
Balthier.
masquerading as
is
guides, a
Balthier?
hideout at the back of a tavern.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Not exactly earning high marks for originality, are we? Incidentally,
It sounds like
what
Star
is the
Wars
going rate for
microphones.
rescuing princesses?
All right, maybe this is
They were very
Fran.
much trying to make a Star Wars story here.
Oh, okay. That.
Then it's settled.
Good
We
job.
should leave before the Marquis realizes she's missing.
Maybe this is the right character. Trying to find her.
No, that's Ash.
Okay,
Again. That's basically Leia.
I'm going to retrieve.
I don't know if they've got Penelope. Did they just forget about Penelope? Oh, here she is.
Okay, here she is. Okay.
Oh.
Ugh.
Hadn't even
I
started
thought
yet.
that this money was the people of Dalmasca's property. The Imperials stole it
Dalmascus?
from us, so it's only fair that we take it back. It's our duty as Dalmascans.
You said
Well,
Damascus.
wasn't that what you said?
It sounds
And
like
Vaughn
she said
tried to stay out of
dumbass.
trouble.
I really
me?
believe that these two voice
I don't know
actors
what I'd do
were just
if
people
you weren't
last
here.
minute,
If something happened to
and
you,
these characters in general were shoehorned in.
It's very
Like,
Shenmue.
Okay?
Yeah,
that's
it
what
does
I
feel very
wanted to
Shenmue.
hear.
Whereas all the other characters
See you
are very
later.
well voice acted, very defined as characters. They have a reason, and purpose, and intent. They have the only reason these two characters exist is because Vaughn wants to be a sky pirate. That's it. That's his entire reason for being. You got Balthier, who's kind of he's tagged along and kind of thrown into the conflict, very Han Solo style, because you know he happens across the princess and he wants to get lots of money from the job. You've got like the disgraced captain who's trying to reclaim his name after he was framed for killing the king. You've got all these characters that have like a reason to be in the story, and then Pinello and fucking Vaughn are like, we just want to be sky pirate. Fucking, it's really annoying. I hate them, and they are the worst characters.
So they're extremely one-dimensional, like the entire time.
They are so one-dimensional. And even worse is the game then tries to make them less one-dimensional by having them have these moments where it's like, man, thinking about the adventure we've been on, man, such an adventure. Crazy, right? Yeah.
It's about the friends we made along the way.
Oh god, I fucking ugh.
All right, I'm too eager to hear about Chunk's least favorite characters now that he said he has too
Alright.
many options.
I've narrowed it down to a list of a few, but I'm gonna just do some
Jesus.
honorable
List.
list. Look. There was look. Okay, so
Chunk
First
goes,
one.
Best character? Oh god, that's hard. Worst
Yeah.
character? Let me
Timo.
get out the
there's
Word
so many
document.
fucking bad characters out there, like design-wise. Dude, all right. Number one of the honorable mentions there is Elise from Sonic the Hedgehog. If you don't know who that is, it's a real-life human girl that was made to make out with Sonic at the end of one of the games. That was literally used as like a Princess Peach character.
Make out?
That literally you would show up. Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the ending of the game.
You send a video?
Is that? Hold on. Yeah, let me look up the clip.
I'm not looking up the making out Sonic video.
I say make out. It's like a Sleeping Beauty, like them going and kissing thing, but it was still such a fucking weird.
I want to watch Remember the Six.
Can I watch Sonic kiss things, please?
Yeah,
Can we have a
of
Sonic
course.
kissing compilation?
Who would I be if I didn't like
Are you actually? I'm not gonna play this.
No, why not? No, it's too late. I'm sending it to you.
Okay, well I
Like,
can't
why-
click on Discord, so I'll just look it up. Sonic
okay.
kissing Alice, right? Is
Elise.
that Elise?
Oh no.
How do you spell
That's the singer.
Elise?
Yeah,
Oh
anyway,
no,
that's fine.
there it is right
Which
there.
one? This one?
Yep, the top one.
The top one. Okay.
One that says kissing.
All right. Chat, if you're under 18, look away.
Look away.
Who's
you
the
can't-
Chaos
please kiss.
Emeralds?
And I got my dick out. I'm ready for this.
That's just a girl.
Gems of miracles, please.
Can you imagine a universe where hedgehogs were like bipedal and like short humans?
I don't know, but Chunk wants to live there.
Dude, hey, that's the dream, baby. If Bidoof starts walking around like that, game over.
Chunk wants to be
I don't know what
Elise
I'm
in
gonna
this
do.
scene.
Oh, if only, dude. I'd fucking smooch Sonic.
Wait,
There's a very different fan version of this scene.
the blue shit on his head is his hair?
It's my time to return.
Yeah, basically.
I
It's supposed to be
don't know.
spine. It's supposed to be like
Because
spine.
when he was picked up, it was like,
Please.
Yeah,
Like, it,
it's
like,
very.
flowed
They do the physics different in every game. Sometimes they're like stiff, sometimes they're like fluid.
To me,
It just.
to us.
Don't do
Something
it!
come back.
Don't do
I'll
it!
give you- something can give you a hand job.
Bring it in!
Oh my god.
Who's this?
Okay, but I don't know if that was a.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
And
what
it's
is
Sonic and
happening?
Super Saiyan. What is happening?
I know.
I clearly don't know enough
Okay.
He
about
just
Sonic
goes
lore.
Super Saiyan from making out with some random.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what the chaos.
This is what every incel thinks will happen when they finally have sex.
There you go, chat.
It kind of is what
First of all,
happens
Bobby,
though.
I guess.
it's not. Second of all, yeah. So it gets worse. Is later on at the end of the game, it also there's like a scene of like them running through a field together, and she's like, "Stop! I can't run that fast." He's like, "Just put your head up and run forward." And it's like they're a couple. It's weird. That's why she's an awful character. She's literally uses a plot device to literally just go from one thing to the next because she keeps getting recaptured over and over and over again. Second honorable mention is Oddjob from GoldenEye, and that's simply just because of a design perspective. So Oddjob was literally made too short in the game. In a game for the N64, where like you know how the mechanics work in GoldenEye, you had to stop and then you could aim.
Yeah.
Like that's how it just worked. He was made too short to auto aim at people whenever you go down the hallways. So you would literally have to stop your character every time you ran into him, aim down, and he would just blast you. There was literally no way around it, and you would just get fucked.
Yeah, if you played Oddjob, you were a piece of shit.
I never had that issue because all my friends we all just played Oddjob, so it was all even.
Yeah, but that's fair then. That's all fair in love and war.
Pro
then, baby.
strats, dude.
I think my Navi-esque character that I had for this list was the Adoring Fan from Oblivion.
Ooh.
If y'all remember that guy, the guy with like the super like bright flaming hair that followed you outside the.
I love him.
100% of the time that I got that follower, I would go up to Bruma, the northern town.
Yeah, there
And I
you
would
go.
take him to the top of the mountain, and I would
Tell him to go
yeet
back.
him the fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you don't even have to yeet him. You
Oh,
can
I
literally
like
tell him. You can tell him to go back to the Coliseum, and he'll walk off the mountain. He'll take the shortest path back to the Coliseum, and there are videos of people doing that where they just tell him to go home, and he just goes and just like dive bombs off the cliff.
Amazing.
It's so fucking fun.
That's
I
called
gotta look
parkour,
that
by
up,
the way.
actually.
The fastest way from point A to point B.
Last, yeah, you gotta look it up.
Let me see if I can find a video of someone sitting him off a mountain.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck is Eddie Gordo?
Eddie
I think
Gordo,
that one-
that's the
what if I
Tekken
kill
guy
you?
that does
I'm gonna
the,
do this one.
It does the
I think this is the one I was talking about specifically.
Is
Is there something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Back rub, perhaps?
Why does he look like Sonic after he got a hand job?
It was
He
just
just
a
got kissed by
kiss,
that girl.
first off. It wasn't a hand job.
Around the arena grounds, if
Same
you need
thing.
someone to worship the ground you walk on, buy.
Classic Bethesda. Bethesda has
The
never
4
changed.
pixel ragdoll.
Bethesda
Oh,
has
dude.
never changed.
It's so good, and he's such an annoying piece. I hated him as a character. I never like every time he'd come up to me, I'm like, just sit here, and he'd wait through pouring rain, storms, and everything. I'd just be like, he's still there. He's dedicated, if nothing else. But next and last honorable mention I have is Ben from The Walking Dead. If you know who that is, that's literally the dude who fucks every single thing up ever like
The
touched
guy in
in
the
that
hat,
game.
like the trucker hat.
No, that's Kenny.
Oh shit.
Ben
Okay.
is the kid that you save in like the second part of the first season, where it's like he's getting chased through the woods. You like basically like one of his friends gets stuck in like a bear trap or something, and you have to like leave the guy, and you have to choose like to put him down or not. Either way, he joins your group. First time, he basically starts like giving your supplies to people that are nearby, like bandits. And so you're slowly, like, everyone's paranoid thinking that people are stealing from, like, your supply thing. And so he's, like, super pissed about it, and you're, like, trying to investigate all this stuff. And he's like, I thought it was the right thing to do, I'm sorry. And then later on, it turns out because he did that, he got, Kenny's kid bit by a zombie, or indirectly led to that. So Kenny fucking hated him. Then he has, like, a whole midlife crisis, he's like, I should tell Kenny about this. You're like, hey, don't do that. Kenny's gonna fucking kill you. Keep it to yourself.
I think I was in
And
your
then when
stream
you're
for
in the-
that conversation.
Yeah, there's literally a point where you're in the middle of getting like swarmed by zombies in like it's like a school
It's like
or
a
a hospital
school.
or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Yeah. And literally he goes, by the way, Kenny, I was the reason that all happened. While all this other shit's going on. And so Kenny's like about to fucking kill him and everything's going wrong and everyone's popping off. And you're like, I don't have time for this, Ben. And then we got to the end and I had the choice to let him go and drop him and like kill him. And then all my chat was like, no, save him. Save Ben. And I've never wanted to drop a motherfucker faster in my life than I did in that moment. Anyway, basically all the problems that happen in that game revolve around that kid. And it's insane.
Isn't that
So
that's kind of like the point of the character though? Like, is like
I agree. I just don't like it when they use only one character to do that. It feels like a lazy way to use one single character for a game that's so story driven. You should be able to split it up and have everybody's different personalities intertwined to different scenarios that cause different conflicts.
Everyone causes different problems for different reasons, as opposed to one character just being an utter piece of shit.
I think that being able to hate a character is also a skill in its own way, though. Like, well, not like being able to, but like making a character very hateable. It can be hard because if you're so evil, it's funny, you know. Like if the first thing you do is walk onto screen and step on a kitten, you're just like,
it's like Sideshow Bob levels of shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're just like instantly evil. So like to make a character that you like hate, but still like kind of want around is like so, who brought it up earlier? I think it was Arbiter. I don't know if they were trying to say the best or the worst, but they mentioned the Calypso twins. I don't know if you guys ever played Borderlands 3.
Oh yeah, I know the Calypso twins. Yeah.
Those guys were fucking insufferable. Like I couldn't stand them.
They won you over with hate through annoyance.
Yeah,
and
like
even worse is they're following up Handsome Jack, which is arguably probably one of the greatest villains ever made in a video game.
Like period. Just
if you guys didn't see, I plan
I would
on
say
bringing
he's
up
the
a
best.
whole
Like
villain
no contest.
He's one of those characters that's so evil that it's funny, but because it's funny, it makes him more evil.
Yeah, and then you play Tales of the Borderlands.
They 360 it. Tales of the Borderlands is so good. No one ever talks about it when they talk about this.
I still think the best video game scene of all time is that finger gun scene. That scene is perfection.
So cool.
Oh my fucking
I've killed someone with finger guns in D&D before.
Understand.
Yeah.
I know so many people that play through the Telltale games, but they're like, oh, I don't play Borderlands, so I just skip Tales from the Borderlands. I'm like, it's cool. I guess you just skip the best one.
The best one. Play it on iPad.
Literally
it's amazing
the
on
best
iPad. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's
I've
like the best on
never heard
iPad.
anyone ever say, play it on iPad. It's better on iPad. Those words have never come out of anyone's mouth ever.
It's because like Tales is just like it's a game where you just want to fucking lay back and chill, like in like the couch or something. It's a big enough screen. All of the controls are touch, which is like it really works for the series. I think it's best on iPad.
And it just has some seriously iconic scenes, like the arena. The arena scene is so
the racing,
awesome. So cool, dude. There's so many great set pieces in that.
I wanted to bring up an honorable mention as well for my least favorite.
Go for it.
Resetti from Animal Crossing.
I had Resetti on here.
So when I brought this up, it was because someone else, when I asked them for their least favorite character, brought up Tom Nook. And I was like, at least Tom Nook has like some personality. Whereas Resetti is just a mole who will yell at you for 30 minutes because you turned your game off.
My my friendo Cardboard Cowboy actually did a song with T-Pain about Tom Nook.
Really?
Not even kidding. Yeah, Cardboard Cowboy, great streamer, good dude. Did a song with T-Pain about Tom Nook in Animal Crossing.
That's incredible.
It's actually got a video clip and everything. It's really good.
That's pretty sick.
Anyway, I just want to mention my last one real quick and then we'll end it. Basically, Ashley from Mass Effect.
Oh, yeah. Everyone killed Ashley, I feel like.
Yeah. I feel like if y'all don't know who that is, if y'all played Mass Effect, I could think Debbie has, right?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
I played them all, yeah.
Poppy? Okay.
Yeah.
I played them all a long time ago. I don't remember.
I liked the green ending.
Yeah, okay. We can get into that.
I was more of a blue ending kind of guy.
Yeah, I just
You seem like a red ending
really
kind of
made my
guy.
eyes pop
It surprised me too. I know.
That game, yeah, number 3 is the reason I don't like that series.
Yep.
That's fair.
Andromeda.
I get that.
Andromeda just is the
That's
the
its own
shit-
separate,
the-
like,
the-
shitty thing.
the
That's
sloppy
nearly a
shit on the
slur.
diarrhea cake.
Like saying Andromeda is nearly like saying a gaming. It's like the gaming N word.
Yeah,
It's so bad, dude.
I'd argue that the gaming N word is the N word, but
Yeah.
I guess I played a lot of Counter Strike.
Oh my god. But anyway, Ashley, racist, and it's not even the fact that she's racist. Like, you can, like, have, like, a person that's racist and build, like, character development or whatever off of it. But it's the fact that she's like, I hate aliens. And then they never talk about it. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. That's just kind of there. It just kind of, like, persists through the whole series.
I like racism if it's done well. Like,
Oh, can we get a caption of that?
Mods, can we get a exclamation point racism and attribute it to Arabic?
Wow.
I was
like
going
racism
to
if
say,
it's done
What a
well.
quote.
I
Look,
was
if you're
going
gonna be
to,
racist, follow through.
I was going to say like Zarya from Overwatch, and how she's racist against the Omnics because she fought in a war with them her whole life. So like something like that is understandable, and how they develop her character around that and her getting over that form of racism, I think that's really cool. But yes, I started that sentence off kind of rough.
Hey, look, we both have a command now. Mine's
Yeah, true. Now Chunk has to say something weird.
Nah, hell that.
All right, I
I
have a fun conversation topic. I couldn't stop thinking about this for the entire time I was thinking up best and worst characters. Is Mario a good character?
Yes.
Story-wise, no. Gameplay-wise, yes.
Yeah.
Why? What does Mario do that anyone else couldn't do?
Why does... Okay, let me pose that in a different way.
Sure.
Why does it need to be anyone else?
I think Luigi fills the exact same space, but has 2 times more personality despite not having any... like, neither of them have dialogue. For most
Maybe that's
games.
why. Maybe that's why he's...
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have any personality. Maybe that's why he's better.
Just base self-insert.
Exactly.
I don't even know if you're meant to self-insert Mario.
I think the fact that Luigi has a good personality makes him a better NPC.
Mario is French fries, Luigi's onion rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
I
you
still
know,
don't-
you just get to say yeah to that and act like it
Yeah,
meant
it
something
makes
like
sense.
you're like no, that's profound.
Yeah,
I get
he's
it.
100% right. Why are you booing him? He's right.
It would have made
I'm
more
not-
sense.
I'm not booing him.
Look-
I'm just saying, what
No,
explanation?
Chunk, hold on.
Whatever you say, Biggle Diggle do over there.
Chunk, it would have made more sense. He just missed his opportunity. He should have said Mario is French fries, Luigi is onion rings, Sun Tzu. If you attributed the quote to Sun Tzu, it would have been fine, but
No, it's good,
he
yeah.
missed his opportunity.
Mario's French fries, Luigi's racism done right.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Now we done it.
I
my
don't think
God.
Mario's a good character.
I'm with you. I think I agree with you, Debbie.
Did no one watch the Super Mario Super Show? What the fuck is the Super,
The Super Mario
Super
Super
Show?
Show!
I
What
did,
the
and it's
fuck
awful.
is that?
It's actually.
You never saw the
Have you-
Super Mario Super... Oh,
My God, dude.
it's a fucking treat.
Mario. Dun, 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 dun.
And remember,
God.
if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
He died.
I agree with
Dude.
Arbiter. Kirby has more personality than Mario, and Kirby can't even talk.
Dude, I was about to bring up. This is why I think
Why
Sonic
does he need
thought.
personality? This is so weird.
That's
I'm so
character.
confused.
Super
No,
Mario's
it's
just pimp.
not. No, it's not. It doesn't, like, okay. Dude, please. That's, okay. You do not need character in everything. You don't need a personality in everything.
But when we're discussing
is
character,
so-
you do need character.
Not necessarily, no. Like, okay, then Fallout 3 is the worst. My opinion's just wrong.
No,
Well, I
because
mean,
there's.
I would
are the
agree
character
with
in
that.
that sense,
I
right?
don't think a
But-
self-insert blank character is a good character. I think it's
Why?
that puts it
Why?
up to your imagination, and that means that the
Correct.
developers did
No,
not
man, I don't
write
agree
the
with you.
character, so they did not make a good character.
No,
They just
yeah, no,
allowed
I
you to make a
disagree.
character.
I disagree. I think they made a character that works absolutely perfectly in an RPG element. You don't need to have a fleshed out character with a fucking, I don't need to know whether canonically he's fucking circumcised. I don't need to know, whether he's Jewish or fucking.
You're not a good character if you're
born in
circumcised. I feel like
Cairo or
that's.
fucking.
I think-
you don't need to know these things.
What?
The guy just what they fucking jumps, Debbie. What do you want from him?
You need a
That's
hint
only
of what a
done
character
well.
is. When you play Doomslayer, he's just like, oh, I'm gonna, it's just, you just
Yeah,
kill
Doomslayer
stuff.
guy's angry. What a shit character.
He's angry. Like
more
Super
than
Mario. is-
Mario.
Imagine if Mario was like, oh, every time he jumps, like it was like,
What's
hey,
wrong, Mario? I'm a depressed Luigi.
oh, too many mushrooms.
Ah.
It's like no, He's fun.
I've
Like
been
he's,
there
he's
thinking
a
about
fun
all of the
character.
Goomba I've killed. Am I the bad guy, Luigi?
I'm
Just
glad we
so-
agree,
no,
Chuck.
no, dissonance in
Here's
Mario.
the thing. There is a way to have a silent protagonist and still also have character in that. I don't necessarily think you're wrong, Poppy. I think Fallout 3 is a great example of a character. I think Mario is such like a shitty, like they put the least amount of effort into personality there is, enough to where I can't be like, oh yes, I too. I fucking like Sonic. What do you mean?
You like Sonic? That guy's
Yes, I like Sonic.
personality changes
Okay,
every week.
go back to the
He's a
old like
bipolar.
Sega Genesis version. No. The old Sega Genesis version of Sonic, where literally he doesn't say anything, he makes any sounds, nothing. But whenever you sit there for too long, he taps his fucking foot. That's such a small detail that's
We need to
overlooked.
collect the Chaos Gems. Why do we need to collect them, Sonic? Because it'll
gonna
save the
collect 'em.
world.
You still put it in my mouth.
I need to do as many shrooms as possible. Why do you need to do all the
Oh my
shrooms so I can kill the
God.
turtle, bro?
You don't need a character in a game where the guy jumps. So he does.
Okay.
Also, that Kirby argument's stupid. Kirby's a literal god slayer, so
True.
that's a whole
True.
different. That's a whole different bag of
You
worms.
replace Mario with a traffic cone then, if that's what we
Yeah,
don't
I think
need
Mario
anything.
does what is necessary, but I agree. Mario could have been a PNG of a traffic cone. He'd be exactly the same character.
See, I don't agree. You know why?
A traffic cone can't jump.
It can if we make it jump in a video game.
That and a hat in time.
Not
exists.
everything has to make sense, Poppy.
A
It's
Hat
a
in
video game.
Time.
It's fun,
A
okay?
Hat in Time
We
is
talked
The
about it.
game A Hat in Time exists, and that is proof that Mario's a good character.
What?
Yep.
Because you could have the exact same argument about the little girl in Hat in Time.
No, she has way
correct.
more personality.
And there you go. How
Why?
so?
Why?
How? Why?
How?
Why?
Facial expressions, the way she interacts
Oh
with
my
NPCs.
God.
Has
Oh
Mario
my
never made a
God, bro.
facial
So I
expression?
honestly can't say here.
I'm sticking to my guns here.
She's got so much personality. She smiled once.
There's an evil version of her, therefore she has personality.
Yeah, that was my argument. Yeah, no, I just think that Mario is he's entirely a blank slate. We have all agreed to this, so you can't suddenly turn around and be like, no,
A blank
he has
slate
just
of
as
happy.
much personality. I
He's
think
like- he's
Hat
like this
Girl
happy
goes
medium.
through a
Happy.
certain number of. She doesn't just smile.
What do you want from Mario?
Anything.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's what I'm
something
saying.
besides sucking the
Oh,
shit out of
Luigi,
Princess
I'm a
Peach's
little bit
asshole
suspended
and
today.
have a personality for once.
I had the mushroom and it was a little bit off. I think I got the diarrhea. What do you want from him? What do you want? His backstory?
He literally has a
No,
backstory. He's
I
a
don't
plumber.
care about backstory. I want him to act in a way that is interesting to me, but he doesn't, so I'm
What?
not
Dude,
interested
what?
in him.
What do you? Okay,
Poppy,
please.
I'm not just gonna. Okay, go ahead.
No, please. In what circumstance would you have liked him to act differently?
Literally any. I can't.
No,
I can't.
I want you to point to I want you to point to a game. And
Sure.
I want you to point to a scene in the game and
Sure.
go, gee, it would have been nice if we had a narrative experience alongside Mario.
All right.
here."
I got you. You ready? Super Mario Bros. 1. Okay. I'm arriving at the castle to rescue the princess. I want you to be Toad. Tell me my princess is in another castle.
Your
Now-
princess is in another castle.
Whoa!
He doesn't say whoa.
I know.
No, he
said exactly
what I said.
No,
He's
it's because
stone-
he gets to
he
business.
stonewalls,
He's a
90
working
degree
Italian
turn
man.
and leaves.
He knows that he has to
You're-
get right
you're
here.
saying
He's
he's
not
a
here.
He's like, I guess she's in another castle. I guess I get
Okay,
like
let's
fucking.
get to it. I
No,
gotta
he
rescue
doesn't
my
say,
girl.
I guess she's in another castle. He
I
doesn't
gotta
say
work tomorrow.
anything.
He's a man of action.
The Hat Girl would have been like, oh, damn, emotion. Fucking
No,
Mario's
she
just
wouldn't
like,
have. She would have smiled at the camera because she's a fucking brainlet.
Mario has so many jobs. He's a plumber. He's a doctor. He's a rescuer. He has a lot going
Where
on.
does he have time for all this personality?
But, okay, Chunk just literally on stream mauled it. I witnessed
bald.
it.
He came bald.
He mauled it on stream.
Mario has more personality than Sonic ever will.
I just 100%
You're just so
disagree with
fucking
that.
wrong. You're just so fucking wrong. And I know you're gaslighting the shit out of me right now because that stupid shit
Did
in
you
your head
guys-
over there on your
Did you
face.
guys decide this before stream? Where you're like, if one of them brings up Mario, we just gotta go all fucking in.
I
Like,
think he
you can't be
decided the moment
serious.
that people said something about Sonic in chat, I immediately said fuck you to them. I think that was when he was like,
You
"All right."
actually can't be serious. Like,
Chili dog.
I'm putting it up to chat. I'm putting a chat poll. You guys control me if you want. Say that Mario has better personality.
I think that any personality at all is personality, and Mario definitely has. Serious talk here. He is a happy individual that for most of the games, especially in not Galaxy, was the newest one? Odyssey. Yes, in Odyssey, he showed a lot of like what he was, and if you
to be fair,
if you play a game like Elden Ring or something, like the main character of that, like the character you play, at the end of the game, kind of a self-insert in that capacity because it's an RPG, but like there's nothing to latch onto because you create it from the ground up. Like if you want him to have a 5-foot nose, he has it, but at the end of the day, Mario is a character. Dr. Mario exists. He's an Italian plumber. Like, even though there's not like character development or anything like that, he is a character. Although I disagree with that. I think that Sonic's has a bit more. I'm pretty sure you're gaslighting, but I'm pretty sure Sonic has more personality than Mario, just because like of the TV shows alone and the movies.
Well, no. The argument was is Sonic a better character?
No. We
Oh,
were
then
just
Mario?
saying, you said Mario had more personality than Sonic. We can go back and quote that in the VOD if we want to.
If I did, what I meant to say was Sonic is not a better character.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't
disagree
think he has more personality.
I would still disagree.
than
I
Sonic.
think he is, design-wise.
There's
no... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the only reason that I think I prefer Mario over Sonic is because all the Sonic games are shit.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So actually, I think this is why Sonic's a better character design-wise, just in general. Because having such but here's the thing. Well,
Mario looks like a man at least.
You're oversimplifying things again. So okay, anyway, look. There's no way you can have such a loyal fan base at this point in time with such a huge library of absolutely shitty games. Whereas like Mario has had hit after hit after hit after hit, and so it's like, yeah, he's gonna be a good character because he's had good games. Sonic is a well-designed character because he's still persisting all through that garbage.
I have so much to say here. So you're telling me
this is the rest of the podcast, by the way, chat.
Sonic is a better character because he has shitter games.
I'm oversimplification once again. I'm saying he's better because even despite like those obstacles and things, there are still people that love him and cling to him, and there's a reason for that love that people have, right? It's not just because whatever the fuck they're just sitting there jerking off and like, oh, this game's really good. Fucking,
I have
god,
so much to say about this. I have so much to say about this that I think might be TOS.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know if I can bring it up.
Jamie's like, man, I really think you haven't seen all the Mario porn that I've watched, so I feel like you just don't really fully grasp Mario's uncircumcised.
Okay, it's so hard to like dissect this because you can't compare them here because Mario hasn't had shit games. Like you can't be like, we don't know what the circumstances be surrounding Mario had the Mario games been shit, right? But once again, the lack of a character does not make it a bad character.
Real quick, I made a poll for Mario and Hat Kid, and the winning option was literally anybody else. So I still think that means that Mario is a shit character.
Look.
That's just personality.
I think my thing is less about Mario being a bad character and more that I think that there's so many better like Sonic Pro tags like Link, who is like far more expressive and stuff, especially in games like Wind Waker and stuff. That it's just a better character, like design wise.
Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild Link were the best.
That's so dumb because that's a story game. Like the idea of the Mario games is they're not really story based.
Paper Mario like, Thousand Year Door. That's literally an RPG where you go through a story and you're going from place to place.
He has as much personality in Thousand Year Door as Link does in like any of the fucking like Ocarina of Time or fucking.
I hard disagree with this, and that's because literally in half of the entire game, I played Paper Mario Thousand Year Door like 5 times. Literally for 99% of the game, Mario is walking around like this.
That's every Mario game, to be fair.
But here's the thing, it's especially in this one because it's like a 2D model, right? There's not like as much like arm movement or body movement or anything. And then sometimes the thing will drop out of the sky and he'll go, huh! And that's it. Link at least like has different like especially if you watch Wind Waker and you see like all the different interactions.
Style. Like they're so limited by the art style that they have.
But they have 3D things. There should be way more things that they can do with at that point. You can't say it's an art style thing. That's just saying that so shitty
makes made of fucking paper. And it's such a fucking.
Oh my god. That's one example. That's just one example, my guy.
Look, I just want to say,
Um,
Thomas said that we exist in an echo chamber because we all always agree with each other. I just wanted to point out that comment in this moment where we very at a core level. I don't think we're gonna agree on this.
No, absolutely.
I disagree with the very fact that he needs to have a personality. let
I
alone
think that's
doesn't
what
have
makes a
one.
good character. I think
disagree
a
fundamentally.
model
Okay.
that you control to move around does not need a personality. I'll agree with that, but I don't think that makes them a good character because they don't have a personality and they jump good.
I like what Advi said. Mario's a good mascot, not necessarily a good character.
Mm-hmm.
He's an icon for a thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a good character.
I don't trust anyone who always wears white gloves.
That's where you draw the line.
That's like both Mario and Sonic. That's
Yeah,
you
the
just
fucking-
alienated both sides.
Yeah, fuck them.
Nintendo fans, Sega fans, get out! We're an Xbox podcast. No, I'm just-
But I think I'd be willing to go backwards and say that I wouldn't necessarily say Mario is a bad character. I just think he's bad in comparison to some of the others that are similar characters designed. Right? I just hardcore believe that Sonic and Link are both like better options.
Why was he?
I think, and I'm gonna say this, and this is like my final stance on it because I don't
Sure.
think my opinion is gonna change.
Yeah.
I think Sonic is a bad character. I think, like, if we're talking like a character that's fleshed out with a personality versus a character that exists merely as a smiling guy that has to save a princess and jumps in some blocks, I think Sonic is a poorly written character versus Mario, who's just a character that jumps and is happy.
You obviously haven't
I'd rather a character that has less but does more
This
than
man
a
hasn't
character
read
that
the
has
manga.
more but does that more poorly.
They're both kind of random though, right? Like
Alright,
a
that's
blue
fine.
hedgehog that goes fast, and
Well,
like
that's
an
because they're both
Italian
like-
plumber.
That's
Like, they're
because
just
both
so
mascots.
random.
That's why I
They're
don't
both
understand
mascots
why-
born in the platformer genre, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had to stand out and look interesting. That's why I don't understand the whole like he's a mascot type thing. Like yeah, so Sonic. They only added personality to him because they realized the games fucking suck. It's the only physical way to keep him around. And it's like, what's his personality? He likes chili dogs and wants to save the world. Yeah, fucking cool. So does half of Texas.
Does Sonic even have a name?
Sonic.
Yes, he does. Do you want to know it?
Oh
What?
wait, it's not Sonic?
No, it's very bad. I'll be honest. It's a very.
Tell me
shit
it's
name.
like Kevin.
Why the fuck?
Oh,
Who the
I
fuck
hey,
would be
chat,
named
does anybody in chat
Sonic?
know it?
A blue
Is
Who the
it
fuck is
hedgehog.
know it?
born Sonic?
Yeah, I did
His
think he was
name,
born
his name,
Sonic.
guys.
No, he's
Clear
not.
comms. Clear comms. It's Ogilvy. And I'm not shitting you when I say that. It's
No,
fucking
it's
Ogilvy.
not.
It's Ogilvy.
No, it's not.
Hold on, I'm looking it up on stream. Oh,
Maurice.
Maurice! Lance Davis Hedgehog! Okay, hold on. You got up with me, Airman, about thinking his
I will
name
give
was
you this,
Sonic.
Bobby.
His
It's
last
in
name
there.
is Hedgehog.
Yeah, no, it is.
What a
On
great
this-
character. You know what? You're right, Chunk.
On the
Absolutely
same
great
subject,
character.
what is Mario's last name?
Probably fucking Mamma Mia.
I think it's a Mario, isn't it? I think that's like, yeah, it's literally Mario.
Yeah,
Mario.
That is sick. That is fuck. Imagine going into anywhere, an establishment, and your first thing is
Mario.
the name is Mario. Mario.
He's introducing himself like
I
blind.
knew you would go with that, and I was all aboard it.
Oh my god. Wow, I
The
didn't
Sonic
expect
Bible?
I didn't expect the Mario question to go that intense. There's a Sonic Bible? Oh no. I've
There is
seen
a Sonic
almost
Bible.
everything Brian David Gilbert's put out, but I guess I haven't seen that episode.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
Poor
dude.
Luigi, dude. Poor Luigi. Look at his last name.
What
What's
is
his
it?
last name?
Yeah,
Mario.
Luigi Mario.
Mario.
No way.
It's Luigi
That's-
Mario.
That
I
means
think that's
on
really funny to
documents his name is Mario Luigi. Poor guy.
Oh man. All right, I actually had another question that got brought up by Jamie's least favorite character earlier. Jamie, his least favorite character was two characters from Final Fantasy XII that he claims ruined the entire game. I am curious if there is a game that we can think of where one character or a pair of characters carried an entire game. Like everything was shit but this character or characters was so good that it kind of redeems the game.
Definitely a contender for that is Handsome Jack.
You think so?
Yeah, going back and playing in Borderlands 2 doesn't really hold up with a lot of the story aspects, especially with certain things like Tiny Tina, where they were like way funnier at the time because of the age and the age we were and the age like comedy was in. So I would say Borderlands 2 without Handsome Jack is a subpar game, like to a pretty high degree. I would also say for the trio, Isaac Clarke in Dead Space.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I think his mental health issues were so fucking interesting.
True,
and
actually.
really like carried that fucking game. Like that game without it is just a shitty horror game.
Yeah, agreed.
But with his
Particularly
issues,
number 2.
yeah, particularly number 2. But the story of him and how he's reacting and how he's like dealing with his lost love, like
Yeah, not just that, but also PTSD of the experience.
Yeah. that's exactly what I
in,
mean. Like
in number 2, like the flashbacks, the constant like fears that he has.
he could have been
but
just an engineer, but like he experienced everything we did and he took it with him, and it felt really satisfying. So
All right.
those are mine for now.
I really wanted to make a joke here, but this game is so hated, there's not even a fan-made wiki. I was going to say that one character that redeemed a video game was the first NPC that you meet and drink milk directly from a cow. I was going to say that guy really carried the game for me, but I can't even find his name.
Eventually, we have to get sponsored by these people. By We Shop 3 and fucking drink milk directly from a cow.
I had the best thing ever yesterday. They updated that game.
Oh no!
What do they add?
They released a patch. The phone now works.
I tried so many phone numbers on that phone. Dude. I didn't know it just didn't work. I just thought I didn't know something. I was like, why doesn't 911 work? I had chat look up what Japan's version of 911 was for me so I could call it. It still didn't work.
Sorry, I had a really important phone call just then. What was the question?
Oh, it's you claimed that the two characters, your least favorite characters, ruined Final Fantasy 12. So I was curious if you could think of a game that there was a character or characters so good that it redeemed the game.
That's why I brought up Isaac Clarke.
And also Handsome Jack.
Yeah, and Handsome Jack.
I can't think of one. I'm blanking.
I don't know
on
if
it.
Handsome Jack redeemed Borderlands though. I think.
Have you played Borderlands 2 recently?
Yeah.
It lacks a bit without Jack, and maybe his daughter, but she wouldn't exist without him. So
yeah. Okay.
This one's a tough one.
Well, I don't want to. I have one, but I don't want to go the Final Fantasy route again.
Yeah. I think the closest one I can think of is the main character in Dead Rising 1. Because I think honestly I went and played Dead Rising 1 like 2 or 3 years ago. Like again, that game's awful. Like I get that at the time it was like oh fuck, because it's like very open worldy, like kind of like beat 'em up, do what you want. It's like kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's so bad. It's like oh, it's garbage. Like, not only is it like limited in the things you can do now, but also the time limit that you have a hard like set time limit to actually do
that's
stuff.
rough.
It's actually
call.
disgusting.
I really like that answer. That's a really good call. I don't know if there's ever I don't know if there's ever been a character that redeemed the game as hard as Frank West did. I mean, because even then, go play Dead Rising 2 and see how shit of a character Chuck Green is, and then go play Dead Rising 2 off the record where they bring Frank West back and realize how great that game is again when Frank West is back. Like Frank West is such a great character. It's
incredibly true. Yeah.
Awesome.
Covered wars,
He got covered wars,
I can't think of a serious answer, so I'm just gonna say again, the name is slipping my mind, but the main character from Super Mario Bros. 2, I feel like the character,
Mario?
Yeah, the personality of the main character from Super Mario Bros. 2 really carried that game.
Can we ban Ugly Taylor?
I'm sorry. Can we ban? Yeah, we can. You want to?
Thank you. Yeah, he just said Sephiroth redeemed Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Dude, get that out of here.
Right now. He knows that I'll go on
The
a
only
rampage
thing
about
that
game.
redeemed Final Fantasy VII Remake is the one scene where the dude fucking like is spinning on a motorcycle in the middle of the highway for no reason.
Yeah,
It's just
he was the best
ridiculous.
character in the game.
Dude, that's what I was saying. Like the rest of the game was
Yeah.
absolute garbage, but
I was saying that for ages. I said, why wasn't there more of that? If they
Yeah.
wanted to make that game fucking 40 hours long, why did they not make more characters like him? Why did they not give us more fucking soldiers to fight? Like actual soldiers first class. I'm not talking like these fucking scumbag Shinra cunts. Like actual fucking first class soldiers. Like that guy was great. And he was really fucking interesting. And he seemed like he'd have a lot to do with the story. And then he just fucks off and they never see him again. But fuck me, he's, I know what the inside of Sephiroth's asshole looks like. I see him so much in that game.
that makes no sense, dude.
Oh, dude, talk about characters who ruined the game. Fuck me.
I really was excited for the remake when before it happened, and then it came out, and I was so disappointed.
I am gonna say, I think Devil May Cry could have been a crappy clone of the Spectacle Fighters if it wasn't for the fact that Dante. If it wasn't for the fact that Dante was such a fucking awesome main character.
I can agree with that.
I think Devil May Cry would have been lost in the sea of Spectacle Fighters if it wasn't for the fact that Dante was such a 90s action hero. And corny one-liners, a fucking like edgy fucking outer exterior with some real corny fucking like you're meant to be the dark, you're meant to be the light to fill my dark hole with light, or whatever the fuck it's like. There's so many corny lines,
Sora.
And then it just gets more and more corny like as the game goes on, but like in the right way. It's like self-aware, and I think his character really carries the fucking really carries the story aspect of Devil May Cry.
I think I thought of a half answer.
I did as well.
Like
Like
meme answer.
you like made me think of an actual, well, kind of an answer, and that is it's not really like carry, but it definitely makes the experience, and that's the original 4 from Black Ops Zombies. You know, Tank Dempsey, Richtofen, Nikolai.
Oh, good.
Katya.
Okay, that's a good answer too.
Yeah, those guys are so fucking unique, so novel in their everything. Like the fact that they just mixed wars. They were like, fuck it, this guy's from Vietnam, this guy's from World War II. It's like genius. I love it.
Oh, I've got one.
Real quick, my actual serious answer, no more meme answers. I know that the game was not bad by any capacity, but regarding the story exclusively, GLaDOS. In Portal.
I was thinking about Portal.
Absolutely.
That's a good one.
An amazing
I think
character.
GLaDOS just enhances it to such an extent that it's like it's still worth knowing.
Imagine Portal without GLaDOS, right?
It's just not the same game. It's just a puzzle game.
Yeah.
I have one on a similar one on a similar wavelength, but not like quite GLaDOS's funny exterior. In a game that like struggled for at least the first couple of chapters, struggled with emotional depth. Dom from Gears of War.
You know, it's crazy you say that, because I was going to say that earlier, but then I got sad. So
I don't want to bring down the room. So
I didn't want to think about Gears of War 3.
Macho men doing macho men things.
Yeah.
You know, fighting the good fight, putting up, you know, like sure they all had their struggles, but like they all kind of like put them aside, but Dom's was really on his shoulder and very visible throughout the entire experience. And the reveal at the end of 2 is really gutting. And the fact that they carry that through into number 3 with his inevitable death, it's kind of, I really think like Dom's character gives you something to latch onto emotionally.
Absolutely. Oh my god.
I would agree.
I would
that
also
fucking gas station is grilled into my mind.
Yeah, I'll never forget that the Mad World playing as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
That's the right way to do a trope. Like I think Mad World is a hell of a trope these days, but I think they pulled it off right.
Honorable mention character. I feel like Life is Strange. I almost always say the opposite game when I'm referencing those two games. Life is Strange, I still think is an overall really good game. But I do think that most of the characters are pretty one-dimensional except for Chloe. I think Chloe is a character that really elevates that game above what it would have
Chloe
been
is the
without
most realistic
Chloe.
character.
Yeah. All the other
Yeah.
characters have a trope.
I fucking despise Max. I really, really hate Max as a character.
She was like,
You know, when I was
a self-insert that had a bit too much to say.
If I was dating a girl like Max, I'd be like, why am I dating a 40-year-old white man in a young girl's body? Like, it's the weirdest fucking. It's like not a single thing that she says. It sounds anything remotely like what a teenager would say.
Mm-hmm.
It's
True.
so weird. That was like the wrong person was writing that.
when I was doing research for this, and I was like reminding myself of characters before I completely threw them all away and just went to what I know. One of the least favorite characters of all time, like one of the most hated characters of all time, is Max.
Yep, I saw that on
Like
Q list
on
as
like
well.
the all-time list. Yeah.
All right, I have another topic. Unless we have any other games we want to bring up for the last one.
I think Colonel Sanders from I Love You, Colonel Sanders really
All right, so we'll go
That's
ahead
a
and move
really
on to
good
the- No, actually, I watched Goatnik play that game. It looked hilarious.
I wish Colonel Sanders would kiss me like Alice kisses Sonic.
That's the
Tenderly
dream,
on the lips,
honestly.
feeling
If I
me
could get Colonel
like-
Sanders and Sonic in a three-way, dude, right now, that'd be the dream for me.
Oh my god!
I just thought of something I kind of hate because it's gonna be. I know it's gonna start a little bit of a fire.
Mhm.
Is Steve a good character?
Minecraft Steve.
Like Minecraft Steve?
Yeah, that's the only Steve in existence.
He's
What do you mean?
exactly as good as Mario. Yep.
Why? But there's a Minecraft story mode.
Have you played the Minecraft story mode?
I've watched someone play it. I can't play
Yeah,
story games, Chunk. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's how I was
How do I use my gamer skills in a story game? What am I gonna do?
Right.
Make a trap out of sticks and like fucking nails? No.
Yeah.
Wasting my aim
I-
lab score.
Does anyone even play as like the base Minecraft Steve skin? Like, there's so many skins and like mod packs and stuff for that thing. I feel like he's almost become like obsolete, but like
True.
still he's weirdly iconic. It's such a weird thing, right?
It's
I
weird.
think that's
He's
very
like a
different from
mascot.
Mario. I think it's very different from Mario.
Yep. I
Also,
agree.
you can correct me on this if I quoted you wrong, Chunk. But there you go.
Have a three.
You want to fuck a lot of
it's close
fictional
enough.
characters.
Yeah, it's close enough. I can't remember exactly what you said.
Yeah.
All right,
My Minecraft skin is just me.
I think mine is like. Oh god, I don't even remember what I made mine.
It's literally what I'm wearing right now. It's me
Yeah,
with a beard and
it
an orange
is
beanie and a black
literally,
shirt.
Oh no, mine
Yeah.
is. It was my old VTuber model. That's right.
Oh yeah, with the horn. Oh, the old one with the white
The
suit.
old, yeah.
I only ever played single player, so I didn't have a.
You don't have any
character.
friends to play Minecraft with?
I just never played Minecraft
Van,
until I was streaming,
Do you
and
wanna?
then
Otherworld
I wouldn't-
Minecraft
I
server
wouldn't mind
win.
it. I don't like Minecraft that much.
I don't either. I got tired of it. I loved Minecraft, but you know, once you put like 2,000 hours into the game, it's just like, what the fuck do I even want to do now?
Yeah, that's kind of my issue with it. Is like I don't have the attention span for Minecraft. I just don't.
Back when I
Yeah,
was
I wouldn't-
smoking weed, oh my lord, you should have seen the things I was doing on Minecraft.
Yeah, but
Oh
when
my
I'm
God.
smoking, dude, when I'm smoking weed,
Actually smoking weed.
I'll write
You want to
music
go in
instead. I'll-
detail?
Oh, I've done it many times. Basically, whenever I would smoke weed, it's legal where I live. First of all, I'm going to clarify that. But back when I was smoking,
Allegedly.
I'd play Minecraft for like 14 hours straight into the dead of the night, and without looking at the clock a single time. And by the time it was done, Brannylicious and I would have made an entire highway with several like gas stations and McDonald's and functioning street lights that toggle on and off with the daylight, and like it's just
You
we'd be
wanna
like,
know
oh, it's time for
the
bed.
last
Okay.
The last time I played Minecraft, I was 16, and I literally was playing with like some friends and stuff, and I was like, oh, I have an idea for like a game mode thing that we can like all do together. It'll be fun. And we like went into creative, and we started like putting blocks down and stuff. And I was like, it was just a giant ass square that I was building that was gonna be filled with like different like layers of things. It was gonna have like a whole like capture the flag system in between it. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. We spent 12 hours laying down blocks, got maybe a 20th of it done. And I was like, all right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. And then I never played it again. Never. Since that day.
Every time we talk about Minecraft, Chung tells that story and then talks about how like all of his friends just played in creative mode, and I'm like, then you didn't play fucking Minecraft.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Hey, creative mode
That's
is
like
Minecraft
being
for some
like,
people.
I don't like Halo Reach. The Forge mode was boring. It's like,
Listen,
Play the game!
People are allowed to
Legos
play
game.
with Legos without having to go get the Legos. They can buy a
I hate
Lego
the
set,
Legos.
which is Minecraft, and then turn on creative mode and have access to all of their Legos.
no, you can't because you can't have
wasn't-
unlimited Legos. At
wasn't
a
allowed to have
certain
Legos, I
point,
hate them.
Tell
you're
Jeff
limited
Bezos
to
that.
what
Tell
you
Jeff
have
Bezos that. Tell him that. Tell him he can't have unlimited Legos.
Okay, Jeff Bezos can have unlimited Legos.
He'll recreate the Pacific Ocean in a 1-to-1 scale in Legos if you tell him he can't have infinite Legos.
Well, they already did that
That
in
sounds
the
like,
Lego
that sounds
movie,
like
right?
a Mr. Beast video, to be fair.
It does. Team C's.
This
We
is my-
covered the ocean in Legos.
This
so
is
that
my
you
Lego
can't pollute
sea.
it.
Today we're going to pollute my Lego sea.
All right. The actual next topic I wanted to bring up before Minecraft. The best and the worst villains.
Ooh.
I know some people.
I love this topic. This is a great topic.
Mm-hmm. So,
Well, I
Let's
mean,
go with
Handsome Jack, first of
like
all.
without a
yeah,
doubt.
I knew
like,
that one was gonna get brought up.
he's not even
Actually good.
close.
Okay, what about the ambassador from Metal Gear Rising?
I need to
Ooh,
play
that's a
Metal
unique
Gear
one.
Rising.
I like that.
Yeah,
I really
I
do.
really like him for how fucking corny he is.
Wait. Okay,
I'm
take.
waiting.
I retract my Handsome Jack because we already have one Handsome Jack. Voss from Far Cry 3.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hell
he
yeah.
made the game. He made the game.
He's another one
He
of those
made the
guys who like
franchise.
who made the game like what we were talking about earlier, like a
True.
person that really brought it back.
I just okay. So I'm gonna disagree partially with that. I would say he would make the game if he wasn't killed halfway through.
It's like 80% through, so I could forgive it. It's like like you only have like a mission left on that hard island with the yellow coats left after you defeat him, because he's like the last guy. And we're not even gonna talk about Pagan Men.
Is Far Cry 3 the Death Note of video games? They kill off the best character halfway through, and then you have to sit through a new shittier villain for the other half of the game.
Hey, mellow like chocolate, bro.
What?
Is Far Cry 3 the first half of the
Wait,
first
wait,
season
wait.
of Sword
Do
Art
you think-
Online?
Do you think Mello was a good character?
Mellow?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like N? Is that what you mean?
We're back.
M.
His name was. Oh, it was
Mellow.
M.
There's
Yeah.
two. There's two of them,
There's
remember?
N and M.
Oh.
M is the blonde kid.
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
so that's
M
why I was
at
going
all.
to disagree. There's two shitty villains.
I
They're
literally
replacing
don't
my
remember
favorite.
M at all.
Because I
Goodness.
legit can compare M to Sonic and 75.
Dude, alright, fuck off with this shit. You can actually eat my ass. Thank God I got brownies to calm myself down.
Chunk, can you show us your hair really close up to the camera and tell us again that Sonic is your favorite video game character of all time? Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Sonic cut.
my favorite video game character of all time.
We got it. Eminem, best villain in Death Note.
I do like that we were called an echo chamber on
yeah.
literally our first time. We weren't really given a chance to get into divisive shit like this, were we?
No, we weren't. We were just talking about things that, to be fair, most gamers disagree with. So it was
Yeah.
pretty rare that we found a spot that we disagreed in.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time thinking of bad villains. I know that they're out there, they're just forgettable, and that's the problem.
That's the problem with them, is they're forgettable. God, I'm the Final Fantasy guy today. Final Fantasy X.
Well, there's a lot of really good story character examples in Final Fantasy, so.
Yeah. Well, Final Fantasy X is an example of a very forgettable. Not 10. Not 10. I'm wrong about 10. 8. Final Fantasy 8. That's
Oh,
the
Wesker's a
most-
good villain, by the way.
I cannot remember what Final Fantasy 8's like villains' motivations even were. Can't even remember who was it.
I honestly have no idea. I've never played 8. Or I never finished 8. 8 was like I think it was one of your friends, right? That ends up betraying you and like going to the other side, wasn't it?
No,
yeah,
you're
the-
thinking
from the
of
Was it on 8?
No, I know you're thinking of Cypher.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But
You're right.
he's not the main villain. The main
You're
villain
right.
is some chick. I forget her name.
Mhm.
Ultimisha, she has no motivation. There you go. Yeah, she's boring as fuck.
That's why
Yeah,
I forgot
like,
about her and replaced her
honest
with
to
someone
God,
else.
like, Final Fantasy VIII is a forgettable game. They were really trying to recapture the vibe of Final Fantasy VII. But they forgot everything that was good about Final Fantasy VII, which was great character motivations. And yeah, it was. Ah, man. Ultimisha is just the most forgettable villain.
I'm going to once again alienate everybody that has ever played a video game and say, actually, no, I'm sure a lot of people agree with me. Pretty much every single iteration of Team Rocket from the Pokemon games. I feel like it's fair to call them the villains of most of the Pokemon games. Like
You
the
think they're
gangs,
the worst, or they're
the
great
worst,
villains?
the worst.
I don't know about that. I would disagree with that.
I would disagree.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing half the time. I don't think they know what they're doing. Like
you haven't
Team
played
Rocket.
some of the later ones, have you?
Yes.
Okay, so
I've played every single mainline Pokemon game, at least one version, except for Black and White.
So I'm gonna say, like, first of all, to preface this, Pokemon is not a story-based game, right? They have a story there, but it really isn't a story-based game.
Yeah.
So there's already some leeway here. However, just because you skip through all the dialogue, Devi, doesn't mean you don't they don't have good motivations or whatever.
To be fair, I don't start the game skipping dialogue.
No, I get that. However, just because you do by the end of it doesn't mean it's their problem. There, like, again, I'm spoken out against Pokemon. Anyone here that knows me knows I'm spoken out against Pokemon.
What was Team Magma's goal?
It was literally to make the ocean and the land.
That you're talking about Emerald though, right? So
yeah, Ruby, Emerald,
I'm talking more like Gen 5 onwards, which is when they like. Okay, so there's like Gen 1s through 3, the teams were there purely to move the plot. That's generally all they were there for.
Those are the ones I was most heavily invested in, so I figured that's probably where my opinion was founded.
I would argue that have the least value. So if you wanted to bring those up, fair.
Yeah, those are the ones that
you have characters like N in I think it's N in like Gen 5, who's trying to basically strip everyone of their Pokemon because they don't believe that people deserve Pokemon because of the way they've been mistreated. And used as like battle tools and stuff like that. You have the team that like is trying to again, you're talking like classic villain, like I'll twirl my mustache kind of. There's a guy that's trying to like get the legendary Pokemon so he can commit mass genocide. That's actually like one of the like plots in
which one?
In Gen 6, I believe.
Which one's Gen 6? I have to have the color name.
So fucking no.
I'm with you, Debbie.
They start getting wild names. Gen
Ruby,
6.
Ruby and Pearl.
Evil team.
Ruby and Pearl were different generations, I think.
No. Gen 6 is X and Y. Gen 6 is X and Y.
Okay.
Pokemon.
Yeah, I know. I mentioned that in chat. He started putting on all these different glasses.
That's Team Magma, by the way. That's the actual Team Magma. And Team Magma's trying to like actually like fucking like destroy the world.
Okay.
Yeah, Team Rocket was just like
money.
Rich guy
was
wants luxury Pokemon. Like,
yeah.
I don't think they're bad. I just don't think that the narratives in Pokemon are good enough to really let them live up to an expectation. Yeah. So I don't know if it's really fair to bring them into that conversation when they're not really trying to. Though I would argue later they're trying to be story games, and which they shouldn't be trying to. Yeah, I don't know. I think they serve their purpose. They do it well enough.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think that's like I think it's less of like their goals are unknown. I feel like they're pretty clear. They're just very simple for the most part. They're usually stated at one point, and then you're like, that's it.
Yeah, I think
the first few
is a good way to explain.
Yeah.
I
think the first few lacking depth, but like in Gen 5, like a whole narrative built around like the people don't deserve Pokemon because they're being mistreated.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I don't remember that shit.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. And N was like a guy that could actually talk to Pokemon. Like he actually had a meta connection with them. It was actually pretty interesting.
That's the PETA generation.
Yeah, it genuinely is. It genuinely is. But then on top of that, the guy that's trying to take everyone's Pokemon away, he was actually lying about his motives because he was controlling all the people that gave a shit about Pokemon, and he was actually just trying to create a world where only he had Pokemon so he could rule.
Oh.
He was trying to get rid of everyone else's Pokemon by pretending that it was about. I fucking hate that. I'm like.
I don't want to go into U.S. politics, but I feel like that's what most of the gun owners feel like.
Yeah, that is genuinely.
Hey. Fair enough.
I'll defend Pokemon in this standpoint. I don't think they're great, but I don't think they're bad. I think they just exist.
How would you guys feel about shifting this conversation from this point forward away from exclusively video games?
What else do you want to talk
Just
about?
talking about
Just
like
media.
villains and like just in movies, TV shows, things like that.
Yeah, anime, TV shows, movies,
Real world.
real
Just talking
world.
about
Sure,
real
yeah.
world
Yeah,
villains.
if we want to bring up Bezos again, we already talked about him once on stream.
Okay.
Bezos is just
I mean,
misunderstood. Just wait, it's gonna come back around.
The only reason I say it is because my favorite villain out of anything I've ever experienced is still Bondrude from Made in Abyss, because he's the utter worst person alive ever, but also like I respect him because he had like he was trying to do something really cool and good, and it was written in such a way that it was like, okay, I can see how he got to that conclusion, but he's murdering orphans to do it, so like I don't
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I do think that once we introduce more things outside of gaming, it's going to be harder for everyone to
You know,
recognize
yeah,
no.
Here's
I
the
gotta-
thing.
I
I'm just
gotta-
gonna dive
I got a
into
good
One
one.
Piece, baby.
I got a good one.
Go for it.
As a villain with very good motivations, Clifford from
Big Red Dog.
no, not Big Red Dog, from fuck, what's that game? Death Stranding.
Oh, Unger?
Yeah, Clifford Unger.
Do we count him as a villain? Yeah, I guess he is a villain for like 75%
He is a
of
villain
the
for the
game.
most. Yeah, for 75% of the game, he's like the only boss fight you fight for ages.
That's true.
And his motivations are fucking absolutely raw as shit. It's a guy that's just so angry at the world that exists for taking his child from him, and he will stop at nothing to get it back.
That last scene in the hospital with him, I won't go too much
Fuck
into it.
me.
It's still a relatively recent game. I played it on
Fuck
stream, so
me.
most of my viewers saw it. What I did was when that cutscene started, I was like, oh, I know what's going to happen here. I'm going to cry on stream. So I turned off my webcam and just let the game go. I didn't speak at all for the entire segment of that game. It was like an hour of me literally not speaking and my chat just staring. Like, I assumed everyone would have bailed because I wasn't entertaining them, because I was so captivated the second time watching that. It was just so good.
Like,
What was this?
The reveal of Clifford Unger's real backstory in Death Stranding.
yeah, it's heart wrenching.
And I guess technically your character's real backstory too.
Yeah, it's absolutely heart wrenching.
Yeah.
So for the perspective, when I played that game, most like when a game gives you like a small dog or a baby, right? The game, it's a psychological thing, right? Like you want to, like the human nature is to protect something small and innocent, right? And something that can't defend itself. It's human nature. So I was aware that when they gave me a small baby that I strapped to my chest, I'm like, okay, they want me to get attached to this fucking thing. So I spent the entire game. I had a soundbite on my thing, on my
Basic gave it to
DualSense
me too.
yeah, and it was shake, 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 shake the baby. And so like every time the baby would get upset, I'd pull it off my chest and start viciously shaking the baby till it cried. And my whole motivation was I refuse to get attached to this thing because I know it's gonna get killed off. And it, like they're gonna try and make me cry and shit like that. Well, the fuckers still got me. They fucking still got me.
Yep.
Cunts. That game is very emotionally powerful. If you can get through it and like really get invested in that story.
Yeah.
It
I
is
think that's the
good.
thing.
People
I
look
really
at
hate
it, they
the
saw
game.
Donkey's review online and they were like, oh, it's a
Oh my
walking
God.
simulator. I see. I'm not going to play
I
that.
have never
Ugh.
been more disappointed in Donkey. I
Yep.
actually really have never been more disappointed.
First
And
trend.
that was the first time that I've been like, dude, this is a very biased opinion from a guy who normally doesn't give very biased opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally he's pretty objective when it comes to that. But he was like, oh, this game's bad gameplay wise. I'm like, no, you just didn't like it. Like there's a difference.
Yeah, I
There
think
is a
that's
strong
my
difference.
thing, right? Is that I really do not like that game and could not get through it. I tried playing it, and I can admit that the story is like interesting, but for me, it was like so hard to get through. And it's the same thing. I played Red Dead Redemption 2. Great story, great characters, great everything. It's just like I can't get through that game because it just takes so long to get from like point to point for me. And so it's
I
like
think the major difference for me when it came to, because I finished Red Dead as well. I finished Red Dead 2, but I didn't enjoy the experience of moving around the world. that much. And the reason for it was not because it didn't look good, not because the soundtrack was bad, but because it felt pointless. The amount of times that I was just traveling around and it felt pointless. But in Death Stranding, the point was the journey. The thing is, this is where Hideo Kojima's like a genius, right? Because the idea of the game is you are meant to feel like it's a grind. You are experiencing what it would be like for a guy to travel on foot in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, delivering parcels from city to city on foot. It's meant to feel like a grind. You're meant to experience every step that Sam takes. That's the point. Because then you understand what he is going through when those big story moments hit. You are Sam because you have taken every step that he's taken. It's what makes that game like, that's why those fetch quests are delivered so well, and it's why I think some people really like the game and some people don't. Because if you aren't ready to commit to those fetch quests, you will not understand what the game is about. You just won't. You won't really get it.
I also wanted to chime in with one other thing, specifically for Cornelius, who said that you got like 30 minutes to an hour in, and for anyone else considering the game who maybe picked it up and got bored of it or something, I replayed the game recently. I played the director's cut version on PS5 to see how well the game held up, like if I was so captivated by finally getting access to the game, because I was one of those people that was watching the trailers 10 times a day, trying to figure out what the fuck the game was when the trailers were coming out. And then I was blinded a little bit by hype when it came out, so I was wondering if I was super biased to that extent. So I replayed the whole game on stream, and I think I can conclusively say the first 4 hours of the game are a fucking drag. Like, yep. I love Death Stranding, but going back and replaying the first 4 hours, I was like, is the whole game like this? Why did I like this? And then once I got like to the second main continent of the game and the game actually starts, I was like, oh, here we go. Okay, all right, everything's fine now. We're good.
Yeah. The awesome other thing that I think benefited me was the fact that I'm a streamer. So, like, in those moments of dullness, I had something to do. And when I created fun for myself, other people got to experience that. Like, the amount of times at the beginning of the game, I was like, I'm bored, so let's try to deliver these parcels by only floating down the river. That, like, shit was funny, and so other people, but like, I could get through that because I had people experiencing it with me. I think doing that by yourself would be a harder experience.
I never played it alone either. The first time I played it, I was constantly streaming it on Discord to a group of good friends. Yeah. So like, I basically never played the game alone. So I can imagine playing it alone is a very different experience.
I agree.
Because I think the game is meant to invoke a sense of loneliness in itself. And I felt it with a stream talking to me. So, like, I can't imagine being alone and then having that loneliness dump on you.
And that's kind of what you're meant to feel. Like, yeah, they really deliver the feelings. The feelings of tediousness, the feelings of exhaustion, the feelings of loneliness. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's so lonely. It's so, so tedious. I'm like, yeah, you're getting the exact experience he wants you to get. Congratulations. Yep. Whether you like that or not is up to you, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with not... I will say this now, and I'll say it a million times over. There's actually nothing wrong with not liking Death Stranding. If you don't like it, that's okay. Cool. It's all right.
Facts.
You're allowed to not like it. Because at its core, the emotions it's trying to get out of you are painful ones. But that's the point. It does not fail to deliver upon what it's trying to give you. It just, you didn't like what it was trying to give you. That's like ordering a burger at McDonald's, getting a burger and going, hey, I don't like burgers. It's like, yeah, you got what you asked for, you just didn't like it. It's cool.
Yeah, I think it also, I drug my feet a little bit, and I spent too much time in that beginning part of the game as well.
Doing side quests and shit, weren't you?
Yeah, I think that was the thing. So I think I spent too long, and I think I put like 6 or 7 hours in that game. And then I just stopped playing it at that point.
My suggestion to everyone would be, do not do side quests until you're up to the second continent, then do side quests.
Yeah, hard agree. You can go back to the first continent.
Yeah, you can.
And it's more fun.
And when you go back, you'll have stuff like a
motorcycle.
A motorcycle or a little hoverboard that you're meant to deliver packages on, but everyone
rides it like a
it's actually
skateboard.
for skating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
All right, I
you
actually have
all
the
that cool
perfect segue for this conversation.
Mhm.
One of the I'm gonna say a category for characters that I wanted to bring up. The example I was going to give is from Death Stranding. So I wanted to ask you guys if there was a certain character you could think of for best dramatic performance. And mine was hands down Die Hardman from the very end of Death
I knew
Stranding.
you were going with that.
Holy shit, yeah.
That
I don't know if I want to play it
delivery-
on stream, but
I actually believe that that delivery should have gotten an Oscar. I know that like video games aren't allowed to go to the Oscars, but I believe that delivery should have gotten an Oscar. That has to be one of the most heartfelt performances I've ever seen in theater, let alone a video game.
yeah.
My chat saw my reaction to that live. I was jaw dropped. I could not believe what I was
It's
watching.
pretty stunning.
You were just held captivated by the performance of the guy who I don't know who's the actor was Die Hardman.
I looked it
even
up
know.
because I thought that he was a character from. I thought that the voice actor for Die Hardman was in season 4 of Stranger Things, but I was wrong. It just sounded very similar to him, but I don't remember his name now.
He's very, very, very talented.
Tommy Jenkins.
Tommy Jenkins.
I haven't played the game, but I did watch this part because it was recommended to me. Like just him speaking was recommended to me, and I thought he did like an absolutely incredible job. My answer before this, because I didn't play it, was going to be weirdly enough the main antagonist of Far Cry 6. But he's a good actor outside of the game, so
I can never remember his name. It's so sick. He has such a cool name.
It's such a cool name, but it's very foreign, so my brain isn't good at remembering it.
Yeah, it's Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's you know what I don't get is why they didn't put him in the game more.
Agreed. Aravan and I played through the game. Actually, you want to tell this story, Aravan? You know exactly what I'm about to say about the cutscenes.
Yeah, like we would play the game, and some of the cutscenes were so fucking insipid and boring and trite. I couldn't stand it. I would just be sitting there like slamming on the spacebar. I'm like, Debbie, please let us go back to shooting things. And in the second this man went on screen, silence. The two of us that were rambunctious and laughing the whole time were just absolutely watching this man perform his art. It was fantastic, and his son too. His son was a great cast overall.
This guy could be nominated for the best character who failed to redeem a shitty game.
Yeah.
Like he was so good, but he still couldn't do it.
He's a fucking unbelievably talented actor. Like it's
earlier you said Debbie, earlier you said you like kind of projected the option onto more things.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could do that real quick, I just want to mention Subaru from ReZero. I think that in voice acting, that is the best dramatic role ever played. Like by far.
Is this like the main character?
I still need to finish it, man.
You haven't finished ReZero? You have no argument here. You cannot talk.
That's fair. I got halfway through season 2 and I was watching episode by episode, and then I got distracted by some other things.
And
also, it's just I don't know. My problem was with the first half of the second season. It felt like a rehash of like the first season, like same like beat by beat by beat, almost to me. And so we'll see. I don't know. I need to finish it.
I mean, that is inherently how a Groundhog's Day scenario works.
Oh, is it like a time loop?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm immediately interested. I've never heard of it. I'm interested now.
I will say
my
first
second favorite
season
anime
is
of all
actually
time.
phenomenal.
Please tell me you've seen Steins Gate then.
Nope.
Steins Gate's incredible too. Steins Gate is
God,
hardcore.
you like time
Insane.
loop shit and you haven't watched Steins Gate?
I've heard of Steins Gate. It seems like a nice place. It's probably really well guarded, I assume.
Debbie, I think you would actually like
Gate.
Steins Gate, even if you're not super into anime. I think
Do they
you'd
lock
like
it shut? I don't. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm interested. I don't look at anime and say no. I turn on my computer and then launch Rocket League. Like I just don't go looking for shit to watch.
Steins Gate is one of those ones that even anime fans, like people that aren't anime fans, would enjoy.
I need to make Twitch chat make me a list of anime to watch, and I'll pick a couple.
Dude, hey, you let me know when and like a few days ahead of time, and I'll try to be there to watch it with you because I fucking love Steins Gate.
Sure, we can watch party all of Steins Gate.
Steins Gate has the longest setup. But like, okay, when I say the longest setup, it's a very good setup. All the characters are really enjoyable. All the story's really captivating, and you the whole
It's
time
not
you're wondering
boring.
like, where's this going? Where's this going?
Yeah.
And then it fucking smacks you in the chest on episode 13. It's episode 13. It all goes down.
Yep.
Sounds like
Everything
my
that they've
favorite
been
anime where
working,
episode 11 just suddenly smacks you in the face with a dose of depression.
Yeah.
everything
Girl
that they've been
Senpai.
working towards in Steins Gate unfolds at episode 13, and it's so worth the investment.
I would say if
It's heart wrenching.
Oh, dude, it's so good. If I'm trying to pick like an emotional performance, if I'd say from a game, I would say probably. I mean, I think Poppy would know what I'm talking about. Yuji and Anne, whenever they're talking after her friend just jumped off the building or whatever, like towards the beginning of the game, that like encounter with like the dude who's basically the bad guy of the scenario was like a gym teacher who was like
Kamoshida.
sexually harassing. Yeah.
It wasn't just sexually harassing; he was like flat out rapist.
Yeah, like bad. And and like basically the girl goes and like tries to kill herself and throws herself off the top of the building, and it's like an intense scene, and they go and confront him, and there's like, God, just the voice acting in that scene is just stellar.
Yeah, that I forgot about that because I've got I'm playing through a bunch of RPGs at the moment because I've just sat back and I'm like, I just want to play through a bunch of RPGs and make a canonical list of, in my opinion, of like what they like, how good each one is in order. Like this one's better than this one, this one's better than this one, all the way through like every RPG that I can think of. And I've got to play through that again, Persona 5, because I've only done Persona 5, not Royal. So I'm really looking forward to that because Persona 5 has a lot of scenes like that. There's a lot of really great character moments. Persona is one of those games where like its trajectory has just forever been upwards. It really has.
I agree.
I as much as I like openly will shit on a very select group of games like Pokemon and Dead by Daylight, most of the time when I dislike a game, it is coming from a place of me being upset about it instead of me thinking other people shouldn't like it. Like whenever I see a video game and I dislike it, I get upset about why I don't like it. Like, I wish I could have fun with all my friends, but I just can't have fun in this game, and it makes me mad. That tends to be my mindset. And I cannot think of a better example of that than Persona 5. Because I bought that game on release. I got the Steelbook version, like everything. And I dumped 40 hours into that game, and then cannot play it anymore. I can't stand the game. I was still getting tutorials, still being taught new mechanics and shit 40 hours into the game. And I'm just like, this is just too much. And I can't do everything I want to do because I don't like the day-to-day cycle of like, you get to pick one thing and then the day is over. And it's just, it felt irritating to me that I couldn't go do everything, which I get is part of the game. I also don't like turn-based combat in general. I will say that it would be very fun without the press triangle to win button. I think the combat would have been a lot more fun for me. But I loved all the characters. I loved the art style, but everything else fell flat for me. Oh, and the music.
You say that triangle to win button, you need it for sanity.
You think so?
There's so much fighting in that game.
True.
You need a button that speeds things up. Because I guarantee, Devi, your argument, if it was the opposite, would be, oh, I tried to play that game, but like you have to fight every fight. It's so tedious.
It didn't feel like it sped things up to me. It felt like instead of taking a second turn to finish off all the enemies that I had just stunned, I instead watch a cutscene of my characters finishing them off. Because the cutscene felt like it took the same amount of time as it would have taken me to do one more round of combat.
Definitely doesn't.
It feels like it. I have a bad opinion about Persona 5, so don't take my word for anything. I know that game is amazing.
You don't like turn-based combat.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. It's just an opinion. Like, I don't know if that's the right word for it. But like, you know, like you phrase it correctly. It's I don't like it rather than it's bad.
Yeah.
I hate when people get those confused, which is like, it's probably one of the things that's what I didn't like about Donkey's review of Death Stranding. Is like, he's like, the game's bad. I'm like, no, it's not. You just don't like it.
It's a very important distinction. I don't like Persona 5. Dead by Daylight is bad. It's a very clear distinction.
I know how the weight that a guy like Donkey has, right? Yeah. And he should be aware of that weight as well. So when he says a game is bad, he will turn 1 million people off of playing it, which means 1 million people don't buy that game. which means there's less chance of us getting something similar or different from Kojima in the future, right?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of frustrating that like a million people who could have liked the game will not try it because their favorite person said it's objectively a bad game.
Yep.
Persona 5 is objectively, I think, a good game.
I would agree.
However, you do not like it, and that is fucking absolutely okay.
Yeah,
It sucks for
Nothing
me.
wrong with that.
Can you explain Persona to a person who's never played it, heard of it, or seen any of it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
use the
basically-
restroom for this. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go. So Persona 5, the Persona games are basically, the fundamental rule is you'll play a group of kids who are in a town where something strange is going on.
You say kids?
Yeah, you're like high school students.
Yeah,
Oh,
like high school, like teens.
the only
like-
thing I've
like-
seen of
like
Persona
teens.
5 does not involve kids.
You're like late teens. You're like 16 to
Porn,
like,
Chunk. Lots of porn.
oh, yeah. Yeah, welcome to the anime community.
Yeah.
It's morally ambiguous. Let's put it that way. So you play a group of teens who then get access to another world. In that other world, there are things called each character has what they call a persona, which in every game is a symbol of what those characters have to go through. So in Persona 5, each of the main characters is shackled in some way and wearing a mask to hide what they're really feeling. And to release their persona, they have to physically remove a mask on their own person. In like Persona 3, I can't remember what the actual like thing was, but you
Commit
shoot
suicide,
yourself
don't
in
they?
yeah, they shoot themselves in the head. One of them not just in the head, but one of them shoots himself in the chest, and that's how they release their persona. And so then they'll like, then you go to this other world and you have to basically fight the shadow versions of people who are committing atrocities in the real world. And when you beat the shadow person, it's what's called breaking their heart or stealing their heart, and that will force that person to admit to all the atrocities that they've done. So in this case, they have a teacher that is sexually abusing and, trigger warning to anyone in chat, raping students and abusing physically students by beating them and stuff like that. And so they go into the shadow realm and like you see the world for what they view the world as. So the school turns into a castle where Kamoshida, the PE teacher, is the king, where he can do whatever he wants. And it's like a very visual representation of his like overtly repressed sexuality, where like everyone's running around in like skimpy leather outfits or underpants and getting whipped by like demons and stuff like that. It's very in your face about what it's trying to present. It's a very adult game. I would not suggest it to people that have.
I didn't know it was an adult game.
But the
I didn't know anything
gameplay-
about it.
Very adult.
The gameplay is like managing your day-to-day life, deciding which days to do your laundry instead of going out to eat with your friends.
No, that's
what it felt to me. It is an understatement.
Now you're doing what I was saying.
Well, no, I'm giving my honest
the
opinion of what it felt like to me.
The gameplay loop is during
To be fair,
the
you literally
outside
could do
hours
your
where you're
laundry.
not. So you can choose as to whether you further in the dungeon or whether you level up your character by doing real life skills.
Right.
So like you could go to the library and study and get a higher intelligence. Or you could go to the dungeon and advance through the story.
Play
And
Pokemon.
stuff like that. Yeah.
And there's also differences in the like because there's different like bonuses on certain days that like if you do a certain thing on a certain day, you get like a different bonus. So you want to basically time your stuff right to kind of like min-max your way into like getting the best
a
bonus
very
you can.
complex game to
It's very
describe.
deep.
There's a lot to it.
It is.
That is
Like,
why
the
36
character-
hours into the
the
game, I
character-
was getting tutorials.
The character acting is the part that really sells the game, because
Yes.
with this really great story that's really deep and emotional and it has some really confronting shit in it, dude. Like seriously confronting shit.
Right.
They have these characters that feel so fucking real. They're really, really down to earth characters, like Ryuji, who's this young student who had his legs broken by that PE teacher after he failed to rock up to practice, and so he was like a star track runner and on track for greatness, and the PE teacher broke his legs because he wasn't doing what he wanted him to, so he
Yep.
could never run again properly in a professional standard. And so like you're dealing with these characters that like and each character is personally tied to the events that are happening in the game. Each chapter.
Jamie, I
Like,
would like
one
to
girl-
bring in a question from chat really quick, since you're on the topic of character personalities. Brandy says, does Ryuji have more or less personality than Mario?
Once again, character, in my opinion, is not defined by personality. I mean, yeah, Ryuji has a lot of personality. Ryuji is a great, well-written personality tied to a great character. Ryuji is fucking phenomenal. All the characters are phenomenal. Futaba is one of the best characters in the game, and you don't even play as her. It's just some great shit in that game. Like,
I've seen a lot of
acting is
Pictures.
Futaba play.
So I wanted to give my last piece on Persona, and say that as someone who did not like the game, I think the characters, the music, and the art direction are some of the best in a video game for a decade.
yes.
And that's from someone who did not like the game.
They spare no expense when it comes to production quality.
Yeah, it's really good. Apparently the story's really good too. Goat tried to explain it to me and I didn't follow all of it, but it seemed really cool.
The story is
complex.
exceptional. It is a very complex story. But yeah, it's the constant allegory is the fact that people wear a mask in society to hide their true intentions. And the removal of the mask is what makes the protagonists the protagonists.
Let me see here. I think I had one more. Oh yeah, I had a very specific question that I wanted to ask because I kept seeing a same name in chat. What's the most annoying video game character? This is my last question I have, so.
Paimon, Claptrap, Tiny Tina,
I kept seeing Claptrap, so that's what made me want to ask the question.
Timo, Brigitte in season 2.
Oh,
or
Timo,
season
yeah.
8, my bad.
Pre-patch Brigitte was one of the things that I got recommended to me like 5 times for worst video game characters.
Dude, I remember playing Brigitte whenever for like a work tournament. Whenever she first came out.
Hold W and left
years
click
ago.
and you win.
Hey,
That's
Chunk.
literally all I did. I just stunned people. What's up?
Chunk, what lane do you play in League of Legends?
I main top when I got diamond.
Okay, cool. Undying Grass Gangplank.
Fuck you. Go to hell.
There it is.
Dude, it's not as bad anymore, like right
No,
now,
it used
but
to be
dude.
fucking miserable. That shit made me actually want to like commit seppuku.
Last
For those
time
of
I
you
played
that don't-
League, there was a character that when you kill him, he comes back to life for a few seconds, and the person playing him would just run down the lane and punch the turret
Scion.
until the turret killed him, then come back to
Can't
life
do
and
that
punch
anymore.
the turret until the turret killed him, and he just did that over and over
Yeah.
again until he won the game. 'cause we couldn't
Inting
stop him.
Scion, baby. That was a thing.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna quit
so-
now.
So Undying Grass Gangplank, he has a Q, which is a point and click. It just hits you, right? But it counts as a physical attack. So every now and then he'll just shoot you in the face and he'll heal.
Yeah.
He's
But to
such
be
a
fair, the thing that it's balanced around is because Undying Grass was a thing that's usually only used by melee carries because it's only effective that way. But he's actually a melee carry.
Yep.
So it's like he technically counts as getting the full damage effect, even though he can use that range ability. So he just constantly bullies you and gets like more damage and more healing and everything off of it than he should. And it was just an insane thing. So
And it
but yeah.
stayed there for 2 seasons. I don't know why they didn't change it sooner. It was the most aggravating lane against.
I like chat suggestions. Carhill said worst video game character, the RC plane in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And then Fox said Jin from Ghost of Tsushima, as his bottom lip won't stop quivering as he tries to demonstrate personality. I know I have a shit opinion. I'm going to reiterate, especially from what I said about Persona 5. I know I have a shit opinion. I liked Ghost of Tsushima, but goddamn, do I wish I could play a slightly harder version of it. It was a little too easy to just coast through.
Did you play on the one hit one kill?
Oh, no, I didn't, but I don't want one hit. I want like hell or hell difficulty from Devil May Cry. I want like I die in one hit, but the enemies have normal health.
There's a mode that like you can switch to in Ghost of Tsushima, and it is significantly harder. But it's basically like everyone has significantly reduced health, and I think you'd really like it. But
I might retry it. I haven't replayed it since I played through it the first
I
time.
don't really think much of
What game is
Creed
it?
Japan.
Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, Japan Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
This
Japan
whole
Fest
time
is
I thought
great.
you guys were talking about Ghostwire Tokyo, and I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
I liked the gameplay of Ghost of Tsushima. It was fun. It felt like a fun video game where I got to be a samurai. But Sekiro did it better, and all the open world shit was pretty meaningless. But other than that, I did enjoy Ghost of Tsushima. Lethal mode isn't one-hit kill, and it doesn't make it any funner, says Fox. Well, that's what I want. I want my character to die in one hit, but I want the enemies to have normal HP, so it's just like, fuck you, you suck
I
mode.
thought it was like one hit kill. I thought it was like very much it's either greatly reduced health or one hit. I can't remember.
Also,
I
a
don't
question,
fucking know.
I think
I didn't
just
like
for
it. I
Jamie
turned
and
it off.
Chunk, maybe just for Jamie and Chunk, opinions on Set from League of Legends?
I mean, yeah, cool character.
That's really cool. I don't think he's he's like an abusive, like lame bully, but I don't think he's like over the top. He's not
that the cat
unfair.
boy?
He was unfair when he first came out, but
Is that the
No,
cat
he's
boy?
the bird boy.
He's the what boy?
It's like an avian
Oh, he's a bird?
boy.
he's
Yeah,
well, he's like
that's
like an animal. Like just look him up.
Yeah, it's
But-
like cat boy cross bird
Yeah.
boy. I don't know. They're hard
I always
to
saw the
describe.
cat ears, so I thought he was
Yeah, he's part of like the same thing that like Zaya and Rakan are,
Anyway,
so.
I think
Okay.
the best way to play Set is did you ever do mathematically correct Set?
he looks like a fuck boy.
Yes, I did. It's very fun.
Mathematically correct Set was was super fun. That was a really
Yeah.
fun build. It's just basically you take a bunch of damage and then you one hit everybody in your way.
Yeah.
Bro, as much as I hate League doesn't skip out on the skins though, bro. Like,
No,
it's got
they
some
do
great
really.
skins.
They do.
It's a free game. How do you think they make money?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
League
fair.
does a really good job of
That's
being
why I'm okay with it. Yeah.
an undercover gacha game.
Yep.
Is Skyrim a good game in your opinion? It
No,
was
fuck
in
off.
2011.
No, it wasn't back then either.
I think it was good enough in
Pretty
2011.
fun on
think
Alexa.
Oblivion is better, but I don't think it's a bad game.
I think
Agreed.
everyone's first Elder Scrolls
Oblivion is
game
way
is the
better.
best game. Whatever your first Elder Scrolls game was, that's the
My
best one.
first Elder Scrolls game was Skyrim.
I think
Mine
my
was
first
Oblivion.
Elder Scrolls was Morrowind, and I hated it.
Oh, okay.
No,
You're the first person that's
I-
broken that streak for me.
Do not think that Skyrim is a good game. I do not. I just hard put my foot down on this one. I do not think it is a good game. It is repetitive. It has the classic 4 times as large as the previous game with 8 times less content. The story is weaker than both of the other games combined. All the dungeons look the exact fucking same. There is less like base content because they knew the modding community would hold them up on that end.
You know, the modding
Um,
community has been fixing bugs that have been in the game since the first patch, and they've re-released the game
Yeah.
like 8 fucking times and still won't fix the most basic bugs
Why
with
would
their
they?
game
Why would
that
they?
the community
Why would
has
they?
already fixed 12 times.
Why would they? Because you have dumb fuckers that say it's a good game.
Ah.
Why? They're like, oh, well, everyone thinks our game's good, so why would we put any fucking effort in? If you continue to say games like Skyrim are good, then all games respectively get worse. That's
You're gonna
the
get
truth.
Skyfall T if you're still here.
Anyway,
the more that
it's
you
kind
keep
of-
saying that Skyrim is your favorite game, the sooner you're gonna get the Elder Scrolls 76. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
You can say you like Skyrim. I would agree. Objectively, I don't think it's a great game.
You can say you have fun in Skyrim.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah.
can't say is it's a good game.
That's the thing, though, is that you can have fun watching a shitty ass movie that's really, really bad, right? But
I've
it's like,
said this. Yeah.
yeah.
I
It's,
think
at
a
the end of the
big
day,
thing-
you can objectively look at the movie. I can look at the room and be like, "This is one of the worst goddamn movies I've ever seen in my life." But I love that movie so much just watching it because it's so bad.
Little review thing that I've got coming up for a YouTube plug. I guess I'm doing here.
Sure.
I'm having a new series called 10 for 10.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be making a rating system on I was gonna do it on all forms of media, but I think I might just keep it to video games. So basically, the list will go from 10 down to -10, right? And a 0 is the worst score. Like a 0 is fucking terrible. A -10 is so shitty, it's hilarious and fun, right?
Yeah.
And then a 10 is like obviously just a really good game. I believe that all fucking media sits on that scope. Like,
So you're
the
saying
vast-
that each 10 is fun. Each 10 is very
It's just- it's
fun,
different.
and then the numbers are only for quality.
yes.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
So like,
I like that
the
scale
-10
a lot.
is a really crappy game, right?
Right.
Give us an example. What's a -10?
A -10 in video, and see, -10s in video games are really hard to come by, right?
VR chat.
What? No.
VR
I have
chat.
so much fun in VR chat.
I would literally say Wii Shop 3.
Yeah.
That's the point of the scale.
Oh, yeah, true. It's so bad that it's good. That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's one of those games where it's like, this is shit. I can tell it's shit. I'm looking at shit. I'm playing shit.
Goat Simulator.
Fuck, am I having fun? Goat
True.
Simulator.
Yeah, Goat Simulator.
Another
Goat
one.
Simulator is really good.
That would be like a -8. You know, it's just a crap fucking game.
My Summer
It's
Car,
fucking
yep.
terrible. My Summer Car.
I think-
These games exist on that list, and it's just like, for some reason, it's just so fucking entertaining.
Directly drink milk from a cow is definitely just a 0.
Yeah, that's a good example of what a 0 is. I would say Skyrim sits comfortably at a 3 for me.
Whew.
Yeah.
I have a weird emotion with Skyrim, and it's entirely anecdotal, I know, but I don't like Skyrim because everyone I know who like loves Skyrim or it's their favorite game fucking sucks at video games.
Yep.
And as an extremely competitive gamer, I lose respect for those individuals.
Well, it's because everybody goes into the settings where the difficulty is, slides the bar all the way down, and they one-shot everything. That's
Well,
fine.
Yeah.
I think what makes that worse is if you're on the opposite end of the spectrum and you want a challenge, all you can do is inflate the enemy's HP bars and damage numbers. There's no like actual difficulty modifier. They just the numbers get bigger.
It's a bad game.
I've got to say though, personally, my favorite part of Skyrim was that one quest where you look at the radar at the top of your screen and there's that little diamond and you follow that until the quest is over.
Do you know what one of my favorite like quests is in Skyrim?
What?
There's a quest where you get invited into like a house, and it's like you have to try and eliminate all the other contestants. Oh my, that's Oblivion.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I got the other one. I got the other
I
one.
was like,
Hang on, I got another one. It's the one where you have to get to the Thieves Guild, but what you got to try and do is steal an object before somebody else steals another.
Oh, that
it's
was
Oblivion.
That's
man.
Oblivion.
That's-
Oh, that's
that's the-
right.
that's the-
because
that's
there's
great
nothing
box.
interesting about any of the Skyrim fucking side quests.
dude, the Thieves Guild
Wait,
was
what about
so
the-
cool in Oblivion.
What about the what's it called? The Dwarven Fortress, the Dwarven like
Oh yeah, I
underground
love
and
doing
whatnot.
that 15 times. That was sick.
Don't
dude.
you
I
love doing that over and over again?
I
And
love seeing
how
it's
immersion
Draugrs.
breaking that
Dude,
is?
Oh my god,
the
I
fucking-
love seeing. There's more Draugrs than there are real people in the world.
Dude, the fucking
God,
I love
this is
the
true.
reference of Skyrim where it's like, whoa, I found a new cave I've never been to before. 5 minutes later, how did I get back to Blackreach? It's like everything leads to fucking Blackreach.
Yeah, that game is like I'm gonna say this, and I might cop hate for it. Fuck you. Skyrim is objectively trash, and if you think it's top tier gaming, it's because you literally have never played anything good.
I had to assume you
I'm
literally
saying.
have one console, and that's like an Xbox 360 and Skyrim, and that's all you've ever played, and you've never touched any other media ever.
Xbox 360. You don't play Skyrim on your Samsung smart fridge?
Dude, I can't afford that, okay? I can afford an Xbox 360 nowadays.
only
Now they're
time-
like $50.
I play Skyrim in my Tesla because that way I have a higher possibility of crashing into a stovey pole.
I always bring this up. You could play Skyrim on Alexa.
That's actually cool. I actually think that's that's probably more fun.
I legit
probably
like do
more
it
fun, yeah.
sometimes. Like when I'm waking up, I'll ask her to start it up, and it'll like just wake me up. Not too often, maybe like once every other month or something.
Also, I wanted to
But
say
I'm
halfway
waking up
through the
violently
Skyrim
angry.
discussion, I removed the after the discussion part of the Q&A segment thing above my head. So we are officially going to be taking any questions from chat or topics. If everybody else is okay with that, I feel like it's a good time.
Yep.
Well, we've had a couple of questions that have strayed away from the character's best and worst type topic.
Yeah, we have.
Maybe if we could try and keep it onto that. We've
Yeah.
gone on a couple of tangents recently.
So since I can't click on Discord, do we have any? I'm sure we have some highlighted messages stored up if we want to go through those.
Just a few,
There
like
was-
only a
there
few.
were- I think we went through a couple of them as we were kind of going as well.
Oh, okay.
We
Yeah.
tried to keep it pretty to the questions. However, we're very good at off topic.
We are very good at our topic.
That picture of
The
John-
topic
That's a
is
different podcast,
basically
guys. Let's not
like
talk about
the off topic is basically like the topic every week is kind of like a suggestion.
It's a navigator, a compass, if you will.
Yeah, a compass.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want to say compass too loud. I might trigger Poppy.
I think the question I also like highlighted was going to talk about later. I think we kind of touched on already. It was basically just a question by Arbiter that said, okay, this is a question for the proper topic, but can a character be good without having a full fleshed out backstory / origin? I feel like when we were talking about Mario and shit, we kind of like dived into that a little bit, right? Like that's all, but I mean that's less than like not having a backstory and origin.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I think it depends on the direction you come at character from, because as an English language and literature major, I think of like famous storybook characters, or characters with so much depth to them that like you can really relate to them, or you could imagine them in any situation and know how they would react. So that's kind of like where my brain goes when I think of like a good character.
I do know how Mario would react. He would jump on it.
I was about to say he'd probably jump. Mario, you have cancer. You're gonna die in 3 months. Woohoo!
full circle.
Can I just point out a really good one? Aravan, cook this clip. Ugly Sailor says, please talk about my favorite character, Mario, from Mario Kart Super Circuit.
I took that as I was like, it's fucking hilarious.
The Mario Kart Super Circuit, you said?
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. Here we go. Let's pull up the character list of Mario Kart Super Circuit. Alright, we got the wiki here. Let me get the Mario. Let's see. Do
Okay,
the characters
before
have
we get into
individual
anything,
stats?
Can we talk about if you play Mario and Mario Kart, you're a basic bitch, and I don't know what the fuck you're doing playing those games.
Okay.
I'm just saying it.
So, Ugly Sailor, I do have to say he's a pretty middle-of-the-road character. You know, 3 out of 5, I'm gonna assume, stars for speed. 3 out of 5 weight. He's a middleweight character.
No, I got an issue.
Okay.
Peach has a 5 on speed. She's so fast. How does she keep getting caught by Bowser?
What's Bowser's speed? Oh my god! He sits on her. That's gotta be.
A good question. She never starts. That's the thing.
I don't. All right. I don't think Peach is trying to get away from Bowser.
I think she's using it as an excuse.
She loves the
Mario.
chase.
I was kidnapped. I'm not purposely getting dicked down by Bowser right now. I was kidnapped.
All right.
I bet his cock is ribbed.
Oh yeah,
Dude, I almost answered it is because I've seen like fucking images of it, but like,
Oh
no,
my
it's fine.
god.
Do you guys remember the female Bowser meme?
Yeah, Bowsette.
yeah.
Bowsette, yeah. That was a nice time in meandom.
Yeah, we do like that one.
So
Yeah.
Best wants us to return to Borderlands for like the 4th time, with opinions on the Borderlands playable characters.
Playable characters. Okay, I think they're like. The playable
There's one that's
characters.
really good. There's one that's really, really good.
Oh no,
And
step
that's,
Bowser! I'm stuck.
I would say Krieg. Krieg was really good.
Krieg is great, and his character
Yeah.
development after Lilith dies, or after
Yeah.
Maya
What
dies.
Krieg?
Krieg is the he's basically
psycho.
he's a psycho, but you actually like he has split personality. So like he can't talk in anything except for psycho talk, right? But inside, when you're playing him, you hear his normal voice and what his actual thoughts are.
Yeah, he's an
It's like-
absolute gentleman. Like he's like a proper British gentleman on the inside.
That's
And
awesome.
it's a really fun juxtaposition. I think
is interesting.
the term is gap moe. Well, I think you're entirely right. I think he's the most interesting playable character out of all the Borderlands.
Yeah.
I
The
don't
least interesting
remember one.
Claptrap from Borderlands the pre-sequel on the moon.
You can play as Claptrap in a Borderlands game?
Yeah, look it up. Borderlands the pre-sequel, Claptrap.
He's also just the worst character.
Yeah, he's not very good. His
Oh, okay.
ult is literally just him dancing. It's like a boogie
Yep.
bomb.
I don't really know what I should be looking at here. Like, I knew who Claptrap was, and
He's just
Yeah.
a playable character in Borderlands.
Okay.
That's the main one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pull up like a video playing him on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what you were wanting me to look up for it. Yeah, I could look it up.
But
Crazy
most of
high-level
the
Claptrap
characters-
build.
most of the characters are kind of let down by the animation of Borderlands, though, because
Yeah.
a lot of the early game, especially the first two, you can't really see the emotion that they're trying to portray. Like the voice actor's doing a great job.
It's why Krieg
Is there
stands out.
gameplay in this video?
Yeah, I already agree.
His ult is random? Is there...
Yeah.
What the fuck? So he's a
Yeah, that's
wild
true.
magic sorcerer. Is that what you're saying?
His ult is fucking garbage.
He's already dead. the gameplay started with him getting instantly killed.
That's just high level Borderlands.
And this is crazy high level claptrap build. It literally started with him dying. He died again.
He just keeps dying.
Hey, it doesn't matter if you die, if you get second wind over and over, baby.
True.
I think the only reason I don't like Borderlands, I realized this finally the other day, because I'm also not a Borderlands fan. And I think it's because I spend the first like 3 or 4 hours playing through the game and getting really shitty guns, and I'm like, yeah, well, it's the beginning of the game, I'll get something good. And then I finally find a gun I like, and then 5 minutes later I find a gun that's just so much better statistically that I no longer get to use the gun that's fun to use. Yeah. And then I start getting bored.
So you don't like looter shooters, is what you're saying?
Basically. I mean,
That's
Warframe
every
is a
looter
looter
shooter.
shooter, but I get to pick my loadout.
No, it is not. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't shoot and loot in Warframe?
No. Like, no, looter shooters are specifically when you loot, like, the things you use. Like, your armor, your guns, your grenades, all shit like that.
I mean, technically, you loot the blueprints.
But,
Yeah, but you don't
no,
use them right away.
there's no, like, it's not like statage. Like, it's not like you could pick 30 of the same gun in different permutations.
Warframe's the 5th option when I Google looter shooter.
Okay, type in. You want to do it that route? Type in Souls-like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
This
I
is
wouldn't
not-
trust the first page. Genshin Impact's in there, Debbie.
I would trust all of these, but Genshin Impact and maybe Dying Light too.
keep going.
Skyrim is in there. What the fuck do you mean you agree with all
Oh,
of them?
I didn't see Skyrim. My brain closes it out.
At one point,
Fire Souls-like.
at one point, Witcher 3 was in there.
Witcher 3 is in there? Oh,
Yeah.
at one point. It's not in there now.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back and see the other options were in this list. So
Everything at
Borderlands,
the end of the
Destiny
day,
2 is another game that I thought would be considered a looter shooter,
It is.
which is basically
definitely
just a bad Warframe clone.
Destiny 2 is actually has like looting mechanics though. Like you
Yeah.
actually loot like
Like,
guns
people
off the ground you
drop weapons,
use.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like,
the difference in a looter shooter and Warframe is how quickly you get to use the thing that you got.
Well,
for
no,
the
it's
drop.
because the guns are random. Like in
Oh.
Warframe, everything is permeable. It's like a Call of Duty where you can go in and put all your attachments you want.
Yeah.
But like in looter shooters, it's entirely random, and it's luck of the draw.
Okay, so the
It's
random
like
element is
Gunfire Reborn.
okay.
Yeah.
That's a weird distinction, but I won't say that I know any better.
It's an important one though. Like
Yeah.
those small things are what make.
Well, then what do we call
the
Warframe?
difference. Warframe.
An
is-
MMO.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, kind of a parkour game. Kind of a
awesome.
movement game. I love the
Dude,
movement in Warframe.
Something I've wanted to do in Warframe for a really long time. I just don't have the patience. They added a gigantic open space room that you can put in your clan dojo. That's just a build your own obstacle course.
I got a question.
That'd be cool.
What?
Does Dying Light 2 count as a looter shooter then? Because I know you don't shoot much.
Yes, absolutely is considered a looter
It
shooter.
does?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I know it's mainly melee weapons, but it does.
Right, like I wouldn't
have that
consider
randomized.
Kingdom Come Deliverance or Breath of the Wild or Skyrim looter shooters, even though you do pick up random weapons off things, like randomized weapons off things. But I think with how Dying Light is, it would be considered like a looter shooter,
Yeah.
The
or
hype
at
for
least like
Dying
a
Light
combat
2
looter.
went away really fast. I was really interested in playing it, but it just seemed like the hype vanished.
It was delayed launches mixed with like it being in the middle of like a weird pandemic period, mixed
Yeah.
with it being like kind of a mediocre game. It's weird because it's one of those games that's like it's not bad.
It looks fun.
It just was bad timing
Yeah.
and bad audience reception overall. Kind
Um,
of fell flat, especially with all the marketing. Ugh.
Benny said this probably has already been asked, but opinions on fighting games, specifically Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think this is mostly Jamie and I's wheelhouse. I've only played Marvel vs. Capcom 3 once, maybe twice, and
Never played
I'm
it.
just not a fan of tag fighters. I prefer the one-on-one instead of like a 3-on-3 where you swap out characters every 15 seconds.
It's not
File.
Z swap out though.
It is.
So, Devi will be able to test this. The first hyper fighter that I ever played was Guilty Gear Strive. Right, so I was more of a like Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Street Fighter kind of guy. So like those hyper fighters are a bit distant from me. I don't really know much about them.
I absolutely despise despised fighting games. I thought they were boring as shit. I never wanted to play one. I just got mad every time I played one. And then I played Dragon Ball Fighter Z offline for like 50 hours, just beating up a training dummy because I liked Dragon Ball. And I finally learned how to do a combo, and it was like my third eye opened, and I was like, oh, I get it. And then suddenly I was like, wait, I want to do cooler combos. And then I just spent like weeks offline on Dragon Ball Fighter Z learning badass combos. And then Strive came out, and I was like, okay, no one is good at this yet. I can get good at this. And then I'm a pretty decent Strive player. I'm not anywhere near the best, but that's just all it took for me to get absolutely obsessed with fighting games, is one combo in one game.
Okay. Well, I have a question for chat. Any characters that you feel stand out that makes a game significantly better? Like we talked a bit about our perspectives. I'd like to hear you guys if there's any that you think we missed, like a character, whether it's the main character or whether it's a side character or a villain. Are there any characters that make the game what it is, and if it wasn't for that character, it'd be nothing without it? I'm genuinely interested, because there was a lot of talk about that when we were going through it. Just wondering if there's any.
Yeah, we gave a few examples. I'm sure at least one of those will get brought up.
While they're
depending on
going
how many
through
people are
that,
paying attention.
I want to run through who we think is the most attractive character in gaming.
Oh, this one's really hard for me.
Because Salvador the Gun Zerker really, oof, that man. He gets my goose.
I think I do have an objective answer for that question.
Do I have an objective answer?
No, I think I do. I think I know the correct answer. And I think it's, as someone who does not look at porn often, the amount of porn that I have seen of 2B, I feel like that's pretty fucking high up the list.
But half of 2B's face is covered.
So?
That's part of the
What's to
tease.
complain
Bobby.
about?
Like that.
People seem to like her. Look, I'm coming at this from an angle of an asexual person who doesn't care about that shit. So I'm doing the best I can with other people's opinions here.
Sailor said Jesus from the Bible game. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but I will say there is actually a Moses game that was like an arcade, like a game where you could actually go and shoot the word of God at people and like make your way through like puzzles and mazes. It was whack.
There is. Doesn't look like we're gonna get any
to...
serious answers, by the way.
Not me trying to desperately find a way to connect this to Wii Shop 3, but
Yeah.
RAR showed me this, and now I'm gonna force you to watch it. But since Sailor brought it up, this is an actual announcement trailer for a game.
So I've seen this. I know exactly what it is.
What is this? This is a mobile app. This is a mobile app advertisement.
What is this?
Who took that picture?
Bucket.
He's using up all of his Jesus meter.
Who's taking these pictures?
Oh, what's that guy gonna do with all that fish in a water?
Bro, is he cardioing these fucking waves right now?
What the fuck?
Jesus doesn't have a belly button.
You get to be on the cross in first person?
And Jesus Christ. I think that's the best part, is just the name.
Is this released yet?
I'm not sure.
Did
Let's
he
check.
reincarnate with a full bar?
Dude, hey, can you look up
The prologue's out!
Oh my god.
It's playable, baby! Oh, you have to request access.
Debbie,
Well, you better
I need you
fucking
to look
request.
up the fighter game that has Jesus in it, if you know what I'm talking about.
Super Mario?
No.
Fight of
there's
Gods.
So badly.
Yeah, I think that may be it. There's literally
Jesus,
a,
Moses, see it right there?
Jesus versus Moses. Here we go.
Is that it?
Also, we did get some answers, so we'll briefly
Yes,
look
this
at
is
this.
it.
and then-
Watch it, dude. I hope it does Jesus' intro. It's actually insane.
Oh, his intro? Hold on.
Yeah, his intro, like when he comes down. It's actually...
Oh my.
Dude, he drops down on the cross and he rips himself off of it. It's so fucking good. Dude. Oh.
Did they make Moses black?
Oh my
This is
god, the
progressive
animations
as
are so
fuck.
slow. What the fuck?
Dude, it's a whack fighting game.
This looks.
Is this fighting arena the parted Red Sea?
Moses is OP, I'm just saying.
They're fighting in the parted Red Sea.
Oh my god. You guys
I
ever
like
see,
it. I like that Jesus just T-poses on him before it was cool.
Do you like the World War II shipwreck back there?
you guys ever see how Beyblades claim that Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade?
Yeah, I have seen that. It's fucking good.
I have not.
Yeah,
It's in
canonically,
Beyblade.
Yeah,
Let's look it up.
Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade canonically.
Never told Basic about the game. Got it.
Yeah, we won't tell Basic
Basically,
about
we'll
it.
absolutely
Jesus
play that.
Christ.
Beyblade Moses.
Yeah.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, your first plan should be getting by us.
Though you call yourselves bladers, you don't know
God,
the
the
real
fucking-
truth about Beyblading. There is a tremendous power hidden within bays. Since ancient
Bays.
times, the existence of bays can be found in moments
I
throughout
can't take it seriously if he
history.
calls him Bays.
Yeah, call him Bays? I didn't know that.
The power of Beyblades have been used to change the course of rivers and oceans.
This is
don't
what
like
the Bible
to-
doesn't want you to know.
Many armies and create huge empires.
I've got a
I
question.
can't tell if that was edited in or not.
I've got a question.
It's legit.
What now, Christians? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's get to the responses we got from chat. The first one was Benny saying, off the top of my head, I can't think of good character besides Soap, Price, or Jack Cooper. We can tell what genre Best Name likes to play.
So price. You're not even going to mention Mason?
Yeah, Mason was really fucking good.
good.
What was the Russian like side? Fucking
Nikolai? Skewer the Winged Beast you're talking about?
no. In Black Ops. In Black Ops, what was the character that helped Mason escape the gulag? That was
Yeah, that's Skewer the Winged Beast. Fucking.
Yeah.
Sug. No, what's his fucking name?
I don't
what's his
remember.
name? He was really good as well.
I remember the character. I don't remember his name. It was like, yeah. I don't really remember like any Call of Duty character names.
Price was really good. I did like Price a lot.
I will find this.
Also, the villain guy from
Vorkuta.
Modern Warfare 2.
Vorkuta.
That's
Vorkuta,
that's a
that's
Call
the
of
one.
Duty character
Victor
name.
Reznov.
Oh, that's
Victor
the name I
Reznov
remember.
From
Yeah,
Vorkuta,
Victor
yeah.
Reznov, yeah.
Vorkuta's the
Also,
mission.
Oh, okay.
fucking the villain dude from Modern Warfare 2, the one that did the no Russian shit. I think he was really, really quite a charismatic villain.
There's been quite a bit of charismatic villains.
Um,
Also, so you guys are gamers. Did you also spend like way too many hours, like maybe 2 or 3 hours, trying to hit the guy with a sniper shot in the original Call of Duty that doesn't knock off his arm, so you actually kill him?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah,
You know the
yeah,
sniper
yeah,
shot I'm talking about? Or like you have to like guide it for the wind, and then you fight a helicopter afterwards.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I tried so many times to kill him without cutting off his arm, but you can hit him dead ass in the head, and his arm will just fall
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, you can hit him in the balls and still.
Hit him
I
with
just
a
did
foot,
the
arm falls off.
Pripyat mission over and over again.
I want to play all the Sniper Elite games just to do bull shots.
We were
I
talking about
actually have all 4 of them. I was planning
5.
to play them all. There's 5. I have 4 of them.
Yeah, the new one came out.
No more all anymore, apparently. And I was going to play them on stream, so now I have to get another one. Okay.
I think you'll like
Yeah,
this,
I-
Caravan. Sniper Elite V5 has a game mode where another player is on a campaign mission and you show up as a player sniper in their mission to counter snipe them.
That's cool.
So
Yeah,
it's like
it's pretty
invasion.
Yeah, it's like an
It's pretty
invasion.
sick.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
it's
really
pretty
cool.
sick.
Also, it's on Game Pass.
Say, isn't there like a Metal Gear mission where that's like the entire thing is like you boss fighting is like a counter sniping mission?
Sounds like something Metal Gear would do.
I still need to play 5. I've been told by many people that it seems like a game for me.
Metal Gear
I
Solid
haven't
5.
played.
Yeah.
I haven't
got
played
one.
Animal Crossing, but Autumn says Isabel from Animal Crossing.
Thank you. I was trying to bring that one up for a while. I also am not a big Animal Crossing fan. I played it on the GameCube when I was very little, and that was really my only long-term Animal Crossing experience. Now, my roommate, Uncle Sawa, who is now in bed, would have a lot to say on Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
But
Animal Crossing's too chill for me.
Yeah, it's a bit not enough in my opinion.
My attention span's not fit for Animal Crossing. I will get distracted and want to play something else or do something else.
I don't know if I'd say it's my attention span, because I can play RuneScape for hours, but
I can't.
Somehow I could level up my hunting skill in RuneScape for hours by collecting bugs with a butterfly net, but doing the same thing in Animal Crossing feels so much less rewarding to me.
I think that's because of how restrictive everything is. Everything has to be done a certain way, or it's not done at all. Not a big fan of that.
In Animal Crossing?
Yeah. Like, there is one way to do one thing. Every single time you catch a bug, it's the exact same animation. Every time you fish, every time you do anything, anytime you want a co-op partner, same laborious process. Everything's just so fucking slow.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
The little cutscene of pull bug out of net, hold bug up to camera, put bug in bag.
Do that ad
It's
nauseum.
too cutesy for me.
I like the
once-
concept, but it's just not fun for me.
My ex-girlfriend got angry at me one time because she was like, "You have to play Stardew." I'm like, "I really don't want to play Stardew." She's like, "We'll play it together. We'll have like a date night when we play Stardew." I'm like, "Okay." I tried running a brothel, and she got really upset at me. I went around. I did nothing except for try and get all the female characters to work in a brothel for me.
Oh my god.
And she was getting so angry at me. She's like, "You're meant to be helping me farm." I'm like, "No, I'm doing this my way."
Yeah, this is the way the game was meant to be played.
I played it as a fishing minigame. I played it as an annoying fishing minigame because I had to go back to bed, or I had to go back home and go to bed every 15 minutes.
I hate that fucking mechanic.
I do too. Stardew had a
You just
great
pass
fishing
out.
minigame that is now outmatched by Cat Goes Fishing.
If
Yes,
you pass
okay.
out, they take your money away.
Yeah,
Unironically,
You get fucking robbed in a small town.
Unironically, Sailor purchased one of the worst games I've ever played for me, which was drink milk directly from cow. But also, Sailor redeemed himself by giving me a game called Cat Goes Fishing. Sounds like the dumbest game ever. It is. I'm almost 100% through the game. Like, I've almost caught every fish. I have every upgrade already. Like, it's genuinely absurdly fun. I can't get over how addicted I got to this. It's a flash game.
What's the dumbest game that you've bought that really just fucking gripped you?
What's the vampire game? That
Vampire
you keep playing?
Survivors.
There we go.
Vampire Survivors is fucking perfect. It's $3. It's non-stop action, and it's how many? You know what? Let me find out how many hours I have right now. Vampire Survivors, 46.1 hours for $3. But other than that,
That's
probably it's Potion Craft. Potion Craft is fucking fantastic.
For me, it's My Summer Car. I've never experienced anything like it. It's in my top 5 games of all time.
It's really cool.
My
It's
Summer
like
Car, you can't describe it to anyone. You're like, you live life as a Finnish dude in 1995, and you have to build a car. I'm like, well, that doesn't sound very entertaining. I'm like, you wait, you play it. You say that now and play it, and you'll see.
I couldn't believe every time I tuned into your stream or saw your clips. I couldn't believe at just what that game. It's incomparable. There's no way to explain what that game is. There is My Summer Car Lex. It's so unique in nature.
There's a second one coming out.
Oh really?
Yeah, My Winter Car. Yeah, it's
my winter car, of course.
Yeah, no, it's meant to be way harder as well. So it's basically like a winter survival game as well.
I don't think there's been a game in a while that's been a stupid little game that's gripped my attention really since the old days when I used to play Stick Page. I don't even know if anybody visited that.
Well, you haven't played Weed Shop 3.
I haven't played Weed Shop 3. You're correct, but I used to play that game on Stick Page. It was called Stick RPG, where literally there's 4 things you could do. You could go work until you got enough money to get promoted, and then you get promoted, and that was literally the entire point of the game. You could go to a bar and fight people and shoot lasers out of your hands. But as soon as you did that, the game would crash, and so you couldn't even do that without ruining the entire game. You could go work out, and you could sleep and buy cigarettes off of some dude randomly walking down the street.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Weirdly
that was
enough,
literally it.
I remember those games made me feel so badass when I was little. I was like,
Yep.
I was like, I hope God doesn't. Oh, so super off topic. But when you guys were younger, were you anyone here raised religious?
Yes.
Kind of, but not forced on me.
Okay,
Chunk
well,
and I were both born in the Bible
generally.
Belt, so
So when you guys first learned about
For Cherry
sex,
Sunday.
were you afraid that you couldn't unlearn it and then God would smite you because of it?
no.
Yes.
I was like when this girl named Liana told me about sex. I'll never forget it because I
This is
hated her for
very
years.
off topic. Holy shit.
She told me about it, and I was like, for years, I was like, I'm fucked. I'm ruined. Like, there's nothing I can do. Now that I know about sex, I'm done. Like,
I
GG.
remember going over to a friend's house and then playing GTA, and they went to the strip club and they like showed like the boobies, but like with the stars over like the nipples.
Yeah,
I remember being like,
nipples.
I'm going to hell for this, and I like ran out of the room and like hid in his bedroom and locked the door. I
Yeah.
haven't talked to him for a while.
Man, that's that's wild.
Yeah, it's real bad in the South, especially. I remember being
little
told
finer.
You're that brainwashed?
yeah, like
I
church.
forgot
I would go to
about that.
church every Sunday, and they'd tell me I was gonna go to hell for playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I believe it.
Hey, my mom gave away like thousands of dollars of worth of magic cards because she found out that I had them and gave them to a random college kid that was living with us.
Wow.
F, holy shit. All right, so I think I've thought of one.
That was her boyfriend, by the way.
I think I've thought of one.
You didn't have a random college kid living with you.
I'm having a really hard time deciding what we would classify as a dumb little game or like a stupid little game, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, the first thing that came to my mind was Among Us, because that is just a stupid little game that I did get captivated by for a little while. But I think my actual answer is going to be XO1. EXO and then the word 1. It's literally a game where you play as a ball, and if you hold space, you become a frisbee. And you roll down a
I
hill,
forgot about that.
and you get momentum, and when you go up the next hill, you go into the air, and then you hold space to become a frisbee, and you use like updrafts to stay in the air and fly around, and the whole game is just exploring weird alien planets and like using the really interesting movement mechanics, like a very physics-based movement system, to just navigate around these alien worlds where technically nothing really happens until you're just kind of done. And I was really captivated by it. I played through the whole game in like I think 2 4-hour stints back to back. I think I had to stream one day. I was like, I don't want to stream this, but I want to play it the moment I'm done. It was really
There's
fun.
a really interesting game, and this comes back to the characters kind of conversation that I got gifted and I was able to play because a friend of mine works for the company that was advertising it and developed it. And it's called Golf Club Wasteland.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's basically this little game where you play golf on what is I think it's a wasteland of Earth. And you're like the last person alive on Earth. And the radio in that game is all the personality you need. It kind of delivers, like, you're just playing golf, you're just shooting a golf ball around a dilapidated wasteland. But the fucking radio just tells the story of everything that's going on in the world. It gives you everything you need. It's
Like
very
Firewatch
calm.
style?
The music, yeah.
I
very
really
much
want to play
style.
Firewatch.
It's very relaxing. And,
I think I would really like Firewatch.
Golf Club Wasteland was really good.
That sounds cool.
I know Airvan talks about it, which really surprises me because it's just a story game. But What Remains of Edith Finch
I love
is
What Remains of Edith Finch.
it's so good. It's so unsuspecting looking, but it's so good.
That shit hit me like a truck.
Yeah.
So, What Remains of
the
Edith Finch?
last one where they, the fish cutting,
Yes,
Yeah.
that's like the best one.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
really intense.
So the reason I played that game is because at the time my mind was a little bit different. My favorite game was the Witness. And
Oh.
I absolutely adored the fuck out of the Witness. I still do. It's in my top 5. I love that game to death, and I looked up on Steam what games are like the Witness. And it was like these 5 games, and I've never heard of 4 of them. And the other one was What Remains of Edith Finch, and I had gotten it for free from Humble Bundle. I was like, oh, since I already own it, might as well. And it's like, it's a fucking fantastic game. I would never play it again because I feel like it's one of those experiences, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Just not for someone like me, typically.
I think a
love The
very
Witness so
similar
much.
game to it. It's not as mini game based is how I would describe What Remains of Edith Finch, but a very similar game to that is The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. I don't
Yeah.
think it was quite as good, but it was still very interesting.
After I played Edith Finch, my chat went nuts on me, and I still owe them these gameplays, but they just went and gifted me like Firewatch, like all on the same day. They give me Firewatch, Ethan Carter, like a bunch of those like kind of walking sim games. I kind of owe it to them to play. But I've heard nothing but good things about them all.
I could ruin your chat's experience for watching you play The Vanishing of Ethan Carter by telling you one thing that's in the game that's not spoiler related at all, but would make a lot of people really mad that I told you.
Do it, you won't. Do it, you won't.
Dangerous words.
Won't.
I'm gonna
it's not
do
like
it.
a lot of them are in here right now, like watching it. Or
there is
anything.
a single, extremely unexpected jump scare. There is one very random, unexpected jump scare in the game, and I guarantee half the people that know about that game are gonna be sitting there with bated breath, waiting for that fucking moment.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep. It scared the shit out of me because you're not ready for a jump scare where the whole game's been like kind of weird, spooky-ish, but nothing ever happens, and then suddenly the game's just like, ha, fuck you.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
This whole conversation just reminded me of something I wanted to bring up, and I wasn't really sure of a good time to bring it up, so I guess I'll bring it up now. And that's, I've been wanting to make an Otherworld video where all of us, regardless if we're, holy shit, that cat got up there. Regardless if we're streaming or not, I want us all to record our reactions to it. There's a game I found called It Steals. It's like a horror-based game, and it's super fascinating. It's $5, and I wanted to buy it for everyone in Otherworld, and I wanted everyone to play it. I was wondering if you guys would be down for that.
I do know of this game. Yeah, I kind of want to play it. I'm just worried about buying it, so.
Yeah,
it's $5.
I'm cool.
I have no problem buying it.
I will say I'm gonna be a little bit spoiled on it because I did watch a guy's YouTube video on it, which is why I'm interested. It looks really interesting.
Like the game isn't like, oh wow, what an unexpected twist.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Constantly terrifying.
I just mean I have a vague idea of what to expect already.
Right. Even with that, like even me going in fully knowing what the game was and not being scared by horror games whatsoever, my anxiety was through the goddamn skybox. Like it was.
I can imagine.
Jesus, that game's intense. But yeah, so I was wondering if you guys are interested.
Yeah, I'll be done.
I'm in.
Yes, excellent. I need to get everyone else in Otherworld.
Yep.
Okay. So far I have CB and everyone here.
I'm excited. I want to see Ika's reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, Ika's will just be like Ika's entire like stream will just be noises.
I'm gonna send you a picture, Debbie.
Okay.
Is there any chance you could pull it up on stream?
Potentially, yeah. Carhill also said another game that hit me hard was There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension.
I feel like I've heard of that, but I'm not sure.
I feel like I've heard There Is No Game.
Hold on. I started to Google it. I started to Google it, and the first things that pop up as like an example is, oh, that doesn't come up on stream. It says free, online, and unblocked. Like, is it a Flash game? Are people trying to play this in high school? What's going on here?
It looks like one of those games where, like, you know, the Impossible game and whatnot. It feels like that kind of.
Oh, okay. It's
But
on Steam.
Click on
This
it.
feels familiar.
I'll just kind of.
It seems like Markiplier would play.
I feel like I've seen somebody play this, but I'm trying to remember who.
Not a Flash game, came out next year. Or last year, not next year.
Yeah, it came out in the future.
I'm from the future.
Oh, right. I
Hello,
full screened
user.
a video, so it
Program
freezed
speaking.
all of our cameras.
Actually, there's
Froze.
no game. Hey! What are you doing, user? I told you there was no game.
So it's like that one hallway game.
Will you stop?
Does look
Seems
very
like
meta.
WarioWare.
Are you
What was that hallway game? I think Renee bought or
all my
something.
content.
The game where you push the buttons and...
I think it was called The Button, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. Also, where are you
Reminds me
sending
of
me
that
this
so far.
picture?
I forgot.
Where are we? What have you done, user?
Is this a horror game?
Oh no. We've probably entered a different video game
This is a whole
dimension.
ass other game.
This literally feels like WarioWare, where it's like just sporadic, like little things going on all the time. Except for maybe there's like an overarching story that's actually going on.
It is another dimension.
Super hot reference.
Is that a missed puzzle? Hero, stop
This is
running
pretty cool.
around in circles.
It's like
and fight.
extremely variety game.
Yeah, extremely variety meta game.
You know what game I want a new version of? Cooking Mama.
Really?
I fucking loved that game, man.
What is Cooking Mama?
For your mom and you cook.
Well
You know what
done,
really
user.
surprises me that no one's made on that same topic?
This is most exciting.
Imagine,
We never gonna make it.
fuck, what's the name of the games? There's 2 of them now,
We have to go
where
back to our
it's 4-player
world,
co-op
user.
cooking.
We have to go.
Oh, Overcooked, yeah.
Overcooked,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I hate that game.
The easiest game on earth that people
Game, us
overstress.
four?
Imagine Overcooked in full VR.
Can we get a game that us four can play that's just kind of like fucking weird and we can get angry at each other and
Is,
hate each other by the end of it?
Weed,
I
whatever.
Pico
Multiplayer.
Park! Pico
Nah,
Park!
sadly not.
Is that all?
I talked about like potentially trying to get a group together to do a terrorist hunt in Rainbow Six like Vegas, like one of the older ones.
They're
I thought
all
that'd be a lot of-
offline.
Year of the
They
Are they
took all the-
offline now?
They took the online off of me.
I'm sad. Never mind then.
Although,
Really?
Oh, this is
it
the
has
second
terrorist
trailer.
hunt. Rainbow Six Siege has terrorist hunt.
It would
Does
be really
didn't know.
fun to like have all like a group of us all play like something like that for the Otherworld channel.
So I actually thought about, for one of our podcasts, it might make for a fun, interesting twist if we were all trying to focus on playing some sort of a game while having the podcast.
That would be fun.
We just all played Dauntless while trying to fucking be entertaining. The Dark Souls of fucking multiplayer games.
We're all playing a Dance of Fire and Ice. It's just fucking Danny popping off and me trying to be like,
Also, I do not understand the Overcooked meme where it's like you know that one game we played a while
It's
back where it
Pico
was
Park.
like
It's
Pico
a game
Park,
that's
yeah.
stupidly easy, but all it takes is 1 out of 8 people to fuck up to ruin it for everybody, so
really-
it becomes a frustrating game.
it's so weird because like
That's the
I feel
point
the
of
same
it.
way about both of them, about Overcooked and Pico
I,
Park.
um,
It's
Yeah,
such
that's
an
the point.
easy game. Like I don't know why people get
dude,
stressed about
that
it.
was, that
I
was
really-
pre-Poppy. Poppy doesn't know about what happened with our Pico Park stuff.
No,
That was a
no,
good
no, no,
night. I was sleep deprived and everyone was yelling, and that's about what I remember.
no.
'Cause that was during like my it was like a 48-hour stream or something like
You
that.
say everyone was yelling. Everyone was
well,
not
yeah,
yelling.
fair, yeah.
One
fair.
person was yelling, and that's
One
that's what
person
it
was
is.
yelling, true.
Yeah.
Who was yelling?
I can
Baldy.
Baldy. I cannot get mad
You
at
can,
an
you
easy
can
game.
guess, homie.
Yeah, fair.
Also what Cornelia said. Yeah. Everyone has the game is so simple and kind of open. Like some levels were extremely specific in how you had to solve the puzzles, but for the most part the game is just
I fear if I played a game like that with you guys, you would all end up hating me.
Hey Jamie, when are we playing co-op Pogo Stuck?
Oh yeah, we need to do that.
Oh god, that fucking
Oh my
tether,
God.
dude. The amount of
Dude,
clips.
Just baldy.
I'm the kind of person that, like, you've seen it today, Chunk. I'll do shit intentionally to piss people off.
Oh yeah.
Like, I push buttons, just, like, not in a bad way. I'll push them just, like, in a playful way. But, like,
Yeah.
in a game like that where I know that I could fuck over, like, 8 people, like,
Yeah.
it's... The temptation gets way too much for me, and I just do it. And then I laugh while everyone else screams. And it's just...
Do you
You
co-op
are right.
Pogo Stuck for the
I would hate
podcast?
you.
I think it's 2 people, Branny.
Then you would love that fucking one game we played. What was it? Horse, cow, duck, or whatever the hell. it's
Ultimate
called?
Chicken
Ultimate
Horse.
Chicken
I was about to
Horse.
bring that
Ultimate
up.
Chicken
Chicken
Horse.
Horse is a lot.
Hey,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm down to play
That
actually. I
game
love
is
that
like designed for exactly what you just said.
Let's
Yo,
do that for a
rather than
podcast one day.
Rather than ending the podcast today, why don't we just keep fucking going like that?
Just keep playing Ultimate Chicken Horse.
I'm working in the morning.
I'd have to download it. Not that it's
I'm
big.
working there right now.
What?
Yeah, I just have to get back to editing. I
Oh,
got cool news. So recently, I've been editing for my dad's law firm, and they're paying me $100 an hour.
Oh
shit.
Oh,
It
dude.
feels fucking good, dude.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
I make I think 72 cents an hour.
Hey,
I did the math.
let's go.
Let's go.
I did
Big.
I did the math. I did the math during the summer.
But how much
It was
money do you make
disgusting.
per effort, dude?
Per effort?
Yeah.
Probably like 5 cents.
75 cents for effort.
It definitely feels like the more effort I put into Twitch, the less I get back from it. These podcasts are great. I enjoy doing them, which is why I do them, but they don't make me anything. I put in all the work to make it happen, but I don't get anything from it. It's just a fun time.
Oh yeah, it's always a good
Hey!
Don't spend it all in one place.
time. Money, dude.
See, hold on. Let me scroll back down. I've made $6 in 3 hours and 40 minutes.
one up.
Oh, I've made $8 in 3 hours. See how this works? Yeah. Don't do it, Chunk. Don't do it, Chunk.
I remember there was one time during your subathon where I came
you
in.
son of a bitch, you want to go?
You're doing this, Bobby. You know what? I can do this. I just got paid the other day.
Hold on.
Oh, I haven't been paid yet, but I'm willing to fucking bankrupt myself for a meme.
Hold on, let me do that.
Did you know that Chunk works at Boston Dynamics and makes robots all day?
It's not what I do at all.
That's how he makes all his money.
No, it is what he likes to, what people like to say though.
I turned on the party lights. They're so slow though. Why won't they change faster? Oh. This is called Flash. It's doing nothing. It's just red.
That's not Flash.
Yeah, whatever. Okay,
All right,
well, I didn't bring this up to
twice.
milk money. I was just making it. Jesus!
I have to buy more beds.
Before this gets too bad, I'm going to do the outro. Next week we'll be talking about the best Christmas songs, and everyone will be naked.
Do we actually want to discuss what we want to talk about next week?
Yeah, absolutely. We can. Now we can look at the list and see if anything stands out to us and or chat.
Yeah, because I brought this up. Jesus, Chunk!
Jesus!
All right, this has been my most profitable stream in 2 months.
I haven't been paid yet. Fuck you guys.
Hey, yo, hold on. What tier? Airvent. Airvent, you only make $100 an hour.
You know how rich people tip.
Okay. I really do appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. It means a lot. I was just joking anyway. I mean, I wasn't joking about the math. I really do, on average, make 79 cents an hour. But
Debbie, on streamers rich.
I think so. I think streamers.
Bobby, weren't you on a list of like the most subdued streamers at one point? Like, are we gonna go down this road?
Weren't you on that leaked list? That's been in the top 100.
Yeah, weren't you in the
I was
league
in the
list?
top. I was in the top 2,000 before the subathon.
Oh, shit. No, you know, I believe that because I was 4,000 when I was making $300 a month. So I entirely believe you.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I check that?
I would say that after the subathon and Pokemon, I might have been in the top 1,000, and I was an affiliate.
Yeah, that's fun. Imagine if you were part of all that extra dash.
No, you don't get extra money. No, you don't get extra money.
Wait, but I thought you got 75% instead of 50 of the sub. No.
The only reason to get partner is encoding options and emails.
Well, you're a partner, so inherently you have to be mad at Twitch.
I think
that's what I learned about
push you
partners.
harder.
Yeah.
My brain tells me that Twitch will push you harder as a partner streamer than an affiliate streamer, but no.
Push him over, maybe. They push him down and
Twitch didn't even invite Twitch didn't even invite me into their BitFest.
Bruh.
I don't know what that means.
They have a BitFest for partner streamers, which is basically like if you get people, like if people donate bits to you, you get prizes. From Twitch.
That's kind of cool.
Bits.
Dude, it said me and Debbie, they just took
I didn't get invited.
Yoink?
Yeah.
You know what's funny as well? If I got invited, I would have had the #1 earnings because that was the Pokemon stream.
Oh my god!
Someone donated. Methrin donated 1 million bits in a single stream. Methrin and Sundavel together.
You were like Poppy Ludwig for like 2 months. It was insane.
What the fuck?
Also, there was a part of the stream
idea for the new Pokemon game, by the way, Jamie.
Well, hang on, what was that?
I said I am absolutely stealing your idea for the next Pokemon games that come out. I'm gonna let chat get rid of my Pokemon.
Have fun.
Yeah.
The amount of people that have tried to use that idea and then realize how aggravating it actually is.
Maybe I'll enjoy the game more if I have to try harder than using the same Pokemon,
Debbie,
same attack order again.
Debbie, I promise you, you won't. People look at what I was doing and they go, "Oh, he's getting so much money. It's great." It's aggravating.
I think it'll make the game more fun, but I could be wrong.
It's vicious. No, it won't. It's viciously
Well, your
aggravating.
community is also a lot more giving 5,000. Like, I think I've seen you get more bits than I've gotten on my entire channel in one day before. So, like,
yeah.
I see. I'm not appreciating it, Never. You know
I'm not saying that at all. I just don't think it'll be as bad for me.
Tom once named a Pokemon Tom and then released it immediately.
Okay, that's fucking hilarious.
That's really funny.
Chat had me soft lock because I had a rule that I can only ever catch a Pokemon 3 times. So if I caught 3 Pikachus, and they all got released, I can never catch another Pikachu. In Gen 5, the one with the most Pokemon in it, chat almost soft locked me by releasing nearly every Pokemon I could catch.
Jesus. I think you owe me a Pokemon. One of the first times I ever gave you bits, actually, I gave you 500 bits to catch a Wailord and name it Jamie's Ego. And I don't think you ever did.
Because you donated it in a game where Wailord didn't exist.
I didn't realize. Fuck.
I was like, Evie, I can't do that. I'll do it to another big Pokemon.
Name your next starter after me.
There's a Pokemon that looks like
that's
ice
gonna be
cream.
coming back. The next one that I've got lined up. Only OGs remember this because I did this when I only had like 16 viewers. The Pokemon, the Minecraft stream locks are going to be coming back. That's going to be making a return.
I've seen Tiny do that. You need to have some fucking willpower to play that type of game style.
I've done it before.
I don't know how. I couldn't do it.
There are some clips on my channel, and I'll show you after this.
Tilt out my mind.
People found the most creative ways to fuck me over, and I could not believe it. They found out there was one where no matter where I was, it would teleport me 300 feet into the air on a single platform. And then there was another one where if you donated 500 bits, it had a 90% chance of giving me 30 pigs spawn on my location, and a 5% chance of nothing happening, and a 5% chance of creepers spawning on my head. 100 creepers spawn on my head, right? So people found out the most efficient way to kill me was to use 300 bits to teleport me into the air and then spawn pigs on me to push
you off.
Yeah.
Wow.
The combos,
I
dude.
found a way to avoid that by always keeping a bucket of water in my inventory. So what they did is then they would dump my inventory before I got a chance to reach the floor.
And then do the same thing.
Oh my god.
These guys, this is when I had 16 viewers.
At that point, you're the game.
Dude, this is the difference.
I'm very much looking forward to this coming back. 300 bits was the Yeetus taskbar. Yeah, that's right. That's right. There was a guy. There's a guy who used to watch me a little bit more. He doesn't watch me as much now because he's working. And he was quiet as fuck. He never really used to talk that much. It was a guy called Melendor. He was always lurking, and he used to watch me while he worked, but he can't really do that as much anymore. And he'll be sitting there quietly in his office working away. And the moment he saw me near lava, that's when he would throw my taskbar.
He struck.
He would see me looking at lava, and automatically 300 bits goes in and it'd throw my taskbar.
An arbiter of chaos.
It was 10,000 bits encased me in TNT and spawned 3 creepers on my body.
How many times did I get bought?
Like fucking 8 times. It was
Stonks
agony.
though.
25 bits would give me a metal tool, like a steel tool, right? Like a pickaxe. Now that sounds great, doesn't it? That sounds good. People realize that they can piss me off by just flooding my inventory with steel pickaxes. I couldn't do anything.
Funny.
I could not get rid of them fast enough. They would come in too quickly.
You have the best community. What can I say?
Remember, dude, I remember going into someone's stream and they had like the same kind of thing going on where they were like certain things would do certain things. I didn't know. And I was just like, hey, it was like their birthday or something. I was like, hey, happy birthday. I gave them like 25, like 100 bits or whatever. And it just dropped like 100 creepers on them. And it just like, they just instantly died and like lost all like their enchanted gear and stuff. And like,
And
they were like,
better,
how did you do that? And I was like, I didn't know.
I was playing hardcore. So every time I died, I had to reset the game.
Jesus.
A week into the game, a week into me starting this, this thing, I had 300 deaths. A week into starting this, I had 300 deaths.
Sounds about right. I still remember Usa's first time playing Minecraft. I think she got about that many. Yeah, it was a fun stream.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, that's gonna be my next one.
All right, Jamie, I wanted to ask you something. Off that topic. You proposed a possibility this week to discuss the games that were announced at the Summerfest.
Yeah, man.
Silk Song. I'm pumped. Oh my god. I had no hope.
I haven't seen it, but I heard that it got announced.
Yeah, so they didn't put a release date on it, but Xbox has said every game that they showed at the Summerfest will be out in 12 months. So Xbox has soft announced the release date of Silk Song, whereas Silk Song has not said anything about their actual release date yet. Yeah, they said it will be out day one on Game Pass, and then they tweeted that every game that they showed will be out within 12 months. So that's all we've got. But whew, it looks good, dude. I was trying not to get hyped for it because it had been like years since anybody had said anything about the game. And then now that this trailer came out, the game looks solid. I'm excited.
Yep. Yeah, I'm very, very keen for it. Yeah. God,
but is it open world?
It's one of those things.
I'll pull it up on stream if you want.
It's one of those things where it's like, it's open world, if that's what you call it. I don't know. Yeah, it does have an open world. It's a Metroidvania. So basically,
yeah, it's like Metroid.
Metroidvania is not open world.
Well,
I mean, unless it's because like 99% of those maps are made, except for like Terraria, basically, and Noida.
Wait, what do you mean made?
Like they're crafted by an artisan.
Yeah, but so's like GTA.
That's fair. I think I was thinking of procedurally generated. I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, I think you are thinking of procedurally.
That was my bad.
Oh, that looks good.
Doesn't it? Look at this shit.
Is it multiplayer though?
No, doubtful?
No, I don't want it to.
God, it looks amazing though.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm not.
So this is like
variety in gameplay.
Right? That's what I was looking at too. So many tools.
That's one of the things I didn't like about the original one. Is like, yeah, there's a lot of like charms you can use. The gameplay at its core is pretty limited. That's it, that's it, that's it. This looks so much more interesting.
It's weird how it looks so similar to Hollow Knight, but every single asset on screen is different.
Yep.
It looks gorgeous.
Looks amazing.
Very impressive, honestly.
Such a pretty game.
Is it a DLC or is it
so
a full release?
It's a full release.
I'm so annoyed because I now need to play through number one again because
I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna play through Hollow Knight.
And the other one I want to play through again is I want to replay through fucking Breath of the Wild, because obviously Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out.
True.
It's just like
sometime in 2038, I assume.
They're calling it Breath of the Wild 2?
Yeah.
That's so fucking lame.
It's gonna be Shadow Timeline, so you're not allowed to say anything bad about it. That's just.
What are you talking about?
It's gonna be in the same timeline as Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess. Have you seen the Legend of Zelda timeline?
It's all fucky-wucky, dude.
It's
so
all
hard to follow.
fucky-wucky, dude.
Wait, what? Hang on, I'm so confused.
Majora's Wind Waker.
Yeah, I'm basing this off of speculation. It's not actually confirmed. Yeah, here we go. Here's the Legend of Zelda timeline. It's a little all over the place,
What
just
the
a teensy
fuck?
bit.
Yeah.
Where's the start?
Well, so
There's
it depends.
several different starts.
Creation. That'll do
Yeah,
it.
Skyward Sword was the first. These three games, Ocarina of Time is really where it splits, because there's like okay, what if the hero failed in Ocarina of Time? We have this whole left timeline that spurs off of it. Or if the hero succeeded, then we have the child timeline, which leads into the Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and maybe Breath of the Wild 2, because Breath of the Wild was technically a part of it. Yeah, see, it is in the it's at the bottom here in the I call it the Shadow timeline because this is the dark games. Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild was not really super dark in theme, but like
Once
it was
you
an
get together,
apocalyptic
like
place.
yeah, once you get I'd say
Yeah.
it's pretty dark. Apocalypse in nature or not is pretty dark.
Yeah, but the first trailer and most of the stuff that I've seen from Breath of the Wild 2 looks a lot more like the themes of Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, which were my 2 favorite Zelda games, so I'm pumped. I'm ready. I want it. Too excited, perhaps.
I like that the Legend of Zelda, like the bottom left there, is like the absolute latest on
Yeah.
the Hero Tales.
The end.
All right, I guess Ocarina of Time is a fucky boy.
I have no words.
No?
Choo choo
That's
char.
Why?
Oh, did you not know about all the timeline stuff?
No, I've only ever played Breath of the Wild.
Oh, I see. Most of it is like the timeline doesn't really matter for each game. It's just like the lore of the world gets changed around a little bit in every game, and people have kind of like made connections of, oh, this existed in this game, but not this one. So in this set of games timelines, this race wasn't even a thing. So these must be a separate timeline, and that's just kind of how it all got spurred
Dude, have
into
you seen
creation.
did they show anything more about Atomic Heart?
About what? Atomic Heart? I don't think so.
Oh man, that game looks so good. I reckon you'd like this, Aravan.
Yeah, he would. No, we have the release date window though. And then if you haven't seen this game, yeah, let me pull this up.
I've seen nothing from Gamescom or whatever it is.
No,
This wasn't that.
This has been in the works for about 4 years now.
Ooh.
Maybe longer. This game I'm super excited for.
I feel like I remember watching the concept trailer when I was in high school.
I'm just waiting for gameplay. I can't judge a game until I see gameplay.
That's fair.
You'll see some.
It's just a matter of getting a polymer injection to become the human of tomorrow.
Russia
There's a
won.
man in the facility. He's armed, and he's equipped with an experimental polymer glove. We have no chance.
Yeah, jellyfish on our head.
This is made by a very small team, by the way.
Very small.
Doesn't change my opinion on the game whatsoever.
It's like no. It's like look how cool it looks. I'm really impressed with the work that they put into like just all of this. Just wait, I hope this shows. Does this show
I
gameplay?
believe this does show gameplay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The gameplay.
This looks extremely novel, which I'm all about.
Here it comes.
Now, shut up! Why the hell should I believe you all?
It's definitely jumping around a lot though.
Let's go.
30 seconds
Yeah.
to what?
And then it's total Biatka's dad, son. That's what.
It's a babushka. Robo Hitler. All right, that is very Bioshock 2,
Yeah.
which I fucking love.
Reminds me of Control.
Oh, fuck that, that's awesome. You know what this reminds me of? This is gonna be a weird ass reference.
They're killing everyone.
Like a weird ass combination of references.
We know who's
But it reminds me of, what's that one robot game we played, Debbie?
Generation Zero?
It reminds me of Generation Zero mixed with Hardcore Henry mixed with Bioshock.
That is a pretty wild combination of things.
Weird, pretty wild combination.
Hopefully you guys know what Hardcore Henry is. If you don't, you're...
Yeah, I watched it.
Your favorite
I
movie.
watched it before it released in theaters. Because that was back whenever I worked there.
You've got 2 days, son.
I just love the art direction.
Yeah,
This
it
looks
looks
really
sick.
sick.
Dude, it's honestly incredibly unique. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's made by 6 people.
And here's their soft release
Sick.
date.
20? We're way past 202.
They really gotta
There we
bait
go.
this one out here.
Okay, fuck you. Beat this shit ass. They did that. So, don't edge me.
No, not even.
28. It's like we'll all forget about this
I've
one.
been so excited for this game for years, man, and like everything they show is just progressively better.
That's like a 15-second clip of them just putting the last digit.
No. My favorite
Yeah.
part is they purposefully shape it wrong. It doesn't
Yeah.
look like the 2. It looks like it's gonna be a 3, and then it like reshapes itself into a 2.
Yeah, it goes down. Okay. That's awesome.
Alright.
Yeah, that
Quality
looks
control.
really sick. If they release
If it
that game,
delivers on what it promises, it'll be great.
it'll be great. But what I was going to say is, a lot of current day gaming expectations are built entirely within the price bracket they're placed in.
Yep.
AKA No Man's Sky wouldn't have been nearly as much of a shit show as it was if it sold for $20 at launch.
Yep.
So if they sell that game for less than $60, even for like $45, I'll probably pick it up.
Yep, agreed.
Because the expectation is set at price point every time.
Yeah, every time.
Have you seen the oh yeah, we were talking about it the other day, the last podcast, the Pokemon clone, the Chinese Pokemon clone.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
the
with the
one with
fucking.
the guns,
If that's multiplayer, that needs to be the game we all play together.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, so
Oh,
let's
fuck.
briefly touch on, and chat, you guys can chime in too. What topic are we discussing next week? Because we normally end the podcast and then wait for like a week to pick our topic, and then it's very last minute, just like, yeah, we'll do that. So let's.
Why don't because by the time it's all done, we'll have the full list of games that have been like announced and like trailers and stuff. Why don't we ever talk about that like properly? We can all go watch it on our own, give opinions. of what we're
Summerfest, you mean?
excited for. Yeah, Summerfest. Yeah.
Okay, something that I put on to our list of possible subjects, I would like to blend into that discussion, which I wanted to discuss just in general, like the events that games are announced at, like E3 and BlizzCon and Nintendo Direct and PlayStation State of Play, like all those. So we won't necessarily be announcing exactly things that or were announced at the most recent one of those, but I think discussing the concept of them could be interesting, like how E3 used to be king for like a decade and then it's just dead now.
Yep.
Yeah, so we could do that. I
Jeff
think
Keighley really put the fucking gun
we
down.
also have 2 potential guests interested in discussing anime, one of them being Nick Tacula, and I know you'd probably like to have him on for that.
Oh, I'd love to have Nick on.
I would too. I love Nick. We also have Nintendo in all caps as a subject that Phoenix wants to join in on.
Yep. Dude, I'd be down for either of those, honestly.
We have a lot of listed things here. I had Xbox Game Pass value to consumer versus the industry on here since day one, and honestly, Brannylicious in chat brought up probably one of the most interesting things that I hadn't thought of yet, which is he compared it to like Netflix, where Netflix was king. They started allowing you to pay a monthly service to watch all these shows and movies, and then everyone else decided to do that too. So
Yep.
it is interesting to think about how long of a time will it be before there's 8 different options of Xbox Game Pass, and half of the games we want to play are locked behind some $5 a month subscription. That's a nightmare.
wonder if-
It's gamer nightmare.
I wonder if that is what happens, or if that is what happened because of the extreme clash between old and new media. Because video games are one of the few medias that have never suffered the drudge of old and new media. No matter what, it's always been on the cutting edge. It's always been Neo. However, old media, aka television shows and old movies, is the drudge. Like, that is a lot of the problem in the media. So I think that games are kind of immune to that in a way. But I see what you mean, because you already have like PS Plus, Xbox Game Pass. But that's no different from the console wars we've had
Nintendo
for
has its
generations.
$50 a year thing that I don't remember the name of.
That's utter bullshit. Gives you like 3 games.
Yikes, yeah.
The only thing that makes it worth it's the Mario maps, the Mario Kart maps. There's so many.
For the most part, though, like those are all console exclusive anyway, and we're all used to that. So I don't really think a subscription service would come out to like sort of umbrella everything, unless. Do not quote me on this. I swear to God, guys, it'll be my fault. Steam does something. If
Yeah.
Steam does a
Oh.
subscription, we're fucked. We're
Yeah,
like
true.
beyond over the edge.
Yeah.
So that could be something to talk
The
about someday as
Monster
well.
Race.
Well,
I
if
mean-
happens within the next 3 years, I'm blaming you, man.
So Carhill pointed out that Netflix isn't tied to specific hardware. Publishers would have to have their own hardware to have that sort of system work. I'm starting to see a bit of a gray area with that with Xbox Game Pass, though, because while
Yeah, it's on
Xbox
PC and
does
Xbox.
have its own hardware, it's also on PC, to where you don't have to have that hardware to have Game Pass. And there's a lot of I'm not really sure if there are any PC exclusive games on Xbox Game Pass. I've never even thought to look at that.
I don't know.
I don't think there would be.
There's not many PC exclusive games, period.
Yeah, there are.
Stalker?
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
I feel like there's more than you probably think.
Yeah, there's
Especially
a lot.
like there are certain genres that I feel like just are suited naturally to like things like computer
Yeah.
better. Like RTSs, for example.
I'm talking about
really
like
are gonna be
AAA, like typical games you see on Games Pass. There's like lots of those, like lots of AAA
Mhm.
PC only games.
yeah. I would say
Dang.
so. Age of Empires, I would say, is like a AAA game.
Age
could
of
be wrong
Empires
on
is
that,
PC
but-
exclusive.
Warcraft, Starcraft. League of
It's not
Legends.
Xbox exclusive. It's PC exclusive.
League of
I would say.
Legends is a big one.
League of Legends is
League of
Is
huge.
Legends.
Valorant on
I
console?
thought Valorant
Valorant.
is not on console. No, yeah,
Nope.
that's a good one. Yeah.
Wait, is it really not? That's actually surprising to me.
That
No, it's
surprises me
not.
too.
I think you're thinking of CS:GO. CS:GO is on console,
It is?
although it's not played because you
Oh,
can't fucking
yeah.
aim.
True. And then I actually had one question of your suggestions that you put on here, Airvent. You put the who is the gaming pope / mascot / god, and in parentheses AYAW. I have no idea what you're implying by that.
So earlier on the document, you'll notice I like explain what that means. Like it's in brackets. So like you'll see like earlier in my pink stuff in the bracket. Can you pull it up on your what we're looking at right now?
I can pull it up.
Just so I can point it out for you.
Let me
It's like drag it over. Yeah, put that right there. So you see there. Oh, you got rid of it.
Huh? The only things I've moved are down here now.
Yeah. So end your argument. Why?
Oh,
It's
and your argument
AYAY.
why. Okay. I
End
see.
your argument. Why?
Pope Turtle
on,
and
like,
Elden
the-
Ring.
I just want. I want like there to be a figurehead, like a mascot for a bunch of different things. Like who's like the Pope of gaming? You know, who's the deacon of gaming? Who's the god of gaming? And that's both in games, that's both in real life as gamers. You know, who you see as like the Pope of gaming in streaming. something
I
like that.
worship our obscure god, Kojima.
Yeah, like sure.
Our
That-
cult
like,
classic god
some people
Kojima.
say
No,
like
no, no,
like
no,
Gaben is the
That's like a
Jesus.
designer thing. That's different.
Kojima's like an old
Gaben,
god,
like,
like an eldritch dark lord
Yeah.
or something like that. There's no way he's a
Hey,
traditional god.
Gaben!
I would say, oh god, that's so tough.
You know,
I
part
would
of
say
me
Gabe
wants
Newell
to-
would probably be the
Yeah,
Pope.
Gabe Newell's a good one.
Who?
Part of me wants to say, fuck, you said his name earlier. I can never remember his name. The guy who voice acted Joel. Like he's like the
Troy Baker.
lead
Troy Baker?
voice. Yeah, Troy Baker. He's like the lead voice of so many iconic characters that it's hard not to recognize him, at least as a conversation topic on that.
Who's in Persona
Okay,
4?
so,
Really?
yeah, he is.
He's in fucking everything.
He's Kanji.
Dude, what the fuck? I feel like there's so many different ways to take that though, because like if you
There
can
are.
The
tell
other
from
one
a
is-
design standpoint or a recognizable mascot ways.
The other
like,
one is Nolan North.
Mm-hmm, true.
Nolan North would be up there, right beside Troy Baker.
I
In
also
fact,
made
they
a...
both play characters in Uncharted 4. Nolan
Nice.
North and Troy Baker is obviously the main character in Uncharted, Nathan Drake, and Nolan North is his brother.
Another topic, this will be the last one I suggest for today at least, and we don't have to pick from these when we pick, but if chat has any ones that we brought up that you really want to hear us talk about, I saw Anime get some pugs. I want to discuss optimizing the fun out of games, which is purely on players. To, like, okay, I'm going to use RuneScape as an example. There's a very slow but interesting way to level up a skill, or there's an extremely fast but painful way to level up a skill. And I feel like most gamers will default to the faster, less fun option and optimize the fun out of any video game given the opportunity. Not all gamers, but a lot of gamers will make a game less fun for them for the point of like optimization.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's just kind of go down like how far can we take that topic, you know?
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
a
like
difficult one
it's
to
pretty-
discuss, yeah.
I feel like it's pretty specific, and it'd be like which games can you optimize the fun out of easiest, or like
And
which
how
ones
could
are
that
more
be
difficult?
fixed, I guess would be another
Yeah,
thing,
and how could
yeah.
that be? Yeah, that would
I
be
was
like
going
the
to say
big thing.
if you're in a situation where the fun can be optimized, that's the developer's fault. For example, if there's something that you feel needs a certain amount of grinding to acquire, and the player goes for the less fun, more grindy option, that item is not worth what you're trying to sell it for. Because an item should be worth the equivalent of what you work for it. And that's like universally. Like if I'm going for a gun that is twice as good as mine, and it's going to take me 2 hours to get there if I do it the boring way, or 10 minutes to get there if I do it the hard way, that gun's too expensive, or the boring way doesn't make you enough money. It's like that's just I feel like that's balancing from the developer failure. It's sort of like if anyone here plays GTA Online, in the beginning, cars were earned over like I think a pretty fair amount of time. Like you can play for maybe 5 hours and get like the car you really wanted. But nowadays, because of how whaled out everything is,
insane.
If you want a car that's 1% better than a car from launch, it'll take you 30 hours of continuous high-end gameplay to try to get it.
Bro, I feel like
no
we're
exaggeration.
Gonna get GTA Online 2 before we get GTA 6.
Well, it's already in development. I just think that I think that my kids will be playing it when they were when I was the age to start playing.
On best ever mods for a game.
We could do modding.
I feel like that's a really wide topic.
Yeah, it's huge.
All right. Either way,
And there's
hopefully
a
we can
lot
come to a
of
decision earlier in this week.
Oh yeah, I feel like we're ready. Yeah.
Well, chat. I think we're gonna wrap it up there. I hope you guys had fun. We got really off topic this week a lot, but I still feel like it was a fun conversation. It was just meant to be a discussion anyway. So
I think like as the discussion goes, like the character stuff was very surface level anyway. Like it's more like with the character stuff, it's more like, yeah, I agree that guy's good. Yeah, I disagree that guy's bad.
Yeah.
So like it was kind of like a topic that was made to get off topic of it.
It's very opinionated and more of like subjective anyway. So it's like you're not gonna have a lot of like us bringing up random facts that we like research and stuff. It's gonna be more like our experiences. So
we don't have quite the audience yet to like crowdsource the best character or whatever.
I really wanted
so
to. I thought about
when
it.
I wrote it down, I was just thinking, just talking about like, what do you guys? It's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that character. Like moments like that, basically.
Yeah, if we did have enough of an audience to like 200-300 people to poll on who the best characters are in gaming, that would have been a very different conversation. But God, I would really love to do that just for the information of everyone else's opinions alone. Because I probably asked I've probably asked about 300 people over the past week who their favorite character was, and I can definitely say for a fact most people, when asked who their favorite video game character is, forgets every video game they have ever played in their entire life.
I feel like that was me honestly whenever I was thinking about it.
But anyway, I do upload all these on YouTube just in case you missed some of it and you want to watch it back, or if you're ever just bored and you want to go watch one of the older podcasts, they're all on my YouTube channel. Just look up Prince Devi with no space. I do plan on putting them on Spotify. I've said that every week, and I haven't done it yet. I don't even have a Spotify account. That's how far along that process I am. So if I don't know, Airband, if you have any experience with that, I feel like Sky might be able to help me with that, but we'll get it there. Yeah, we'll get it there. But anyway, have a wonderful night, chat. I will be live tomorrow playing Hitman 3 because, damn it, I wanted to play Hitman 3 yesterday, but my entire Game Pass broke, and I uninstalled Hitman to reinstall it, and when I went to reinstall it, there was just 4 sad faces. That's all it showed me. It was just 4 frowny faces. So I had to reinstall Game Pass and then re-download the game. But I'm playing Hitman, damn it. Game's fun. Okay.
The game's way too good.
If you guys have input on what topics we should discuss, my DMs are always open. You can tweet at me. You can DM me on Discord. Completely up to you guys, however you want to do it. If you have suggestions for guests that we have on, or you want to be a guest on, you can also DM me about that. Or if you just have suggestions, period, about how we can make the podcast better, all ears. Feel free. But for tonight, we're going to be rating out. How do we pick who we decide on rating today?
I had someone was going to suggest because they were subathon, but then they ended their subathon last night.
Anyone playing Persona 5? We talked about that a bunch.
We could look up a Persona 5 streamer.
Persona seems pretty interesting.
Persona 5 Royal is essentially the same game, right?
It's different story-wise a little bit, but yeah, it's basically the same thing.
It's like Persona Plus.
Yes.
Persona Plus, okay.
And there's like an additional character, and like it deviates some of the story and stuff a little bit.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Well, I see two promising options immediately. We have VTuber without a language tag. Oh, Ian VTuber. Okay, they put it in their title. And then not VTuber. I don't like overlays, so I'm leaning VTuber.
Also, I have to head out, so I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Bye,
We're just gonna pick this guy.
Bye.
Chat, incoming raid messages in the chat. We're just gonna raid this random VTuber. So you can either dip out if you don't like VTubers or hang around and make a new friend. Raid 1 is for the people who are not subbed. Raid 2 is if you are subbed, and raid 3 is if you're subbed and you're cool. So I highly recommend using raid 3.
Okay. Let me re-up that.
But once again, everybody, thank you for coming. Heck, I'm not subbed anymore. F. Either way, it's very fun to just put a bunch of Devi arrives in somebody's chat, blow them up with some love, give this guy a good raid, give him a good evening, make him have a nice night. Hopefully you guys have a nice night. That's it from me. You guys have anything you want to say before we go?
See you later, you fucking kitties.
What?
Yeah.
Bye.